Chapter 11. Holden. The Doniger was ugly. Holden had seen pictures and videos of the old ocean-going navies of Earth, and even in the Age of Steel there had always been something beautiful about them. Long and sleek, they had the appearance of something leaning into the wind, a creature barely held on the leash. The Doniger had none of that. Like all long-flight spacecraft, it was built in the office tower configuration. Each deck one floor of the building, ladders or elevators running down the axis. Constant thrust took the place of gravity. But the Doniger actually looked like an office building on its side. Square and blocky, with small bulbous projections in seemingly random places. At nearly 500 meters long, it was the size of a 130-story building. Alex had said it was 250,000 tons dry weight, and it looked heavier. Holden reflected, not for the first time, on how so much of the human sense of aesthetics had been formed in a time when sleek objects cut through the air. The Doniger would never move through anything thicker than interstellar gas, so curves and angles were a waste of space. The result was ugly. It was also intimidating. As Holden watched from his seat next to Alex in the cockpit of the Night, the massive battleship matched course with them, looming close and then seeming to stop above them. A docking bay opened, breaking up the Doniger's flat black belly with a square of dim red light. The Night beeped insistently, reminding him of the targeting lasers painting their hull. Holden looked for the point defense cannons aimed at him. He couldn't find them. When Alex spoke, Holden jumped. "Roger that, Doniger," the pilot said. "We've got steering lock, I'm killing thrust." The last shreds of weight vanished. Both ships were still moving at hundreds of kilometers a minute, but their matched courses felt like stillness. "Got docking permission, Cap. Take her in?" "It seems late to make a run for it, Mr. Kamal," Holden said. He imagined Alex making a mistake that the Doniger interpreted as threatening and the point defense cannons throwing a couple 100,000 Teflon-coated chunks of steel through them. "Go slowly, Alex," he said. "They say one of those can kill a planet," Naomi said over the comm. She was at the ops station a deck below. "Anyone can kill a planet from orbit," Holden replied. "You don't even need bombs. Just push anvils out the airlock. That thing out there could kill, anything." Tiny touches shifted them as the maneuvering rockets fired. Holden knew that Alex was guiding them in, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the Doniger was swallowing them. Docking took nearly an hour. Once the Night was inside the bay, a massive manipulator arm grabbed her and put it down in an empty section of the deck. Clamps grabbed the ship, the Night's hull reverberating with a metallic bang that reminded Holden of a brig cell's maglocks. The Martians ran a docking tube from one wall and mated up to the Night's airlock. Holden gathered the crew at the inner door. "No guns, no knives, no anything that might look like a weapon," he said. "They'll probably be okay with hand terminals, but keep them turned off just in case. If they ask for it, hand it over without complaint. Our survival here may rest on them thinking we're very compliant." "Yeah," Amos said. "Fuckers killed McDowell, but we have to act nice." Alex started to respond, but Holden cut him off. "Alex, you did 20 flying with AMCRN. Anything else we should know?" "Same stuff you said, boss," Alex replied. "Yes, sir, no, sir, and snap to when given an order. The enlisted guys will be okay, but the officers get the sense of humor trained out of them." Holden looked at his tiny crew, hoping he hadn't killed them all by bringing them here. He cycled open the lock, and they drifted down the short docking tube in the 0G. When they reached the airlock at the end, flat gray composites and immaculately clean, everyone pushed down to the floor. Their magnetic boots grabbed on. The airlock closed and hissed at them for several seconds before opening into a larger room with about a dozen people standing in it. Holden recognized Captain Teresa Yao. There were several others in naval officer's dress who were part of her staff. One man in an enlisted uniform with a look of thinly veiled impatience, and 6 Marines in heavy combat armor, carrying assault rifles. The rifles were pointed at him, so Holden put up his hands. "We're not armed," he said, smiling and trying to look harmless. The rifles didn't waver, but Captain Yao stepped forward. "Welcome aboard the Doniger," she said. "Chief, check them." The enlisted man clumped toward them and quickly and professionally patted them all down. He gave the thumbs up to one of the Marines. The rifles went down, and Holden worked hard not to sigh with relief. "What now, Captain?" Holden asked, keeping his voice light. Yao looked Holden over critically for several seconds before answering. Her hair was pulled tightly back, the few strands of gray making straight lines. In person, he could see the softening of age at her jaw and the corners of her eyes. Her stony expression had the same quiet arrogance that all the naval captains he'd known shared. He wondered what she saw, looking at him. He resisted the urge to straighten his greasy hair. "Chief Gunderson will take you down to your rooms and get you settled in," she replied. "Someone will be along shortly to debrief you." Chief Gunderson started to lead them from the room when Yao spoke again, her voice suddenly hard. "Mr. Holden, if you know anything about the 6 ships that are following you, speak now," she said. "We gave them a 2-hour deadline to change course about an hour ago. So far, they haven't. In 1 hour, I'm going to order a torpedo launch. If they're friends of yours, you could save them a great deal of pain." Holden shook his head emphatically. "All I know is they came out of the belt when you started out to meet us, Captain," Holden said. "They haven't talked to us. Our best guess is they're concerned citizens of the belt coming to watch what happens." Yao nodded. If she found the thought of witnesses disconcerting, it didn't show. "Take them below, Chief," she said, then turned away. Chief Gunderson gave a soft whistle and pointed at one of the 2 doors. Holden's crew followed him out, the Marines bringing up the rear. As they moved through the Doniger, Holden took his first really up-close look at a Martian capital ship. He'd never served on a battleship in the UN Navy, and he'd stepped foot on them maybe 3 times in 7 years, always in dock, and usually for a party. Every inch of the Doniger was just a little sharper than any UN vessel he'd served on. Mars really does build them better than we do. "God damn, XO, they sure do keep their shit squeaky clean," Amos said behind him. "Ain't much to do on a long flight for most of the crew, Amos," Alex said. "So when you aren't doing something else, you clean." "See, that's why I work haulers," Amos said. "Clean decks or get drunk and screw, and I've got a preference." As they walked through a maze of corridors, the ship started a slight vibration, and gravity slowly reappeared. They were under thrust. Holden used his heels to touch his boot's slide controls, turning the magnets off. They saw almost no one, and the few they did see moved fast and said little, barely sparing them a glance. With 6 ships closing on them, everyone would be at their duty stations. When Captain Yao had said she'd fire her torpedoes in an hour, there hadn't been a hint of threat in her voice. It was just a flat statement of fact. For most of the young sailors on this ship, it would probably be the first time they'd ever been in a live combat situation, if it came to that. Holden didn't believe it would. He wondered what to make of the fact that Yao was prepared to take out a handful of belt ships just because they were running quiet and close. It didn't suggest that they'd hesitate to kill a water hauler like the Cant if they thought there was reason to. Gunderson brought them to a stop in front of a hatch with OQ-117 printed on it. He slid a card through the lock and gestured everyone inside. "Better than I'd expected," Shed said, sounding impressed. The compartment was large by ship standards. It had 6 high-G couches and a small table with 4 chairs stuck to the deck with magnetic feet. An open door in one bulkhead showed a smaller compartment with a toilet and sink. Gunderson and the Marine lieutenant followed the crew inside. "This is your rack for the time being," the chief said. "There's a comm panel on the wall. 2 of Lieutenant Kelly's people will be stationed outside. Buzz them, and they'll send for anything you need." "How about some chow?" Amos said. "We'll have some set up. You are to remain here until called for," Gunderson said. "Lieutenant Kelly, you have anything to add, sir?" The Marine lieutenant looked them over. "The men outside are there for your protection, but they will react unpleasantly if you make any trouble," he said. "You read me?" "Loud and clear, Lieutenant," Holden said. "Don't worry, my people will be the easiest house guests you've ever had." Kelly nodded at Holden with what seemed like genuine gratitude. He was a professional doing an unpleasant job. Holden sympathized. Also, he'd known enough Marines to know how unpleasant it could get if they felt challenged. Gunderson said, "Can you take Mr. Holden here to his appointment on your way out, LT? I'd like to get these folks squared away." Kelly nodded and took Holden's elbow. "Come with me, sir," he said. "Where am I going, Lieutenant?" "Lieutenant Lopez asked to see you as soon as you landed. I'm taking you to him." Shedd looked nervously from the Marine to Holden and back. Naomi nodded. They'd all see each other again, Holden told himself. He even thought it was likely to be true. Kelly led Holden at a brisk pace through the ship. His rifle was no longer at the ready, but hanging from his shoulder loosely. Either he'd decided Holden wasn't going to cause trouble, or that he could take him down easily if he did. "Can I ask who Lieutenant Lopez is?" "He's the guy who asked to see you," Kelly said. Kelly stopped at a plain gray door, rapped once, then took Holden inside a small compartment with a table and 2 uncomfortable-looking chairs. A dark-haired man was setting up a recorder. He waved one hand vaguely in the direction of a chair. Holden sat. The chair was even less comfortable than it looked. "You can go, Mr. Kelly," the man Holden assumed was Lopez said. Kelly left and closed the door. When Lopez had finished, he sat down across the table from Holden and reached out one hand. Holden shook it. "I'm Lieutenant Lopez. Kelly probably told you that. I work for Naval Intelligence, which he almost certainly didn't tell you. My job isn't secret, but they train jarheads to be tight-lipped." Lopez reached into his pocket, took out a small packet of white lozenges and popped one into his mouth. He didn't offer one to Holden. Lopez's pupils contracted to tiny points as he sucked the lozenge. Focus drugs. He'd be watching every tick of Holden's face during questioning. Tough to lie to. "First Lieutenant James R. Holden of Montana," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, sir," Holden said anyway. 7 years in the UNN, last posting on the destroyer Zhang Fei. "That's me." "Your file says you were busted out for assaulting a superior officer," Lopez said. "That's pretty cliché, Holden. You punched the old man? Seriously?" "No, I missed. Broke my hand on a bulkhead." "How'd that happen?" "He was quicker than I expected," Holden replied. "Why'd you try?" "I was projecting my self-loathing onto him. It's just a stroke of luck that I actually wound up hurting the right person," Holden said. "Sounds like you've thought about it some since then," Lopez said, his pinprick pupils never moving from Holden's face. "Therapy?" "Lots of time to think on the Canterbury," Holden replied. Lopez ignored the obvious opening and said, "What did you come up with during all that thinking?" "The Coalition has been stepping on the necks of the people out here for 100 years now. I didn't like being the boot." "An OPA sympathizer, then?" Lopez said, his expression not changing at all. "No, I didn't switch sides. I stopped playing. I didn't renounce my citizenship. I like Montana. I'm out here because I like flying, and only a belter rust trap like the Canterbury will hire me." Lopez smiled for the first time. You're an exceedingly honest man, Mr. Holden. Yes. Why did you claim that a Martian military vessel destroyed your ship? I didn't. I explained all that in the broadcast. It had technology only available to inter-planet fleets, and I found a piece of MCRN hardware in the device that tricked us into stopping. We'll want to see that. You're welcome to it. Your file says you were the only child of a family co-op, Lopez said, acting as though they'd never stopped talking about Holden's past. Yes, 5 fathers, 3 mothers. So many parents for only one child, Lopez said, slowly unwrapping another lozenge. The Martians had lots of space for traditional families. The tax break for 8 adults only having 1 child allowed them to own 22 acres of decent farmland. There are over 30 billion people on Earth. 22 acres is a national park, Holden said. Also, the DNA mix is legit. They aren't parents in name only. How did they decide who carried you? Mother Elise had the widest hips. Lopez popped the second lozenge into his mouth and sucked on it a few moments. Before he could speak again, the deck shook. The video recorder jiggled on its arm. Torpedo launches? Holden said. Guess those belt ships didn't change course. Any thoughts about that, Mr. Holden? Just that you seem pretty willing to kill belt ships. You've put us in a position where we can't afford to seem weak. After your accusations, there are a lot of people who don't think much of us. Holden shrugged. If the man was watching for guilt or remorse from Holden, he was out of luck. The belt ships had known what they were going toward. They hadn't turned away. But still, something bothered him. They might hate your living guts, Holden said, but it's hard to find enough suicidal people to crew 6 ships. Maybe they think they can outrun torpedoes. Lopez didn't move. His whole body preternaturally still with the focus drugs pouring through him. Lopez began, and the general quarters klaxon sounded. It was deafening in the small metal compartment. Holy shit, did they shoot back? Holden asked. Lopez shook himself, like a man waking up from a daydream. He got up and hit the comm button by the door. A Marine came through seconds later. Take Mr. Holden back to his quarters, Lopez said, then left the room at a run. The Marine gestured at the corridor with the barrel of his rifle. His expression was hard. It's all fun and games till someone shoots back, Holden thought. Naomi patted the empty couch next to her and smiled. Did they put slivers under your fingernails? She asked. No, actually, he was surprisingly human for a naval intelligence wonk, Holden replied. Of course, he was just getting warmed up. Have you guys heard anything about the other ships? Alex said, Nope, but that alarm means they're taking them seriously all of a sudden. It's insane, Shed said quietly. Flying around in these metal bubbles and then trying to poke holes in each other. You ever seen what long-term decompression and cold exposure does? Breaks all the capillaries in your eyes and skin. Tissue damage to the lungs can cause massive pneumonia followed by emphysema-like scarring. I mean, if you don't just die. Well, that's awful fucking cheerful, Doc. Thanks for that, Amos said. The ship suddenly vibrated in a syncopated but ultra-high-speed rhythm. Alex looked at Holden, his eyes wide. That's the point defense network opening up. That means incoming torpedoes, he said. Better strap in tight, kids. The ship might start doing some violent maneuvering. Everyone but Holden was already belted into the couches. He fastened his restraints, too. This sucks. All the real action is happening thousands of clicks from here, and we got no instruments to look at, Alex said. We won't know if something slipped through the flak screen till it rips the hull open. Boy, everybody is just a fucking pile of fun right now, Amos said loudly. Shed's eyes were wide, his face too pale. Holden shook his head. Not going to happen, he said. This thing is unkillable. Whoever those ships are, they can put on a good show, but that's it. All respect, Captain, Naomi said, But whoever those ships are, they should be dead already. And they aren't. The distant noises of faraway combat kept up. The occasional rumble of a torpedo firing, the near-constant vibration of the high-speed point defense guns. Holden didn't realize he'd fallen asleep until he was jerked awake by an ear-splitting roar. Amos and Alex were yelling. Shed was screaming. "What happened?" Holden yelled over the noise. "We're hit, Cap," Alex said. "That was a torpedo hit." The gravity suddenly dropped away. The Doniger had stopped its engines, or they'd been destroyed. Amos was still yelling, "Shit, shit, shit," over everything. But at least Shed had stopped screaming. He was staring wide-eyed out of his couch, his face white. Holden unbuckled his straps and pushed off toward the comm panel. "Jim," Naomi called out, "what are you doing?" "We need to find out what's going on," Holden said over his shoulder. When he reached the bulkhead by the hatch, he punched the comm panel call button. There was no reply. He hit it again, then started pounding on the hatch. No one came. "Where are our damn Marines?" he said. The lights dimmed, came back up. Then again and again in a slow cadence. "Gauss turrets firing." "Shit! It's CQB," Alex said in awe. In the history of the Coalition, no capital ship had ever gotten into a close-quarters battle. But here they were, firing the ship's big cannons, which meant that the range was sufficiently short that a non-guided weapon was viable. Hundreds or even dozens of kilometers, not thousands. Somehow, the belt ships had survived Doniger's torpedo barrage. "Anyone else think this is desperate fucking queer?" Amos asked, a touch of panic in his voice. The Doniger began to ring like a gong struck over and over again by a massive hammer. Return fire. The Gauss round that killed Shed didn't even make a noise. Like a magic trick, two perfectly round holes appeared on either side of the room in a line that intersected Shed's couch. One moment, the medic was there. The next, his head was gone from the Adam's apple up. Arterial blood pumped out in a red cloud, pulled into two thin lines and whirled to the holes in the walls of the room as the air rushed out. Chapter 12. Miller. For 30 years, Miller had worked security. Violence and death were familiar companions to him. Men, women, animals, kids. Once, he'd held a woman's hand while she bled to death. He'd killed 2 people. Could still see them die if he closed his eyes and thought about it. If anyone had asked him, he'd have said there wasn't much left that would shake him. But he'd never watched a war start before. The distinguished Hyacinth Lounge was in the shift-change rush. Men and women in security uniforms, mostly from Star Helix, but a few smaller companies too, were either drinking their after-work liquor and winding down, or making trips to the breakfast buffet for coffee, textured fungi and sugar sauce, sausage with meat maybe 1 part in 1,000. Miller chewed the sausage and watched the display monitor on the wall. A Star Helix external relations head looked sincerely out, his demeanor radiating calm and certainty as he explained how everything was going to hell. Preliminary scans suggest that the explosion was the result of a failed attempt to connect a nuclear device to the docking station. Officials from the Martian government have referred to the incident only as an alleged terrorist action, and refused comment pending further investigation. "Another one," Havelock said from behind him. "You know, eventually one of those assholes is going to get it right." Miller turned in his seat, then nodded to the chair beside him. Havelock sat. "That'll be an interesting day," Miller said. "I was about to call you." "Yeah, sorry," his partner said. "I was up kind of late." "Any word on the transfer?" "No," Havelock said. "Figure my paperwork's hung on a desk someplace in Olympus. What about you? Any word on your special project girl?" "Not yet," Miller said. "Look, The reason I wanted to meet up before we went in, I need to take a couple days. Try to run down some leads on Julie. With all this other shit going on, Shadid doesn't want me doing much more than phoning this one in. But you're ignoring that, Havelock said. It wasn't a question. I've got a feeling about this one. So how can I help? I need you to cover for me. How am I going to do that? Havelock asked. It's not like I can tell them you're sick. They've got access to your medical records, same as everyone else's. Tell him I've been getting drunk a lot, Miller said. That Candace came by. She's my ex-wife. Havelock chewed his sausage, brow furrowed. The Earther shook his head slowly. Not a refusal, but the prelude to a question. Miller waited. You're telling me you'd rather have the boss think that you're missing work because you're on a dysfunctional, heartbroken bender than that you're doing the work she assigned you? I don't get it. Miller licked his lips and leaned forward, elbows on the smooth, off-white table. Someone had scratched a design into the plastic. A split circle. And this was a cop bar. I don't know what I'm looking at, Miller said. There's a bunch of things that belong together somehow, and I'm not sure yet what it is. Until I know more, I need to stay low. A guy has a fling with his ex, hits the bottle for a few days. That's not going to light up anyone's panels. Havelock shook his head again, this time in mild disbelief. If he'd been a belter, he'd have made the gesture with his hands, so you could see it when he had an environment suit on. Another of the 100 small ways someone who hadn't grown up on the belt betrayed himself. The wall monitor cut to the image of a blonde woman in a severe uniform. The external relations head was talking about the Martian Navy's tactical response and whether the OPA was behind the increased vandalism. That was what he called fumbling an overloaded fusion reactor while setting up a ship-killing booby trap. Vandalism. That shit just doesn't follow, Havelock said, and for a moment Miller didn't know if he meant the Belter guerrilla actions, the Martian response, or the favor he'd asked. Seriously, where's Earth? All this shit's going on and we don't hear a damn thing from them. Why would we? Miller asked. It's Mars and the Belt going at it. When was the last time Earth let anything major happen without them in the middle of it? Havelock said, then sighed. Okay, you're too drunk to come in. Your love life's a mess. I'm trying to cover for you. Just for a couple days. Make sure you get back before someone decides it's the perfect chance for a random shooting to take out the Earther cop. I'll do that, Miller said, rising from the table. You watch your back. Don't need to tell me twice, Havelock said. The Ceres Center for Jiu-Jitsu was down near the port where the spin gravity was strongest. The hole was a converted storage space from before the big spin. A cylinder flattened where flooring had been set in about a third of the way from the bottom. Racks bearing various lengths of staffs, bamboo swords, and dull plastic practice knives hung from the vaulted ceiling. The polished stone echoed with the grunting of men working a line of resistance machines, and the soft thud of a woman at the back punishing a heavy bag. 3 students stood on the central mat, speaking in low voices. Pictures filled the front wall on either side of the door. Soldiers in uniform. Security agents for half a dozen Belter corporations. Not many inner planet types, but a few. Plaques commemorating placements in competitions. A page of small type outlining the history of the studio. One of the students shouted and collapsed, carrying one of the others to the mat with her. The one still standing applauded and helped them back up. Miller searched through the wall of pictures, hoping to find Julie. Can I help you? The man was half a head shorter than Miller and easily twice as broad. It should have made him look like an Earther, but everything else about him said Belt. He wore pale sweats that made his skin seem even darker. His smile was curious and as serene as a well-fed predator. Miller nodded. Detective Miller, he said. I'm with station security. There's one of your students I wanted to get some background on. This is an official investigation? The man asked. Yeah, Miller said. I'm afraid it is. Then you'll have a warrant. Miller smiled. The man smiled back. We don't give out any information on our students without a warrant, he said. Studio policy. I respect that, Miller said. No, I really do. It's just that parts of this particular investigation are maybe a little more official than others. The girl's not in trouble. She didn't do anything. But she has a family on Luna who want her found. A kidnap job, the man said, folding his arms. The serene face had gone cool without any apparent movement. Only the official part, Miller said. I can get a warrant and we can do the whole thing through channels, but then I have to tell my boss. The more she knows, the less room I have to move. The man didn't react. His stillness was unnerving. Miller struggled not to fidget. The woman working the heavy bag at the far end of the studio went through a flurry of strikes, shouting out with each one. Who? The man asked. Julie Mao, Miller said. He could have said he was looking for the Buddha's mother for all the reaction he got. I think she's in trouble. Why do you care if she is? I don't know the answer to that one, Miller said. I just do. If you don't want to help me, then you don't. And you'll go get your warrant, do this through channels. Miller took off his hat, rubbed a long, thin hand across his head, and put the hat back in place. Probably not, he said. Let me see your ID, the man said. Miller pulled up his terminal and let the man confirm who he was. The man handed it back and pointed to a small door behind the heavy bags. Miller did as he was told. The office was cramped. A small laminate desk with a soft sphere behind it in lieu of a chair. 2 stools that looked like they'd come out of a bar. A filing cabinet with a small fabricator that stank of ozone and oil and was probably where the plaques and certificates were made. Why does the family want her? The man asked, lowering himself onto the sphere. It acted like a chair but required constant balance, a place to rest without actually resting. They think she's in harm's way. At least, that's what they're saying, and I don't have reason to disbelieve them yet. What kind of harm? Don't know, Miller said. I know she was on station, I know she slipped out for Tycho, and after that, I've got nothing. Her family want her back on their station? The man knew who her family was. Miller filed the information away without missing a beat. I don't think so, Miller said. The last message she got from them routed through Luna. Down the well. The way he said it made it sound like a disease. I'm looking for anyone who knows who she was shipping with, if she's on a run, where she was going, and when she was planning to get there, if she's in range of a tight beam. I don't know any of that, the man said. You know anyone I should ask? There was a pause. Maybe. I'll find what I can for you. Anything else you can tell me about her? She started at the studio 5 years ago. She was angry when she first came, undisciplined. She got better, Miller said. Brown belt, right? The man's eyebrows rose. I'm a cop, Miller said. I find things out. She improved, her teacher said. She'd been attacked, just after she came to the belt. She was seeing that it didn't happen twice. Attacked, Miller said, parsing the man's tone of voice. Raped? I didn't ask. She trained hard, even when she was off station. You can tell when people let it slide. They come back weaker. She never did. Tough girl, Miller said. Good for her. Did she have friends? People she sparred with? A few. No lovers that I know of, since that's the next question. That's strange, girl like that. Like what, Detective? Pretty girl, Miller said. Competent, smart, dedicated. Who wouldn't want to be with someone like that? Perhaps she hadn't met the right person. Something in the way he said it hinted at amusement. Miller shrugged, uncomfortable in his skin. "What kind of work did she do?" he asked. "Light freighter. I don't know of any particular cargo. I had the impression that she shipped wherever there was a need." "Not a regular route, then?" "That was my impression." "Whose ships did she work? One particular freighter or whatever came to hand? A particular company?" "I'll find what I can for you," the man said. "Courier for the OPA?" "I'll find out," the man said, "what I can." The news that afternoon was all about Phoebe. The science station there, the one that Belters weren't allowed even to dock at, had been hit. The official report stated that half the inhabitants of the base were dead, the other half missing. No one had claimed responsibility yet, but the common wisdom was that some Belter group, maybe the OPA, maybe someone else, had finally managed an act of vandalism with a body count. Miller sat in his hole, watching the broadcast feed and drinking. It was all going to hell. The pirate casts from the OPA calling for war. The burgeoning guerrilla actions. All of it. The time was coming that Mars wasn't going to ignore them anymore. And when Mars took action, it wouldn't matter if Earth followed suit. It would be the first real war in the belt. The catastrophe was coming, and neither side seemed to understand how vulnerable they were. And there was nothing, not one single goddamn thing that he could do to stop it. He couldn't even slow it down. Julie Mao grinned at him from the still frame, her pinnace behind her. Attacked, the man had said. There was nothing about it in her record. Might have been a mugging. Might have been something worse. Miller had known a lot of victims, and he put them into 3 categories. First, there were the ones who pretended nothing had happened, or that whatever it was didn't really matter. That was well over half the people he talked to. Then there were the professionals, people who took their victimization as permission to act out any way they saw fit. That ate most of the rest. Maybe 5%, maybe less, were the ones who sucked it up, learned the lesson, and moved on. The Julies. The good ones. His door chimed 3 hours after his official shift was over. Miller stood up, less steady on his feet than he'd expected. He counted the bottles on the table. There were more than he'd thought. He hesitated for a moment, torn between answering the door and throwing the bottles into the recycler. The door chimed again. He went to open it. If it was someone from the station, they expected him to be drunk anyway. No reason to disappoint. The face was familiar. Acne-pocked, controlled. The OPA armband from the bar. The one who'd had Mateo Judd killed. The cop. "Evening," Miller said. "Detective Miller," the pocked man said. "I think we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I was hoping we could try again." "Right. May I come in?" "I try not to take strange men home," Miller said. "I don't even know your name." "Anderson Dawes," the pocked man said. "I'm the series liaison for the Outer Planets Alliance. I think we can help each other. May I come in?" Miller stood back, and the pocked man, Dawes, stepped inside. Dawes took in the whole for the space of 2 slow breaths, then sat as if the bottles and the stink of old beer were nothing to comment on. Silently cursing himself and willing a sobriety he didn't feel, Miller sat across from him. "I need a favor from you," Dawes said. "I'm willing to pay for it. Not money, of course. Information." "What do you want?" Miller asked. "Stop looking for Juliet Mao." "No sale." "I'm trying to keep the peace, Detective," Dawes said. "You should hear me out." Miller leaned forward, elbows on the table. Mr. Serene Jiu-Jitsu instructor was working for the OPA? The timing of Dawes' visit seemed to be saying so. Miller filed that possibility away, but said nothing. Mao worked for us, Dawes said. But you'd guessed that. More or less. You know where she is? We don't. We are looking for her. And we need to be the ones to find her. Not you. Miller shook his head. There was a response, the right thing to say. It was rattling in the back of his head, and if he just didn't feel quite so fuzzy. You're one of them, Detective. You may have lived your whole life out here, but your salary is paid by an interplanet corporation. No, wait, I don't blame you. I understand how it is. They were hiring and you needed the work. But we're walking on a bubble right now. The Canterbury, the fringe elements in the belt calling for war. Phoebe Station. Yes, they'll blame us for that too. Add a Luna Corporation's prodigal daughter. You think something's happened to her? She was on the scopuli, Dawes said. And when Miller didn't immediately respond, he added, the freighter that Mars used as bait when they killed the Canterbury. Miller thought about that for a long moment, then whistled low. We don't know what happened, Dawes said. Until we do, I can't have you stirring up the water. It's muddy enough now. And what information are you offering? Miller asked. That's the trade, right? I'll tell you what we find. After we find her, Dawes said. Miller chuckled, and the OPA man went on. It's a generous offer, considering who you are. Employee of Earth, partner of an Earther. Some people will think that was enough to make you the enemy, too. But not you, Miller said. I think we've got the same basic goals, you and I. Stability, safety. Strange times make for strange alliances. 2 questions. Dawes spread his arms, welcoming them. Who took the riot gear? Miller asked. Riot gear? Before the Canterbury died, someone took our riot gear. Maybe they wanted to arm soldiers for crowd control, maybe they didn't want our crowds controlled. Who took it? Why? It wasn't us, Dawes said. That's not an answer. Try this one. What happened to the Golden Bough Society? Dawes looked blank. Loca Grega? Miller asked. Sohiro? Dawes opened his mouth, closed it. Miller dropped his beer bottle into the recycler. Nothing personal, friend, he said. But your investigative techniques aren't impressing me. What makes you think you can find her? It's not a fair test, Dawes said. Give me a few days. I'll get answers for you. Talk to me then. I'll try not to start an all-out war while you do, but I'm not letting go of Julie. You can go now. Dawes rose. He looked sour. You're making a mistake, he said. Won't be my first. After the man left, Miller sat at his table. He'd been stupid. Worse, he'd been self-indulgent. Drinking himself into a stupor instead of doing the work, instead of finding Julie. But he knew more now. The scopuli, the Canterbury. More lines between the dots. He cleaned away his bottles, took a shower, and pulled up his terminal, searching what there was about Julie's ship. After an hour, a new thought occurred to him, a small fear that grew the more he looked at it. Near midnight, he put a call through to Havelock's Hole. His partner took 2 full minutes to answer. When he did, his image was wild-haired and bleary-eyed. Miller? Havelock. You have any vacation time saved up? A little. Sick leave? Sure, Havelock said. Take it, Miller said. Take it now. Get off station. Someplace safe if you can find it. Someplace they're not going to start killing Earthers for shits and giggles if things go pear-shaped. I don't understand. What are you talking about? I had a little visit with an OPA agent tonight. He was trying to talk me into dropping my kidnap job. I think he's nervous. I think he's scared. Havelock was silent for a moment, while the words filtered into his sleep-drunk mind. "Jesus," he said. "What scares the OPA?" Chapter 13. Holden. Holden froze, watching the blood pump from Shed's neck, then whip away like smoke into an exhaust fan. The sounds of combat began to fade as the air was sucked out of the room. His ears throbbed and then hurt like someone had put ice picks in them. As he fought with his couch restraints, he glanced over at Alex. The pilot was yelling something, but it didn't carry through the thin air. Naomi and Amos had gotten out of their couches already, kicked off, and were flying across the room to the two holes. Amos had a plastic dinner tray in one hand, Naomi a white three-ring binder. Holden stared at them for the half-second it took to understand what they were doing. The world narrowed, his peripheral vision all stars and darkness. By the time he'd gotten free, Amos and Naomi had already covered the holes with their makeshift patches. The room was filled with a high-pitched whistle as the air tried to force its way out through the imperfect seals. Holden's sight began to return as the air pressure started to rise. He was panting hard, gasping for breath. Someone slowly turned the room's volume knob back up, and Naomi's yells for help became audible. "Jim, open the emergency locker," she screamed. She was pointing at a small red and yellow panel on the bulkhead near his crash couch. Years of shipboard training made a path through the anoxia and depressurization, and he yanked the tab on the locker's seal and pulled the door open. Inside were a white first aid kit marked with the ancient Red Cross symbol, half a dozen oxygen masks, and a sealed bag of hardened plastic discs attached to a glue gun. The emergency seal kit. He snatched it. "Just the gun," Naomi yelled at him. He wasn't sure if her voice sounded distant because of the thin air or because the pressure drop had blown his eardrums. Holden yanked the gun free from the bag of patches and threw it at her. She ran a bead of instant sealing glue around the edge of her three-ring binder. She tossed the gun to Amos, who caught it with an effortless backhand motion and put a seal around his dinner tray. The whistling stopped, replaced by the hiss of the atmosphere system as it labored to bring the pressure back up to normal. 15 seconds. Everyone looked at Shed. Without the vacuum, his blood was pouring out into a floating red sphere just above his neck, like a hideous cartoon replacement for his head. "Jesus Christ, boss," Amos said, looking away from Shed to Naomi. He snapped his teeth closed with an audible click and shook his head. "What?" "Gas round," Alex said. "Those ships have railguns." "Belt ships with railguns?" Amos said. "Did they get a fucking navy and no one told me?" "Jim, the hallway outside and the cabin on the other side are both in vacuum," Naomi said. "The ship's compromised." Holden started to respond, then caught a good look at the binder Naomi had glued over the breech. The white cover was stamped with black letters that read, MCRN Emergency Procedures. He had to suppress a laugh that would almost certainly go manic on him. "Jim," Naomi said, her voice worried. "I'm okay, Naomi," Holden replied, then took a deep breath. "How long do those patches hold?" Naomi shrugged with her hands, then started pulling her hair behind her head and tying it up with a red elastic band. "Longer than the air will last. If everything around us is in vacuum, that means the cabin's running on emergency bottles. No recycling. I don't know how much each room has, but it won't be more than a couple hours." "Kinda makes you wish we'd worn our fucking suits, don't it?" Amos asked. "Wouldn't have mattered," Alex said. "We'd come over here in our enviro suits, they'd just have taken them away." "Could have tried," Amos said. "Well, if you'd like to go back in time and do it over, be my guest, partner." Naomi sharply said, "Hey," but then nothing more. No one was talking about Shed. They were working hard not to look at the body. Holden cleared his throat to get everyone's attention, then floated to Shed's couch, drawing their eyes with him. He paused a moment, letting everyone get a good look at the decapitated body, then pulled a blanket from the storage drawer beneath the couch and strapped it down over Shed's body with the couch's restraints. Shed's been killed. We're in deep peril. Arguing won't extend our lives 1 second, Holden said, looking at each member of his crew in turn. What will? No one spoke. Holden turned to Naomi first. Naomi, what will keep us alive longer that we can do right now? He asked. I'll see if I can find the emergency air. The room's built for 6, and there are 4 of us. I might be able to turn the flow down and stretch it longer. Good, thank you. Alex? If there's anyone other than us, they'll be looking for survivors. I'll start pounding on the bulkhead. They won't hear it in the vacuum, but if there's cabins with air, the sound will travel down the metal. Good plan. I refuse to believe we're the only ones left on this ship, Holden said, then turned to Amos. Amos? Let me check on that comm panel. Might be able to get the bridge or damage control or something, Amos replied. Thanks. I'd love to let someone know we're still here, Holden said. People moved off to work while Holden floated in the air next to Shed. Naomi began yanking access panels off the bulkheads. Alex, hands pressed against a couch for leverage, lay on the deck and began to kick the bulkhead with his boots. The room vibrated slightly with each booming kick. Amos pulled a multi-tool out of his pocket and began taking the comm panel apart. When Holden was sure everyone was busy, he put one hand on Shed's shoulder, just below the blanket's spreading red stain. I'm sorry, he whispered to the body. His eyes burned, and he pressed them into the back of his thumbs. The comm unit was hanging out of the bulkhead on wires when it buzzed once, loudly. Amos yelped and pushed off hard enough to fly across the room. Holden caught him, wrenching his shoulder by trying to arrest the momentum of 120 kilos of earther mechanic. The comm buzzed again. Holden let Amos go and floated to it. A yellow LED glowed next to the unit's white button. Holden pressed the button. The comm crackled to life with Lieutenant Kelly's voice. Move away from the hatch, we're coming in, he said. Grab something, Holden yelled to the crew, then grabbed a couch restraint and wrapped it around his hand and forearm. When the hatch opened, Holden expected all the air to rush out. Instead, there was a loud crack, and the pressure dropped slightly for a second. Outside in the corridor, thick sheets of plastic had been sealed to the walls, creating an ad hoc airlock. The walls of the new chamber bowed out dangerously with the air pressure, but they held. Inside the newly created lock, Lieutenant Kelly and 3 of his Marines wore heavy vacuum-rated armor and carried enough weaponry to fight several minor wars. The Marines moved quickly into the room, weapons ready, and then sealed the hatch behind them. One of them tossed a large bag at Holden. 5 vac suits, get them on, Kelly said. His eyes moved to the bloody blanket covering Shed, then to the 2 improvised patches. Casualty? Our medic, Shed Garvey, Holden replied. Yeah, what the fuck? Amos said loudly. Who's out there shooting the shit out of your fancy boat? Naomi and Alex said nothing, but started pulling the suits from the bag and handing them out. I don't know, Kelly said, but we're leaving right now. I've been ordered to get you off this ship in an escape craft. We've got less than 10 minutes to make it to the hangar bay, take possession of a ship, and get out of this combat area. Dress fast. Holden put on his suit, the implications of their evacuation racing through his mind. Lieutenant, is the ship coming apart? He asked. Not yet, but we're being boarded. Then why are we leaving? We're losing. Kelly didn't tap his foot while waiting for them to seal into their suits. Holden guessed this was only because the Marines had their magnetic boots turned on. As soon as everyone had given the thumbs up, Kelly did a quick radio check on each suit, then headed back into the corridor. With 8 people in it, 4 of them in powered armor, the mini-airlock was tight. Kelly pulled a heavy knife from a sheath on his chest and slashed the plastic barrier open in one quick movement. The hatch behind them slammed shut, and the air in the corridor vanished in a soundless ripple of plastic flaps. Kelly charged into the corridor with the crew scrambling to keep up. "We are moving with all speed to the keel elevator banks," Kelly said through the radio link. "They're locked down because of the boarding alarm, but I can get the doors open on one and we'll float down the shaft to the hangar bay. Everything is on the double. If you see boarders, do not stop. Keep moving at all times. We'll handle the hostiles. Roger that?" "Roger, Lieutenant," Holden gasped out. "Why board you?" "The Command Information Center," Alex said. "It's the Holy Grail. Codes, deployments, computer cores, the works. Taking a flagship CIC is a strategist's wet dream." "Cut the chatter," Kelly said. Holden ignored him. "That means they'll blow the core rather than let that happen, right?" "Yep," Alex replied. "Standard ops for boarders. Marines hold the bridge, CIC, and engineering. If any of the three is breached, the other two flip the switch. The ship turns into a star for a few seconds." "Standard ops," Kelly growled. "Those are my friends." "Sorry, LT," Alex replied. "I served on the Bandon. Don't mean to make light." They turned a corner and the elevator bank came into view. All 8 elevators were closed and sealed. The heavy pressure doors had slammed shut when the ship was holed. "Gomez, run the bypass," Kelly said. "Mole, Dookie, watch those corridors." 2 of the Marines spread out, watching the hallways through their gun sights. The third moved to one of the elevator doors and started doing something complicated to the controls. Holden motioned his crew to the wall, out of the firing lines. The deck vibrated slightly from time to time beneath his feet. The enemy ships wouldn't still be firing, not with their boarders inside. It must be small arms fire and light explosives. But as they stood there in the perfect quiet of vacuum, everything that was happening took on a distant and surreal feeling. Holden recognized that his mind wasn't working the way it should be. Trauma reaction. The destruction of the Canterbury, the deaths of Ade and McDowell, and now someone had killed Shed in his bunk. It was too much. He couldn't process it. He felt the scene around him grow more and more distant. Holden looked behind him at Naomi, Alex, and Amos, his crew. They stared back, faces ashen and ghostly in the green light of their suit displays. Gomez pumped his fist in triumph as the outer pressure door slid open, revealing the elevator doors. Kelly gestured to his men. The one called Mole turned around and started to walk to the elevator, when his face disintegrated in a spray of pebble-shaped bits of armored glass and blood. His armored torso and the corridor bulkhead beside him bloomed in 100 small detonations and puffs of smoke. His body jerked and swayed, attached to the floor by magnetic boots. Holden's sense of unreality washed away in adrenaline. The fire spraying across the wall and Mole's body was high-explosive rounds from a rapid-fire weapon. The comm channel filled with yelling from the Marines and Holden's own crew. To Holden's left, Gomez yanked the elevator doors open using the augmented strength of his powered armor, exposing the empty shaft behind them. "Inside!" Kelly shouted. "Everybody inside!" Holden held back, pushing Naomi in and then Alex. The last Marine, the one Kelly had called Dookie, fired his rifle on full auto at some target around the corner from Holden. When the weapon ran dry, the Marine dropped to one knee and ejected the clip in the same motion. Almost faster than Holden could follow, he pulled a new magazine from his harness and slapped it into his weapon. He was firing again less than 2 seconds after he'd run out. Naomi yelled at Holden to get into the elevator shaft, and then a vice-like hand grabbed his shoulder, yanked him off his magnetic grip on the floor, and hurled him through the open elevator doors. "Get killed when I'm not babysitting," Lieutenant Kelly barked. They shoved off the walls of the elevator shaft and flew down the long tunnel toward the aft of the ship. Holden kept looking back at the open door, receding into the distance behind them. "Dookie isn't following us," he said. He's covering our exit, Kelly replied. So we better get away, Gomez added. Make it mean something. Kelly, at the head of the group, grabbed at a rung on the wall of the shaft and came to a jerking stop. Everyone else followed suit. Here's our exit. Gomez, go check it out, Kelly said. Holden, here's the plan. We'll be taking one of the corvettes from the hangar bay. That made sense to Holden. The corvette class was a light frigate. A fleet escort vessel, it was the smallest naval ship equipped with an Epstein drive. It would be fast enough to travel anywhere in the system and outrun most threats. Its secondary role was as a torpedo bomber, so it would also have teeth. Holden nodded inside his helmet at Kelly, then gestured for him to continue. Kelly waited until Gomez had finished opening the elevator doors and gone into the hangar bay. Okay, I've got the key card and activation code to get us inside and the ship fired up. I'll be heading straight for it, so all of you stick right on my ass. Make sure your boot mags are off. We're going to push off the wall and fly to it, so aim straight or you miss your ride. Everyone with me? Affirmative replies all around. Outstanding. Gomez, what's it look like out there? Trouble, LT. Half a dozen boarders looking over the ships in the hangar. Powered armor, zero-G maneuvering packs, and heavy weapons. Loaded for bear, Gomez whispered back. People always whispered when they were hiding. Wrapped in a spacesuit and surrounded by vacuum, Gomez could have been lighting fireworks inside his armor and no one would have heard it. But he whispered. We run for the ship and shoot our way through, Kelly said. Gomez, I'm bringing the civvies in 10 seconds. You're covering fire. Shoot and displace. Try and make them think you're a small platoon. You calling me small, sir? Gomez said. 6 dead assholes coming up. Holden, Amos, Alex, and Naomi followed Kelly out of the elevator shaft and into the hangar bay, and stopped behind a stack of military green crates. Holden peeked over them, spotting the boarders immediately. They were in 2 groups of 3 near the Knight, one group walking on top of it and the other on the deck below it. Their armor was flat black. Holden hadn't seen the design before. Kelly pointed at them and looked at Holden. Holden nodded back. Kelly pointed across the hangar at a squat black frigate about 25 meters away, halfway between them and the Knight. He held up his left hand and began counting down from 5 on his fingers. At 2, the room strobed like a disco. Gomez opening fire from a position 10 meters from their own. The first barrage hit 2 of the boarders on top of the Knight and hurled them spinning off. A heartbeat later, a second burst was fired 5 meters from where Holden had seen the first. He would have sworn it was 2 different men. Kelly folded up the last finger on his hand, planted his feet on the wall, and pushed off toward their corvette. Holden waited for Alex, Amos, and Naomi, then shoved off last. By the time he was in motion, Gomez was firing from a new location. One of the boarders on the deck pointed a large weapon toward the muzzle flash from Gomez's gun. Gomez, and the crate he'd been taking cover behind, disappeared in fire and shrapnel. They were halfway to the ship, and Holden was starting to think they might make it, when a line of smoke crossed the room and intersected with Kelly, and the lieutenant disappeared in a flash of light. Chapter 14. Miller. The Xinglung died stupid. Afterward, everyone knew she was one of thousands of small-time rock-hopping prospector ships. The belt was lousy with them. 5 or 6 family operations that had scraped together enough for a down payment and set up operations. When it happened, they'd been 3 payments behind, and their bank, Consolidated Holdings and Investments, had put a lien on the ship, which, common wisdom had it, was why they had disabled her transponder. Just honest folks with a rust bucket to call their own, trying to keep flying. If you were going to make a poster of the Belter's dream, it would have been the Xinglung. The Scipio Africanus, a patrol destroyer, was due to head back down toward Mars at the end of its 2-year tour of the belt. They both headed for a captured cometary body a few 100,000 kilometers from Chiron to top off their water. When the prospecting ship first came in range, the Scipio saw a fast-moving ship running dark and headed more or less in their direction. The official Martian press releases all said that the Scipio had tried repeatedly to hail her. The OPA pirate casts all said it was crap, and that no listening station in the belt had heard anything like that. Everyone agreed that the Scipio had opened its point defense cannons and turned the prospecting ship into glowing slag. The reaction had been as predictable as elementary physics. The Martians were diverting another couple dozen ships to help maintain order. The OPA's shriller talking heads called for open war, and fewer of the independent sites and casts were disagreeing with them. The great, implacable clockwork of war ticked one step closer to open fighting. And someone on Ceres had put a Martian-born citizen named Enrique dos Santos through 8 or 9 hours of torture and nailed the remains to a wall near Sector 11's water reclamation works. They identified him by the terminal that had been left on the floor along with the man's wedding ring and a thin, faux leather wallet with his credit access data and 30,000 Europa script new yen. The dead Martian had been affixed to the wall with a single-charge prospector's spike. 5 hours afterward, the air recyclers were still laboring to get the acid smell out. The forensics team had taken their samples. They were about ready to cut the poor bastard down. It always surprised Miller how peaceful dead people looked. However god-awful the circumstances, the slack calm that came at the end looked like sleep. It made him wonder if when his turn came, he'd actually feel that last relaxation. "Surveillance cameras?" he said. "Been out for 3 days," his new partner said. "Kids busted 'em." Octavia Muss was originally from Crimes Against Persons, back before Star Helix split violence up into smaller specialties. From there, she'd been on the rape squad. Then a couple of months of Crimes Against Children. If the woman still had a soul, it had been pressed thin enough to see through. Her eyes never registered anything more than mild surprise. "We know which kids?" "Some punks from upstairs," she said. "Booked, fined, released into the wild." "We should round 'em back up," Miller said. "It'd be interesting to know whether someone paid them to take out these particular cameras." "I'd bet against it." "Then whoever did this had to know that these cameras were busted." "Someone in maintenance? Or a cop?" Muss smacked her lips and shrugged. She'd come from 3 generations in the belt. She had family on ships like the one the Scipio had killed. The skin and bone and gristle hanging in front of them were no surprise to her. You dropped a hammer under thrust, and it fell to the deck. Your government slaughtered 6 families of ethnic Chinese prospectors. Someone pinned you to the living rock of Ceres with a 3-foot titanium alloy spike. Same. "There's going to be consequences," Miller said, meaning, "This isn't a corpse, it's a billboard. It's a call to war." "There ain't," Muss said. "The war is here anyway, banner or no," she thought. "Yeah," Miller said, "you're right. There ain't." "You want to do next of kin? I'll go take a look at outlying video. They didn't burn his fingers off here in the corridor, so they had to haul him in from somewhere." "Yeah," Miller said. "I've got a sympathy form letter I can fire off. Wife?" "Dunno," she said. "Haven't looked." Back at the station house, Miller sat alone at his desk. Muss already had her own desk, 2 cubicles over and customized the way she liked it. Havelock's desk was empty and cleaned twice over, as if the custodial services had wanted the smell of earth off their good belter chair. Miller pulled up the dead man's file, found the next of kin, Junyi dos Santos, working on Ganymede. Married 6 years. No kids. Well, there was something to be glad of, at least. If you were going to die, at least you shouldn't leave a mark. He navigated to the form letter. dropped in the new widow's name and contact address. Dear Mrs. Dos Santos, I'm very sorry to have to tell you, blah, 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 your, he spun through the menu, husband was a valued and respected member of the series community, and I assure you that everything possible will be done to see that Miller toggled that, his killer or killers will be brought to answer for this. Yours. It was inhuman. It was impersonal and cold and as empty as vacuum. The hunk of flesh on that corridor wall had been a real man with passions and fears, just like anyone else. Miller wanted to wonder what it said about him that he could ignore the fact so easily. But the truth was, he knew. He sent the message, and tried not to dwell on the pain it was about to cause. The board was thick. The incident count was twice what it should have been. This is what it looks like, he thought. No riots, no hole-by-hole military action or Marines in the corridors. Just a lot of unsolved homicides. Then he corrected himself. This is what it looks like so far. It didn't make his next task any easier. Shadid was in her office. "What can I do for you?" she asked. "I need to make some requisitions for interrogation transcripts," he said. "But it's a little irregular. I was thinking it might be better if it came through you." Shadid sat back in her chair. "I'll look at it," she said. "What are we trying to get?" Miller nodded, as if by signaling yes himself he could get her to say the same. "Jim Holden, the earther from the Canterbury. Mars should be picking his people up around now, and I need to petition for the debriefing transcripts." "You have a case that goes back to the Canterbury?" "Yeah," he said. "Seems like I do." "Tell me," she said. "Tell me now." "It's the side job, Julie Mao. I've been looking into it. I saw your report." "So you know she's associated with the OPA. From what I found, it looks like she was on a freighter that was doing courier runs for them." "You have proof of that?" "I have an OPA guy that said as much." "On the record?" "No," Miller said. "It was informal." "And it tied into the Martian Navy killing the Canterbury how?" "She was on the Scopuli," Miller said. "It was used as bait to stop the Canterbury. The thing is, you look at the broadcasts Holden makes, he talks about finding it with a Mars Navy beacon and no crew. And you think there's something in there that'll help you?" "Won't know until I see it," Miller said. "But if Julie wasn't on that freighter, then someone had to take her off." Shadid's smile didn't reach her eyes. "And you would like to ask the Martian Navy to please hand over whatever they got from Holden?" "If he saw something on that boat, something that'll give us an idea what happened to Julie and the other—" "You aren't thinking this through," Shadid said. "The Mars Navy killed the Canterbury. They did it to provoke a reaction from the belt so they'd have an excuse to roll in and take us over. The only reason they're debriefing the survivors is so that no one could get to the poor bastards first. Holden and his crew are either dead or getting their minds cored out by Martian interrogation specialists right now. We can't be sure, and even if I could get a full record of what they said as each toenail got ripped off, it would do you exactly no good, Miller. The Martian Navy isn't going to ask about the Scopuli. They know good and well what happened to the crew. They planted the Scopuli." "Is that Star Helix's official stand?" Miller asked. The words were barely out of his mouth before he saw they'd been a mistake. Shadid's face closed down like a light going out. Now that he'd said it, he saw the implied threat he'd just made. "I'm just pointing out the source reliability issue," Shadid said. "You don't go to the suspect and ask where they think you should look next. And the Juliet Mao retrieval isn't your first priority." "I'm not saying it is," Miller said, chagrined to hear the defensiveness in his voice. "We have a board out there that's full and getting fuller. Our first priorities are safety and continuity of services. If what you're doing isn't directly related to that, there are better things for you to be doing. This war isn't our job, Shadid said. Our job is Ceres. Get me a final report on Juliet Mao. I'll send it through channels. We've done what we could. I don't think I do, Shadid said. We've done what we could. Now stop being a pussy, get your ass out there, and catch bad guys, detective. Yes, Captain, Miller said. Mus was sitting at Miller's desk when he got back to it, a cup in her hand that was either strong tea or weak coffee. She nodded toward his desktop monitor. On it, 3 belters, 2 men and 1 woman, were coming out of a warehouse door, an orange plastic shipping container carried between them. Miller raised his eyebrows. Employed by an independent gas hauling company. Nitrogen, oxygen, basic atmospherics, nothing exotic. Looks like they had the poor bastard in one of the company warehouses. I've sent forensics over to see if we can get any blood splatters for confirmation. Good work, Miller said. Mus shrugged. Adequate work, she seemed to say. Where are the perps? Miller asked. Shipped out yesterday, she said. Flight plan logs them as headed for Io. Io? Earth-Mars Coalition Central, Mus said. Want to put any money on whether they actually show up there? Sure, Miller said. I'll lay you 50 that they don't. Mus actually laughed. I've put them on the alert system, she said. Any place they land, the locals will have a heads up and a tracking number for the Dos Santos thing. So case closed, Miller said. Chalk another one up for the good guys, Mus agreed. The rest of the day was hectic. 3 assaults, 2 of them overtly political and 1 domestic. Mus and Miller cleared all 3 from the board before the end of shift. There would be more by tomorrow. After he clocked out, Miller stopped at a food cart near one of the tube stations for a bowl of vat rice and textured protein that approximated teriyaki chicken. All around him on the tube, normal citizens of Ceres read their news feeds and listened to music. A young couple half a car up from him leaned close to each other, murmuring and giggling. They might have been 16, 17. He saw the boy's wrist snake up under the girl's shirt. She didn't protest. An old woman directly across from Miller slept, her head lolling against the wall of the car, her snores almost delicate. These people were what it was all about, Miller told himself. Normal people living small lives in a bubble of rock surrounded by hard vacuum. If they let the station turn into a riot zone, let order fail, all these lives would get turned into kibble like a kitten in a meat grinder. Making sure it didn't happen was for people like him, Mus, even Shadid. So, a small voice said in the back of his mind, why isn't it your job to stop Mars from dropping a nuke and cracking Ceres like an egg? What's the bigger threat to that guy standing over there? A few unlicensed whores, or a belt at war with Mars? What was the harm that could come from knowing what happened to the scopuli? But of course, he knew the answer to that. He couldn't judge how dangerous the truth was until he knew it, which was itself a fine reason to keep going. The OPA man, Anderson Dawes, was sitting on a cloth folding chair outside Miller's hole reading a book. It was a real book, onion skin pages bound in what might have been actual leather. Miller had seen pictures of them before. The idea of that much weight for a single megabyte of data struck him as decadent. Detective. Mr. Dawes? I was hoping we could talk. Miller was glad, as they went inside together, that he'd cleaned up a little. All the beer bottles had gone to the recycler. The tables and cabinets were dusted. The cushions on the chairs had all been mended or replaced. As Dawes took his seat, Miller realized he'd done the housework in anticipation of this meeting. He hadn't realized it until now. Dawes put his book on the table, dug in his jacket pocket, and slid a thin, black film drive across the table. Miller picked it up. "What am I going to see on this?" he asked. "Nothing you can't confirm in the records," Dawes answered. "Anything fabricated?" "Yes," Dawes said. His grin did nothing to improve his appearance. "But not by us. You asked about the police riot gear. It was signed for by a Sergeant Pauline Trikolowski for transfer to Special Services Unit 23. Special Services 23? Yes, Dawes said. It doesn't exist. Nor does Trikolowski. The equipment was all boxed up, signed for, and delivered to a dock. The freighter in the berth at the time was registered to a Corporação do Gato Preto. Black Cat? You know them? Import-export, same as everyone else, Miller said with a shrug. We investigated them as a possible front for the Loca Grega. Never tied them down, though. You were right. You prove it? Not my job, Dawes said. But this might interest you. Automated docking logs for the ship when she left here and when she arrived at Ganymede. She's 3 tons lighter, not even counting reaction mass consumption. And the transit time is longer than the orbital mechanics projections. Someone met her, Miller said. Transferred the gear to another ship. There's your answer, Dawes said. Both of them. The riot gear was taken off the station by local organized crime. There aren't records to support it, but I think it's safe to assume that they also shipped out the personnel to use that gear. Where to? Dawes lifted his hands. Miller nodded. They were off station. Case closed. Another one for the good guys. Damn. I've kept my part of the bargain, Dawes said. You asked for information. I've gotten it. Now, are you going to keep your end? Drop the Mao investigation, Miller said. It wasn't a question, and Dawes didn't act as if it were. Miller leaned back in his chair. Juliet Andromeda Mao. Inner System heiress turned OPA courier. Pinnace racer. Brown belt, aiming for black. Sure, what the hell, he said. It's not like I would have shipped her back home if I'd found her. No? Miller shifted his hands in a gesture that meant, of course not. She's a good kid, Miller said. How would you feel if you were all grown up and Mommy could still pull you back home by your ear? It was a bullshit job from the start. Dawes smiled again. This time it actually did help a little. I'm glad to hear you say that, Detective. And I won't forget the rest of our agreement. When we find her, I will tell you. You've got my word on it. I appreciate that, Miller said. There was a moment of silence. Miller couldn't decide if it was companionable or awkward. Maybe there was room for both. Dawes rose, put out his hand. Miller shook it. Dawes left. 2 cops, working for different sides. Maybe they had something in common. Didn't mean Miller was uncomfortable lying to the man. He opened his terminal's encryption program, routed it to his communication suite, and started talking into the camera. We haven't met, sir, but I hope you'll find a few minutes to help me out. I'm Detective Miller with Star Helix Security. I'm on the Ceres security contract, and I've been tasked with finding your daughter. I've got a couple questions. Chapter 15. Holden. Holden grabbed for Naomi. He struggled to orient himself as the two of them spun across the bay, with nothing to push off of, and nothing to arrest their flight. They were in the middle of the room, with no cover. The blast had hurled Kelly 5 meters through the air and into the side of a packing crate, where he was floating now, one magnetic boot connected to the side of the container, the other struggling to connect with the deck. Amos had been blown down and lay flat on the floor. His lower leg stuck out in an impossible angle. Alex crouched at his side. Holden craned his neck, looking toward the attackers. There was the boarder with the grenade launcher who had blasted Kelly, lining up on them for the killing shot. We're dead, Holden thought. Naomi made an obscene gesture. The man with the grenade launcher shuddered and dissolved in a spray of blood and small detonations. "Get to the ship!" Gomez screamed from the radio. His voice was grating and high, half shrieking pain and half battle ecstasy. Holden pulled the tether line off Naomi's suit. "What are you—" she began. "Trust me," he said. Then put his feet into her stomach and shoved off hard. He hit the deck while she spun toward the ceiling. He kicked on his boot mags and then yanked the tether to pull her down to him. The room strobed with sustained machine gun fire. Holden said, "Stay low," and ran as quickly as his magnetic boots would allow toward Alex and Amos. The mechanic moved his limbs feebly, so he was still alive. Holden realized he still had the end of Naomi's tether in his hand, so he clipped it onto a loop on his suit. No more getting separated. Holden lifted Amos off the deck, then checked the inertia. The mechanic grunted and muttered something obscene. Holden attached Amos's tether to his suit, too. He'd carry the whole crew, if that was what it took. Without saying a word, Alex clipped his tether to Holden and gave him a weary thumbs up. "That was, fuck," Alex said. "Yeah," Holden said. "Jim," Naomi said, "look." Holden followed her gaze. Kelly was staggering toward them. His armor was visibly crushed on the left side of his torso, and hydraulic fluid leaked from his suit into a trail of droplets floating behind him. But he was moving, toward the frigate. "Okay," Holden said. "Let's go." The five of them moved as a group to the ship, the air around them filled with pieces of packing crates blown apart by the ongoing battle. A wasp stung Holden's arm, and his suit's head-up display informed him that it had sealed a minor breach. He felt something warm trickle down his bicep. Gomez shouted like a madman over the radio as he dashed around the outer edge of the bay, firing wildly. The return fire was constant. Holden saw the Marine hit, again and again. Small explosions and ablative clouds coming off his suit until Holden could hardly believe that there could be anything inside it still living. But Gomez kept the enemy's attention, and Holden and the crew were able to limp up to the half cover of the corvette's airlock. Kelly pulled a small metal card from a pocket on his armor. A swipe of the card opened the outer door, and Holden pulled Amos's floating body inside. Naomi, Alex, and the wounded Marine came in after, staring at each other in shocked disbelief as the airlock cycled and the inner doors opened. "I can't believe we—" Alex said. Then his voice trailed off. "Talk about it later," Kelly barked. "Alex Kamal, you served on MCRN ships. Can you fly this thing?" "Sure, LT," Alex replied, then visibly straightened. "Why me?" "Our other pilot's outside getting killed." "Take this," Kelly said, handing him the metal card. "The rest of you get strapped in. We've lost a lot of time." Up close, the damage to Kelly's armor was even more apparent. He had to have severe injuries to his chest, and not all the liquid coming out of the suit was hydraulic fluid. There was definitely blood as well. "Let me help you," Holden said, reaching for him. "Don't touch me," Kelly said, with an anger that took Holden by surprise. "You get strapped in and you shut the fuck up, now." Holden didn't argue. He unhooked the tethers from his suit and helped Naomi maneuver Amos to the crash couches and strap him in. Kelly stayed on the deck above, but his voice came over the ship's comm. "Mr. Kamal, are we ready to fly?" he said. "Roger that, LT. The reactor was already hot when we got here. The Tachi was the ready standby. That's why we're taking her. Now go. As soon as we clear the hangar, full throttle." "Roger," Alex said. Gravity returned in tiny bursts at random directions as Alex lifted the ship off the deck and spun it toward the hangar door. Holden finished putting on his straps and checked to see that Naomi and Amos were squared away. The mechanic was moaning and holding on to the edge of the couch with a death grip. "You still with us, Amos?" Holden said. "Fan-fucking-tastic, Cap." "Oh, shit, I can see Gomez," Alex said over the comm. "He's down. Oh, you goddamn bastards. They're shooting him while he's down, son of a bitch." The ship stopped moving, and Alex said in a quiet voice, "Suck on this, asshole." The ship vibrated for half a second, then paused before continuing toward the dock. "Point defense cannons?" Holden asked. "Summary roadside justice," Alex grunted back. Holden was imagining what several hundred rounds of Teflon-coated tungsten steel going 5,000 meters per second would do to human bodies when Alex threw down the throttle and a room full of elephants swan-dived onto his chest. Holden woke in 0G. His eye sockets and testicles ached, so they'd been at high thrust for a while. The wall terminal next to him said it had been almost half an hour. Naomi was moving in her couch, but Amos was unconscious, and blood was coming out of a hole in his suit at an alarming rate. "Naomi, check Amos," Holden croaked, his throat aching with the effort. "Alex, report." "The Donnie went up behind us, Cap. Guess the Marines didn't hold. She's gone," Alex said in a subdued voice. "The 6 attacking ships?" "I haven't seen any sign of them since the explosion. I guess they're toast." Holden nodded to himself. Summary roadside justice indeed. Boarding a ship was one of the riskiest maneuvers in naval combat. It was basically a race between the boarders rushing to the engine room and the collective will of those who had their fingers on the self-destruct button. After even one look at Captain Yao, Holden could have told them who'd lose that race. Still, someone had thought it was worth the risk. Holden pulled his straps off and floated over to Amos. Naomi had opened an emergency kit and was cutting the mechanic's suit off with a pair of heavy scissors. The hole had been punched out by a jagged end of Amos's broken tibia when the suit had pushed against it at 12G. When she'd finished cutting the suit away, Naomi blanched at the mass of blood and gore that Amos's lower leg had turned into. "What do we do?" Holden asked. Naomi just stared at him, then barked out a harsh laugh. "I have no idea," she said. "But you—" Holden started. She talked right over him. "If he were made of metal, I'd just hammer him straight and then weld everything into place," she said. But he isn't made out of ship parts," she continued, her voice rising into a yell. "So why are you asking me what to do?" Holden held up his hands in a placating gesture. "Okay, got it. Let's just stop the bleeding for now, all right? If Alex gets killed, are you going to ask me to fly the ship too?" Holden started to answer and then stopped. She was right. Whenever he didn't know what to do, he handed off to Naomi. He'd been doing it for years. She was smart, capable, usually unflappable. She'd become a crutch, and she'd been through all the same trauma he had. If he didn't start paying attention, he'd break her, and he needed not to do that. "You're right. I'll take care of Amos," he said. "You go up and check on Kelly. I'll be there in a few minutes." Naomi stared at him until her breathing slowed, then said, "Okay," and headed to the crew ladder. Holden sprayed Amos's leg with coagulant booster and wrapped it in gauze from the first aid kit. Then he called up the ship's database on the wall terminal and did a search on compound fractures. He was reading it with growing dismay when Naomi called. "Kelly's dead," she said, her voice flat. Holden's stomach dropped, and he gave himself 3 breaths to get the panic out of his voice. "Okay. I'll need your help setting this bone. Come on back down. Alex, give me half a G of thrust while we work on Amos." "Any particular direction, Cap?" Alex asked. "I don't care. Just give me half a G and stay off the radio till I say so." Naomi dropped back down the ladder well as the gravity started to come up. "It looks like every rib on the left side of Kelly's body was broken," she said. "Thrust G probably punctured all his organs." "He had to know that was going to happen," Holden said. "Yeah." It was easy to make fun of the Marines when they weren't listening. In Holden's Navy days, making fun of jarheads was as natural as cussing. But 4 Marines had died getting him off the Doniger, and 3 of them had made a conscious decision to do so. Holden promised himself that he'd never make fun of them again. "We need to pull the bone straight before we set it. Hold him still and I'll pull on his foot. Let me know when the bone is retracted and lined up again." Naomi started to protest. "I know you're not a doctor, just best guess," Holden said. It was one of the most horrible things Holden had ever done. Amos woke up screaming during the procedure. He had to pull the leg out twice, because the first time the bones didn't line up, and when he let go, the jagged end of the tibia popped back out the hole in a spray of blood. Fortunately, Amos passed out after that, and they were able to make the second attempt without the screaming. It seemed to work. Holden sprayed the wound down with antiseptics and coagulants. He stapled the hole closed and slapped a growth-stimulating bandage over it, then finished up with a quick-form air cast and an antibiotic patch on the mechanic's thigh. Afterward, he collapsed onto the deck and gave in to the shakes. Naomi climbed into her couch and sobbed. It was the first time Holden had ever seen her cry. Holden, Alex, and Naomi floated in a loose triangle around the crash couch where Lieutenant Kelly's body lay. Below, Amos was in a heavily sedated sleep. The Tachi drifted through space toward no particular destination. For the first time in a long time, no one followed. Holden knew the other 2 were waiting for him, waiting to hear how he was going to save them. They looked at him expectantly. He tried to appear calm and thoughtful. Inside, he panicked. He had no idea where to go, no idea what to do. Ever since they'd found the scopuli, everywhere that should have been safe had turned into a death trap. The Canterbury, the Doniger. Holden was terrified of going anywhere for fear that it would be blown up moments later. "Do something," a mentor of a decade earlier said to his young officers. "It doesn't have to be right, it just has to be something." "Someone is going to investigate what happened to the Doniger," Holden said. "Martian ships are speeding to that spot as we speak. They'll already know the Tachi got away, because our transponder is blabbing our survival to the solar system at large." "No, it ain't," Alex said. "Explain that, Mr. Kamal." "This is a torpedo bomber. You think they want a nice transponder signal to lock onto when they're making runs on an enemy capital ship? No, there's a handy switch up in the cockpit that says transponder off. I flipped it before we flew out. We're just another moving object out of a million like us." Holden was silent for 2 long breaths. "Alex, that may be the single greatest thing anyone has ever done in the history of the universe," he said. "But we can't land, Jim," Naomi said. "1, no port is going to let a ship with no transponder signal anywhere near them, and 2, as soon as they make us out visually, the fact that we're a Martian warship will be hard to hide." "Yep, that's the downside," Alex agreed. "Fred Johnson," Holden said, "gave us the network address to get in touch with him. I'm thinking that the OPA might be the one group that would let us land our stolen Martian warship somewhere." "It ain't stolen," Alex said. "It's legitimate salvage now." "Yeah, you make that argument to the MCRN if they catch us. But let's try and make sure they don't." "So, we just wait here till Colonel Johnson gets back to us?" Alex asked. "No, I wait. You 2 prep Lieutenant Kelly for burial. Alex, you are MCRN, you know the traditions. Do it with full honors and record it in the log. He died to get us off that ship, and we're going to accord him every respect. As soon as we land anywhere, we'll bounce the full record to MCRN Command so they can do it officially." Alex nodded. "We'll do it right, sir." Fred Johnson replied to his message so fast that Holden wondered if he'd been sitting at his terminal waiting for it. Johnson's message consisted only of coordinates and the word tight beam. Holden aimed the laser array at the specified location. It was the same one Fred had beamed his first message from, then turned on his mic and said, "Fred?" The coordinates given were more than 11 light minutes away. Holden prepared to wait 22 minutes for his answer. Just to have something to do, he fed the location up to the cockpit and told Alex to fly in that direction at 1G as soon as they'd finished with Lieutenant Kelly. 20 minutes later, the thrust came up and Naomi climbed the ladder. She'd stripped off her vacuum suit and was wearing a red Martian jumpsuit that was half a foot too short for her and 3 times too big around. Her hair and face looked clean. "The ship has a head with a shower. Can we keep it?" she said. "How'd it go?" "We took care of him. There's a decent-sized cargo bay down by engineering. We put him there until we can find some way to send him home. I turned off the environment in there so he'll stay preserved." She held out her hand and dropped a small black cube into his lap. "That was in a pocket under his armor," she said. Holden held up the object. It looked like some sort of data storage device. "Can you find out what's on it?" he asked. "Sure, give me some time." "And Amos?" "Blood pressure's steady," Naomi said. "That's got to be a good thing." The comm console beeped at them, and Holden started the playback. "Jim, news of the Donagers just started hitting the net. I admit I'm extremely surprised to be hearing from you," said Fred's voice. "What can I do for you?" Holden paused a moment while he mentally prepared his response. Fred's suspicion was palpable, but he'd sent Holden a keyword to use for exactly that reason. "Fred, while our enemies have become ubiquitous, our list of friends has grown kind of short. In fact, you're pretty much it. I'm in a stolen—" Alex cleared his throat. "A salvaged MCRN gunboat," Holden went on. "I need a way to hide that fact. I need somewhere to go where they won't just shoot me down for showing up. Help me do that." It was half an hour before the reply came. "I've attached a data file on a sub-channel," Fred said. "It's got your new transponder code and directions on how to install it. The code will check out in all the registries. It's legitimate. It's also got coordinates that will get you to a safe harbor. I'll meet you there. We have a lot to talk about." "New transponder code?" Naomi said. "How does the OPA get new transponder codes?" "Hack the Earth-Mars Coalition security protocols or get a mole in the registry office," Holden said. "Either way, I think we're playing in the big league now." Chapter 16. Miller. Miller watched the feed from Mars along with the rest of the station. The podium was draped in black, which was a bad sign. The single star and 30 stripes of the Martian Congressional Republic hung in the background not once, but 8 times. That was worse. "This cannot happen without careful planning," the Martian president said. "The information they sought to steal would have compromised Martian fleet security in a profound and fundamental way. They failed, but at the price of 2,086 Martian lives. This aggression is something the Belt has been preparing for years at the least." The Belt, Miller noticed. Not the OPA. The Belt. "In the weeks since first news of that attack, we have seen 30 incursions into the security radius of Martian ships and bases, including Palace Station. If those refineries were to be lost, the economy of Mars could suffer irreversible damage. In the face of an armed, organized guerrilla force, we have no choice but to enforce a military cordon on the stations, bases, and ships of the Belt. Congress has delivered new orders to all naval elements not presently involved in active coalition duty, and it is our hope that our brothers and sisters of Earth will approve joint coalition maneuvers with the greatest possible speed. The new mandate of the Martian Navy is to secure the safety of all honest citizens, to dismantle the infrastructures of evil presently hiding in the belt, and bring to justice those responsible for these attacks. I am pleased to say that our initial actions have resulted in the destruction of 18 illegal warships and—" Miller turned off the feed. That was it then. The secret war was out of the closet. Papa Mao had been right to want Julie out, but it was too late. His darling daughter was going to have to take her chances, just like everyone else. At the very least, it was going to mean curfews and personnel tracking all through Ceres Station. Officially, the station was neutral. The OPA didn't own it or anything else, and Star Helix was an Earth corporation, not under contractual or treaty obligation to Mars. At best, Mars and the OPA would keep their fight outside the station. At worst, there would be more riots on Ceres, more death. No, that wasn't true. At worst, Mars or the OPA would make a statement by throwing a rock or a handful of nuclear warheads at the station, or by blowing a fusion drive on a docked ship. If things got out of hand, it would mean 6 or 7 million dead people, and the end of everything Miller had ever known. Odd that it should feel almost like relief. For weeks, Miller had known. Everyone had known. But it hadn't actually happened. So every conversation, every joke, every chance interaction and semi-anonymous nod and polite moment of light banter on the tube had seemed like an evasion. He couldn't fix the cancer of war, couldn't even slow down the spread, but at least he could admit it was happening. He stretched, ate his last bite of fungal curds, drank the dregs of something not entirely unlike coffee, and headed out to keep peace in wartime. Musk greeted him with a vague nod when he got to the station house. The board was filled with cases, crimes to be investigated, documented, and dismissed. Twice as many entries as the day before. "Bad night," Miller said. "Could be worse," Musk said. "Yeah?" "Star Helix could be a Mars corporation. As long as Earth stays neutral, we don't have to actually be the Gestapo." "And how long you figure that'll last?" "What time is it?" she asked. "Tell you what, though, when it does come down, I need to make a stop up toward the core. There was this one guy back when I was Rape Squad we could never quite nail." "Why wait?" Miller asked. "We could go up, put a bullet in him, be back by lunch." "Yeah, but you know how it is," she said. "Trying to stay professional. Anyway, if we did that, we'd have to investigate it, and there's no room on the board." Miller sat at his desk. It was just shop talk, the kind of over-the-top deadpan you did when your day was filled with underage whores and tainted drugs. And still there was a tension in the station. It was in the way people laughed, the way they held themselves. There were more holsters visible than usual, as if by showing their weapons they might be made safe. "You think it's the OPA?" Musk asked. Her voice was lower now. "That killed the Donager, you mean? Who else could? Plus which, they're taking credit for it." "Some of them are. From what I heard, there's more than one OPA these days. The old school guys don't know a goddamn thing about any of this, all shitting their pants and trying to track down the pirate casts that are claiming credit." "So they can do what?" Miller asked. "You can shut down every loudmouth caster in the belt, it won't change a thing. If there's a schism in the OPA, though—" Musk looked at the board. If there was a schism within the OPA, the board, as they saw it, was nothing. Miller had lived through 2 major gang wars. First, when the Loca Grega displaced and destroyed the Aryan Flyers, and then when the Golden Bough split. The OPA was bigger and meaner and more professional than any of them. That would be civil war in the belt. "Might not happen," Miller said. Shadid stepped out of her office, her gaze sweeping the station house. Conversations dimmed. Shadid caught Miller's eye. She made a sharp gesture. "Get in the office." "Busted," Musk said. In the office, Anderson Dawes sat at ease on one of the chairs. Miller felt his body twitch as that information fell into place. Mars and the Belt in open, armed conflict. The OPA's face on Ceres, sitting with the captain of the security force. So that's how it is, he thought. "You're working the Mao job," Shadid said as she took her seat. Miller hadn't been offered the option of sitting, so he clasped his hands behind him. "You assigned it to me," he said. "And I told you it wasn't a priority," she said. "I disagreed," Miller said. Dawes smiled. It was a surprisingly warm expression, especially compared to Shadid's. "Detective Miller," Dawes said, "you don't understand what's happening here. We're sitting on a pressure vessel, and you keep swinging a pickaxe at it. You need to stop that." "You're off the Mao case," Shadid said. "Do you understand that? I am officially removing you from that investigation as of right now. Any further investigation you do, I will have you disciplined for working outside your caseload and misappropriating Star Helix resources. You will return any material on the case to me. You will wipe any data you have in your personal partition, and you'll do it before the end of shift." Miller's brain spun, but he kept his face impassive. She was taking Julie away. He wasn't going to let her. That was a given. But it wasn't the first issue. "I have some inquiries in process," he began. "No, you don't," Shadid said. "Your little letter to the parents was a breach of policy. Any contact with the shareholders should have come through me." "You're telling me it didn't go out," Miller said, "meaning you've been monitoring me." "It did not?" Shadid said. "Yes, I have. What are you going to do about it?" And there wasn't anything he could do. "And the transcripts of the James Holden interrogation?" Miller said. "Did those get out before the Doniger was destroyed, taking with it the only living witness to the scopuli and plunging the system into war?" Miller knew the question sounded like a whine. Shadid's jaw tensed. He wouldn't have been surprised to hear teeth cracking. Dawes broke the silence. "I think we can make this a little easier," he said. "Detective, if I'm hearing you right, you think we're burying the issue. We aren't. But it's not in anyone's interests that Star Helix be the one to find the answers you're looking for. Think about it. You may be a Belter, but you're working for an Earth corporation. Right now, Earth is the only major power without an oar in the water. The only one who can possibly negotiate with all sides." "And so why wouldn't they want to know the truth?" Miller said. "That isn't the problem," Dawes said. "The problem is that Star Helix and Earth can't appear to be involved one way or the other. Their hands need to stay clean. And this issue leads outside your contract. Juliet Mao isn't on Ceres, and maybe there was a time you could have jumped a ship to wherever you found her and done the abduction, extradition, extraction, whatever you want to call it. But that time has passed. Star Helix is Ceres, part of Ganymede, and a few dozen warehouse asteroids. If you leave that, you're going into enemy territory." "But the OPA isn't," Miller said. "We have the resources to do this right," Dawes said with a nod. "Mao is one of ours. The scopuli was one of ours." "And the scopuli was the bait that killed the Canterbury," Miller said. "And the Canterbury was the bait that killed the Doniger. So why exactly would anyone be better off having you be the only ones looking into something you might have done?" "You think we nuked the Canterbury?" Dawes said. "The OPA with its state-of-the-art Martian warships? It got the Doniger out where it could be attacked. As long as it was with a fleet, it couldn't have been boarded." Dawes looked sour. "Conspiracy theories, Mr. Miller," he said. "If we had cloaked Martian warships, we wouldn't be losing." "You had enough to kill the Doniger with just 6 ships. "No, we didn't. Our version of blowing up the Doniger is a whole bunch of tramp prospectors loaded with nukes going on a suicide mission. We have many, many resources. What happened to the Doniger wasn't part of them. The silence was broken only by the hum of the air recycler. Miller crossed his arms. "But I don't understand," he said. "If the OPA didn't start this, who did?" "That is what Juliet Mao and the crew of the Scopuli can tell us," Shadid said. "Those are the stakes, Miller. Who and why, and please Christ, some idea of how to stop it." "And you don't want to find them?" Miller said. "I don't want you to," Dawes said. "Not when someone else can do it better." Miller shook his head. It was going too far, and he knew it. On the other hand, sometimes going too far could tell you something, too. "I'm not sold," he said. "You don't have to be sold," Shadid said. "This isn't a negotiation. We aren't bringing you in to ask you for a goddamn favor. I am your boss. I am telling you. Do you know those words? Telling you." "We have Holden," Dawes said. "What?" Miller said, at the same time Shadid said, "You're not supposed to talk about that." Dawes raised an arm toward Shadid in the belt's physical idiom of telling someone to be quiet. To Miller's surprise, she did as the OPA man said. "We have Holden. He and his crew didn't die, and they are, or are about to be, in OPA custody. Do you understand what I'm saying, Detective? Do you see my point? I can do this investigation because I have the resources to do it. You can't even find out what happened to your own riot gear." It was a slap. Miller looked at his shoes. He'd broken his word to Dawes about dropping the case, and the man hadn't brought it up until now. He had to give the OPA operative points for that. Added to that, if Dawes really did have James Holden, there was no chance of Miller's getting access to the interrogation. When Shadid spoke, her voice was surprisingly gentle. "There were 3 murders yesterday. 8 warehouses got broken into, probably by the same bunch of people. We've got 6 people in hospital wards around the station with their nerves falling apart from a bad batch of bathtub pseudo-heroin. The whole station's jumpy," she said. "There's a lot of good you can do out there, Miller. Go catch some bad guys." "Sure, Captain," Miller said. "You bet." Muss leaned against his desk, waiting for him. Her arms were crossed, her eyes as bored looking at him as they had been looking at the corpse of Dos Santos, pinned to the corridor wall. "New asshole?" she asked. "Yeah. It'll grow closed. Give it time. I got us one of the murders. Mid-level accountant for Naobi Shears got his head blown off outside a bar. It looked fun." Miller pulled up his hand terminal and took in the basics. His heart wasn't in it. "Hey, Muss," he said. "I got a question." "Fire away." "You've got a case you don't want solved. What do you do?" His new partner frowned, tilted her head, and shrugged. "I hand it to a fish," she said. "There was a guy back in crimes against children. If we knew the perp was one of our informants, we'd always give it to him. None of our guys ever got in trouble." "Yeah," Miller said. "For that matter, I need someone to take the shitty partner. I do the same thing," Muss went on. "You know, someone no one else wants to work with, got bad breath or a shitty personality or whatever, but he needs a partner. So I picked the guy who maybe he used to be good, but then he got a divorce, started hitting the bottle. Guy still thinks he's a hotshot, acts like it. Only his numbers aren't better than anyone else's. Give him the shit cases, the shit partner." Miller closed his eyes. His stomach felt uneasy. "What did you do?" he asked. "To get assigned to you?" Muss said. "One of the seniors made the moves on me, and I shot him down." "So you got stuck?" "Pretty much. Come on, Miller, you aren't stupid. Mus said. You had to know. He'd had to know that he was the station house joke. The guy who used to be good. The one who'd lost it. No. Actually, he hadn't known that. He opened his eyes. Mus didn't look happy or sad, pleased at his pain or particularly distressed by it. It was just work to her. The dead, the wounded, the injured. She didn't care. Not caring was how she got through the day. Maybe you shouldn't have turned him down, Miller said. You're not that bad, Mus said. And he had black hair. I hate black hair. Glad to hear it, Miller said. Let's go make some justice. You're drunk, the asshole said. I'm a cop, Miller said, stabbing the air with his finger. Don't fuck with me. I know you're a cop. You've been coming to my bar for 3 years. It's me, Hassini, and you're drunk, my friend. Seriously, dangerously drunk. Miller looked around him. He was indeed at the Blue Frog. He didn't remember having come here, and yet here he was. And the asshole was Hassini, after all. Miller began, then lost his train of thought. Come on, Hassini said, looping an arm around him. It's not that far. I'll get you home. What time is it? Miller asked. Late. The word had a depth to it. Late. It was late. All the chances to make things right had somehow passed him. The system was at war, and no one was even sure why. Miller himself was turning 50 years old the next June. It was late. Late to start again. Late to realize how many years he'd spent running down the wrong road. Hassini steered him toward an electric cart the bar kept for occasions like this one. The smell of hot grease came out of the kitchen. Hold on, Miller said. You're going to puke? Hassini asked. Miller considered for a moment. No, it was too late to puke. He stumbled forward. Hassini laid him back in the cart and engaged the motors, and with a whine they steered out into the corridor. The lights high above them were dimmed. The cart vibrated as they passed intersection after intersection. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe that was just his body. I thought I was good, he said. You know, all this time I thought I was at least good. You do fine, Hassini said. You've just got a shitty job. That I was good at. You do fine, Hassini repeated, as if saying it would make it true. Miller lay on the bed of the cart. The formed plastic arch of the wheel well dug into his side. It ached, but moving was too much effort. Thinking was too much effort. He'd made it through his day, Mus at his side. He'd turned in the data and materials on Julie. He had nothing worth going back to his hole for, and no place else to be. The light shifted into and out of his field of view. He wondered if that was what it would be like to look at stars. He'd never looked up at a sky. The thought inspired a certain vertigo, a sense of terror of the infinite that was almost pleasant. There anyone who can take care of you? Hassini said when they reached Miller's hole. I'll be fine. I had a bad day. Julie, Hassini said, nodding. How do you know about Julie? Miller asked. You've been talking about her all night, Hassini said. She's a girl you fell for, right? Frowning, Miller kept a hand on the cart. Julie. He'd been talking about Julie. That was what this was about. Not his job, not his reputation. They'd taken away Julie. The special case. The one that mattered. You're in love with her, Hassini said. Yeah, sort of, Miller said. Something like revelation forcing its way through the alcohol. I think I am. Too bad for you, Hassini said. Chapter 17. Holden. The Tachi's galley had a full kitchen and a table with room for 12. It also had a full-size coffee pot that could brew 40 cups of coffee in less than 5 minutes, whether the ship was in 0G or under a 5G burn. Holden said a silent prayer of thanks for bloated military budgets and pressed the brew button. He had to restrain himself from stroking the stainless steel cover while it made gentle percolating noises. The aroma of coffee began to fill the air, competing with the baking bread smell of whatever Alex had put in the oven. Amos was thumping around the table in his new cast, laying out plastic plates and actual honest-to-God metal silverware. In a bowl, Naomi was mixing something that had the garlic scent of good hummus. Watching the crew work at these domestic tasks, Holden had a sense of peace and safety deep enough to leave him lightheaded. They'd been on the run for weeks now, pursued the entire time by one mysterious ship or another. For the first time since the Canterbury was destroyed, no one knew where they were. No one was demanding anything of them. As far as the solar system was concerned, they were a few casualties out of thousands on the Donager. A brief vision of Shed's head disappearing like a grisly magic trick reminded him that at least one of his crew was a casualty. And still, it felt so good to once again be master of his own destiny that even regret couldn't entirely rob him of it. A timer rang, and Alex pulled out a tray covered with thin, flat bread. He began cutting it into slices onto which Naomi slathered a paste that did in fact look like hummus. Amos put them on plates around the table. Holden drew fresh coffee into mugs that had the ship's name on the side. He passed them around. There was an awkward moment when everyone stared at the neatly set table without moving, as if afraid to destroy the perfection of the scene. Amos solved this by saying, "I'm hungry as a fucking bear," and then sitting down with a thump. "Somebody pass me that pepper, would you?" For several minutes, no one spoke. They only ate. Holden took a small bite of the flatbread and hummus, the strong flavors making him dizzy after weeks of tasteless protein bars. Then he was stuffing it into his mouth so fast it made his salivary glands flare with exquisite agony. He looked around the table, embarrassed, but everyone else was eating just as fast, so he gave up on propriety and concentrated on food. When he'd finished off the last scraps from his plate, he leaned back with a sigh, hoping to make the contentment last as long as possible. Alex sipped coffee with his eyes closed. Amos ate the last bits of the hummus right out of the serving bowl with his spoon. Naomi gave Holden a sleepy look through half-lidded eyes that was suddenly sexy as hell. Holden quashed that thought and raised his mug. "To Kelly's Marines. Heroes to the last, may they rest in peace," he said. "To the Marines," everyone at the table echoed, then clinked mugs and drank. Alex raised his mug and said, "To Shed. Yeah, to Shed, and to the assholes who killed him roasting in hell," Amos said in a quiet voice. "Right beside the fucker who killed the Cant." The mood at the table got somber. Holden felt the peaceful moment slipping away as quietly as it had come. "So," he said, "tell me about our new ship, Alex." "She's a beaut, Cap. I ran her at 12G for most of half an hour when we left the Donny, and she purred like a kitten the whole time. The pilot's chair's comfy, too." Holden nodded. "Amos, get a chance to look at her engine room yet?" he asked. "Yep, clean as a whistle. This is going to be a boring gig for a grease monkey like me," the mechanic replied. "Boring would be nice," Holden said. "Naomi, what do you think?" She smiled. "I love it. It's got the nicest showers I've ever seen on a ship this size. Plus, there's a truly amazing medical bay with a computerized expert system that knows how to fix broken Marines. We should have found it rather than fix Amos on our own." Amos thumped his cast with one knuckle. "You guys did a good job, boss." Holden looked around at his clean crew and ran a hand through his own hair, not pulling it away, covered in grease for the first time in weeks. Yeah, a shower and not having to fix broken legs sounds good. Anything else? Naomi tilted her head back, her eyes moving as though she was running through a mental checklist. We've got a full tank of water, the injectors have enough fuel pellets to run the reactor for about 30 years, and the galley is fully stocked. You'll have to tie me up if you plan to give her back to the Navy. I love her. She is a cunning little boat, Holden said with a smile. Have a chance to look at the weapons? 2 tubes and 20 long-range torpedoes with high-yield plasma warheads, Naomi said. Or at least that's what the manifest says. They load those from the outside, so I can't physically verify without climbing around on the hull. The weapons panel is saying the same thing, Cap, Alex said. And full loads in all the point defense cannons. You know, except the burst you fired into the men who killed Gomez, he thought. Oh, and Captain, when we put Kelly in the cargo hold, I found a big crate with the letters MAP on the side. According to the manifest, it stands for Mobile Assault Package. Apparently Navy speak for a big box of guns, Naomi said. Yeah, Alex said. It's full kit for 8 Marines. Okay, Holden said. So, with the fleet-quality Epstein, we've got legs, and if you guys are right about the weapons loadout, we've also got teeth. The next question is, what do we do with it? I'm inclined to take Colonel Johnson's offer of refuge. Any thoughts? I'm all for that, Captain, Amos said. I always did think the Belters were getting the short end of the stick. I'll go be a revolutionary for a while, I guess. Earthman's burden, Amos? Naomi asked with a grin. What the fuck does that even mean? Nothing, just teasing, she said. I know you like our side because you just want to steal our women. Amos grinned back, suddenly in on the joke. Well, you ladies do have the legs that go all the way up, he said. Okay, enough, Holden said, raising his hand. So, 2 votes for Fred. Anyone else? Naomi raised her hand. I vote for Fred, she said. Alex, what do you think? Holden asked. The Martian pilot leaned back in his chair and scratched his head. I got nowhere particular to be, so I'll stick with you guys, I guess, he said. But I hope this don't turn into another round of being told what to do. It won't, Holden replied. I have a ship with guns on it now, and the next time someone orders me to do something, I'm using them. After dinner, Holden took a long, slow tour of his new ship. He opened every door, looked in every closet, turned on every panel, and read every readout. He stood in engineering next to the fusion reactor and closed his eyes, getting used to the almost subliminal vibration she made. If something ever went wrong with it, he wanted to feel it in his bones before any warning ever sounded. He stopped and touched all the tools in the well-stocked machine shop, and he climbed up to the personnel deck and wandered through the cabins until he found one he liked, and messed up the bed to show it was taken. He found a bunch of jumpsuits in what looked like his size, then moved them to the closet in his new room. He took a second shower, and let the hot water massage knots in his back that were 3 weeks old. As he wandered back to his cabin, he trailed his fingers along the wall, feeling the soft give of the fire-retardant foam and anti-spalling webbing over the top of the armored steel bulkheads. When he arrived at his cabin, Alex and Amos were both getting settled into theirs. "Which cabin did Naomi take?" he asked. Amos shrugged. "She's still up in ops, fiddling with something." Holden decided to put off sleep for a while and rode the keel ladder lift. We have a lift, he thought, up to the operations deck. Naomi was sitting on the floor, an open bulkhead panel in front of her and what looked like 100 small parts and wires laid out around her in precise patterns. She was staring at something inside the open compartment. "Hey, Naomi, you should really get some sleep. What are you working on?" She gestured vaguely at the compartment. "Transponder," she said. Holden moved over and sat down on the floor next to her. "Tell me how to help." She handed him her handheld terminal. Fred's instructions for changing the transponder signal were open on the screen. "It's ready to go. I've got the console hooked up to the transponder's data port, just like he says. I've got the computer program set up to run the override he describes. The new transponder code and ship registry data are ready to be entered. I put in the new name. Did Fred pick it?" "No, that was me." "Oh, all right then. But—" Her voice trailed off, and she waved at the transponder again. "What's the problem?" Holden asked. "Jim, they make these things not to be fiddled with. The civilian version of this device fuses itself into a solid lump of silicon if it thinks it's being tampered with. Who knows what the military version of the failsafe is? Drop the magnetic bottle in the reactor? Turn us into a supernova?" Naomi turned to look at him. "I've got it all set up and ready to go, but now I don't think we should throw the switch," she said. "We don't know the consequences of failure." Holden got up off the floor and moved over to the computer console. A program Naomi had named Trans-01 was waiting to be run. He hesitated for 1 second, then pressed the button to execute. The ship failed to vaporize. "I guess Fred wants us alive then," he said. Naomi slumped down with a noisy, extended exhale. "See, this is why I can't ever be in command," she said. "Don't like making tough calls with incomplete information?" "More, I'm not suicidally irresponsible," she replied, and began slowly reassembling the transponder housing. Holden punched the comm system on the wall. "Well, crew, welcome aboard the gas freighter Rocinante." "What does that name even mean?" Naomi said after he let go of the comm button. "It means we need to go find some windmills," Holden said over his shoulder as he headed to the lift. Tyco Manufacturing and Engineering Concern was one of the first major corporations to move into the belt. In the early days of expansion, Tyco engineers and a fleet of ships had captured a small comet and parked it in stable orbit as a water resupply point decades before ships like the Canterbury began bringing ice in from the nearly limitless fields in Saturn's rings. It had been the most complex, difficult feat of mass-scale engineering humanity had ever accomplished until the next thing they did. As an encore, Tycho had built the massive reaction drives into the rock of Ceres and Eros and spent more than a decade teaching the asteroids to spin. They had been slated to create a network of high-atmosphere floating cities above Venus before the development rights fell into a labyrinth of lawsuits now entering its 8th decade. There was some discussion of space elevators for Mars and Earth, but nothing solid had come of it yet. If you had an impossible engineering job that needed to be done in the belt, and you could afford it, you hired Tycho. Tycho Station, the belt headquarters of the company, was a massive ring station built around a sphere half a kilometer across, with more than 65 million cubic meters of manufacturing and storage space inside. The 2 counter-rotating habitation rings that circled the sphere had enough space for 15,000 workers and their families. The top of the manufacturing sphere was festooned with half a dozen massive construction Waldos that looked like they could rip a heavy freighter in half. The bottom of the sphere had a bulbous projection 50 meters across, which housed a capital ship-class fusion reactor and drive system, making Tycho Station the largest mobile construction platform in the solar system. Each compartment within the massive rings was built on a swivel system that allowed the chambers to reorient to thrust gravity when the rings stopped spinning and the station flew to its next work location. Holden knew all this, and his first sight of the station still took his breath away. It wasn't just the size of it. It was the idea that 4 generations of the smartest people in the solar system had been living and working here as they helped drag humanity into the outer planets almost through sheer force of will. Amos said, "It looks like a big bug." Holden started to protest, but it did resemble some kind of giant spider. Fat, bulbous body and all its legs sprouting from the top of its head. Alex said, Forget the station. Look at that monster. The vessel it was constructing dwarfed the station. Radar returns told Holden the ship was just over 2 kilometers long and half a kilometer wide. Round and stubby, it looked like a cigarette butt made of steel. Framework girders exposed internal compartments and machinery at various stages of construction, but the engines looked complete, and the hull had been assembled over the bow. The name Nauvoo was painted in massive white letters across it. "So, the Mormons are going to ride that thing all the way to Tau Ceti, huh?" Amos asked, following it up with a long whistle. "Ballsy bastards. No guarantee there's even a planet worth a damn on the other end of that 100-year trip." "They seem pretty sure," Holden replied. "And you don't make the money to build a ship like that by being stupid. I, for one, wish them nothing but luck." "They'll get the stars," Naomi said. "How can you not envy them that?" "Their great-grandkids will get maybe a star, if they don't all starve to death orbiting a rock they can't use," Amos said. "Let's not get grandiose here." He pointed at the impressively large comm array jutting from the Nauvoo's flank. "Want to bet that's what threw our anus-sized tight beam message?" Amos said. Alex nodded. "If you want to send private messages home from a couple light years away, you need serious beam coherence. They probably had the volume turned down to avoid cutting a hole in us." Holden got up from the co-pilot's couch and pushed past Amos. "Alex, see if they'll let us land." Landing was surprisingly easy. The station control directed them to a docking port on the side of the sphere and stayed on the line, guiding them in, until Alex had married the docking tube to the airlock door. The tower control never pointed out that they had a lot of armaments for a transport and no tanks for carrying compressed gas. She got them docked, then wished them a pleasant day. Holden put on his atmosphere suit and made a quick trip to the cargo bay, then met the others just inside the Rocinante's inner airlock door with a large duffel. "Put your suits on. That's now standard ops for this crew any time we go someplace new. And take one of these," he said, pulling handguns and cartridge magazines from the bag. "Hide it in a pocket or your bag if you like, but I'll be wearing mine openly." Naomi frowned at him. "It seems a bit confrontational, doesn't it?" "I'm tired of being kicked around," Holden said. "The Rosie's a good start toward independence, and I'm taking a little piece of her with me. Call it a good luck charm." "Fucking A," said Amos, and strapped one of the guns to his thigh. Alex stuffed his into the pocket of his flight suit. Naomi wrinkled her nose and waved off the last gun. Holden put it back into his duffel, led the crew into the Rocinante's airlock, and cycled it. An older, dark-skinned man with a heavy build waited for them on the other side. As they came in, he smiled. "Welcome to Tycho Station," said the butcher of Anderson Station. "Call me Fred." Chapter 18. Miller. The death of the Doniger hit Ceres like a hammer striking a gong. News feeds clogged themselves with high-power telescopic footage of the battle, most, if not all of it, faked. The belt chatter swam with speculation about a secret OPA fleet. The 6 ships that had taken down the Martian flagship were hailed as heroes and martyrs. Slogans like, "We did it once, and we can do it again," and "Drop some rocks," cropped up even in apparently innocuous settings. The Canterbury had stripped away the complacency of the belt, but the Doniger had done something worse. It had taken away the fear. The Belters had gotten a sudden, decisive, and unexpected win. Anything seemed possible, and the hope seduced them. It would have scared Miller more if he'd been sober. Miller's alarm had been going off for the past 10 minutes. The grating buzz took on subtones and overtones when he listened to it long enough. A constant rising tone, fluttering percussion throbbing under it, even soft music hiding underneath the blare. Illusions, oral hallucinations. The voice of the whirlwind. The previous night's bottle of fungal faux bourbon sat on the bedside table where a carafe of water usually waited. It still had a couple fingers at the bottom. Miller considered the soft brown of the liquid, thought about how it would feel on his tongue. The beautiful thing about losing your illusions, he thought, was that you got to stop pretending. All the years he'd told himself that he was respected, that he was good at his job, that all his sacrifices had been made for a reason, fell away, and left him with the clear, unmuddied knowledge that he was a functional alcoholic who had pared away everything good in his own life to make room for anesthetic. Shadid thought he was a joke. Mus thought he was the price she paid not to sleep with someone she didn't like. The only one who might have any respect for him at all was Havelock, an earther. It was peaceful, in its way. He could stop making the effort to keep up appearances. If he stayed in bed listening to the alarm drone, he was just living up to expectations. No shame in that. And still, there was work to be done. He reached over and turned off the alarm. Just before it cut off, he heard a voice in it, soft but insistent, a woman's voice. He didn't know what she'd been saying, but since she was just in his head, she'd get another chance later. He levered himself out of bed, sucked down some painkillers and rehydration goo, stalked to the shower, and burned a day and a half's ration of hot water just standing there watching his legs get pink. He dressed in his last set of clean clothes. Breakfast was a bar of pressed yeast and grape sweetener. He dropped the bourbon from the bedside table into the recycler without finishing it, just to prove to himself that he still could. Mus was waiting at the desk. She looked up when he sat. "Still waiting for the labs on the rape up on 18, she said. "They promised them by lunch." "We'll see," Miller said. "I've got a possible witness. Girl who was with the Vic earlier in the evening. Her deposition said she left before anything happened, but the security cameras aren't backing her up." "Want me in the questioning?" Miller asked. "Not yet, but if I need some theater, I'll pull you in." "Fair enough." Miller didn't watch her walk away. After a long moment staring at nothing, he pulled up his disk partition, reviewed what still needed doing, and started cleaning the place up. As he worked, his mind replayed for the millionth time the slow, humiliating interview with Shadid and Dawes. "We have Holden," Dawes said. "You can't even find out what happened to your own riot gear." Miller poked at the words like a tongue at the gap of a missing tooth. It rang true. Again. Still, it might have been bullshit. It might have been a story concocted just to make him feel small. There wasn't any proof, after all, that Holden and his crew had survived. What proof could there be? The Doniger was gone, and all its logs along with it. There would have to have been a ship that made it out, either a rescue vessel or one of the Martian escort ships. There was no way a ship could have gotten out and not been the singular darling of every news feed and pirate cast since. You couldn't keep something like that quiet. Or sure you could. It just wouldn't be easy. He squinted at the empty air of the station house. Now, how would you cover up a surviving ship? Miller pulled up a cheap navigation plotter he'd bought 5 years before. Transit times had figured in a smuggling case, and plotted the date and position of the Doniger's demise. Anything running under non-Epstein thrust would still have been out there, and Martian warships would have either picked it up or blasted it into background radiation by now. So if Dawes wasn't just handing him bullshit, that meant an Epstein drive. He ran a couple of quick calculations. With a good drive, someone could have made series in just less than a month. Call it 3 weeks to be safe. He looked at the data for almost 10 minutes, but the next step didn't come to him. So he stepped away, got some coffee, and pulled up the interview he and Mus had done with a Belter ground crew grunt. The man's face was long and cadaverous and subtly cruel. The recorder hadn't had a good fix on him, so the picture kept bouncing around. Muss asked the man what he'd seen, and Miller leaned forward to read the transcribed answers, checking for incorrectly recognized words. 30 seconds later, the grunt said, "clip whore," and the transcript read, "clipper." Miller corrected it, but the back of his mind kept churning. Probably 800 or 900 ships came into series in a given day. Call it 1,000 to be safe. Give it a couple days on either side of the 3-week mark, that was only 4,000 entries. Pain in the ass, sure, but not impossible. Ganymede would be the other real bitch. With its agriculture, there would be hundreds of transports a day there. Still, it wouldn't double the workload. Eros, Tycho, Pallas. How many ships docked on Pallas every day? He'd missed almost 2 minutes of the recording. He started again, forcing himself to pay attention this time, and half an hour later, he gave up. The 10 busiest ports, with 2 days to either side of an estimated arrival of an Epstein Drive ship that originated when and where the Doniger died, totaled 28,000 docking records, more or less. But he could cut that down to 17,000 if he excluded stations and ports explicitly run by Martian military and research stations with all or nearly all inner-planet inhabitants. So, how long would it take him to check all the porting records by hand, pretending for a minute that he was stupid enough to do it? Call it 118 days, if he didn't eat or sleep. Just working 10-hour days, doing nothing else, he could almost get through it in less than a year. A little less. Except no, because there were ways to narrow it. He was only looking for Epstein Drive ships. Most of the traffic at any of the ports would be local. Torch Drive ships flown by prospectors and short-hop couriers. The economics of spaceflight made relatively few and relatively large ships the right answer for long flights, so take it down by conservatively 3/4, and he was back in the close to 4,000 range again. Still hundreds of hours of work, but if he could think of some other filter that would just feed him the likely suspects, for instance, if the ship couldn't have filed a flight plan before the Doniger got killed. The request interface for the port logs was ancient, uncomfortable, and subtly different from Eros to Ganymede to Pallas, and on and on. Miller tacked the information requests onto 7 different cases, including a month-old cold case on which he was only a consultant. Port logs were public and open, so he didn't particularly need his detective status to hide his actions. With any luck, Shadid's monitoring of him wouldn't extend to low-level public record poking around, and even if it did, he might get the replies before she caught on. Never knew if you had any luck left, unless you pushed it. Besides, there wasn't a lot to lose. When the connection from the lab opened on his terminal, he almost jumped. The technician was a gray-haired woman with an unnaturally young face. "Miller? Muss with you?" "Nope," Miller said. "She's got an interrogation." He was pretty sure that was what she'd said. The tech shrugged. "Well, her system's not answering. I wanted to tell you we got a match off the rape you sent us. It wasn't the boyfriend. Her boss did it." Miller nodded. "You put in for the warrant?" he asked. "Yep," she said. "It's already in the file." Miller pulled it up. "Star Helix, on behalf of Sirius Station, authorizes and mandates the detention of Emmanuel Corvus Dowd, pending adjudication of security incident CCS 4949231. The judge's digital signature was listed in green. He felt a slow smile on his lips. "Thanks," he said. On the way out of the station, one of the vice squads asked him where he was headed. He said lunch. The Aranya Accountancy Group had their offices in the nice part of the governmental quarter in Sector 7. It wasn't Miller's usual stomping grounds, but the warrant was good on the whole station. Miller went to the secretary at the front desk, a good-looking belter with a starburst pattern embroidered on his vest, and explained that he needed to speak with Emmanuel Corvus Dowd. The secretary's deep brown skin took on an ashy tone. Miller stood back, not blocking the exit, but keeping close. 20 minutes later, an older man in a good suit came through the front door, stopped in front of Miller, and looked him up and down. "Detective Miller?" the man said. "You'd be Dowd's lawyer," Miller said cheerfully. "I am, and I would like to—" "Really," Miller said. "We should do this now." The office was clean and spare, with light blue walls that lit themselves from within. Dowd sat at the table. He was young enough that he still looked arrogant, but old enough to be scared. Miller nodded to him. "You're Emmanuel Corvus Dowd?" he said. "Before you continue, Detective," the lawyer said, "my client is involved with very high-level negotiations. His client base includes some of the most important people in the war effort. Before you make any accusations, you should be aware that I can and will have everything you've done reviewed, and if there is one mistake, you will be held responsible." "Mr. Dowd," Miller said, "what I am about to do to you is literally the only bright spot in my day. If you could see your way clear to resisting arrest, I'd really appreciate it." "Harry?" Dowd said, looking to his lawyer. His voice cracked a little. The lawyer shook his head. Back at the police cart, Miller took a long moment. Dowd, handcuffed in the back, where everyone walking by could see him, was silent. Miller pulled up his hand terminal, noted the time of arrest, the objections of the lawyer, and a few other minor comments. A young woman in professional dress of cream-colored linen hesitated at the door of the accountancy. Miller didn't recognize her. She was no one involved with the rape case, or at least not the one he was working. Her face had the expressionless calm of a fighter. He turned, craning his neck to look at Dowd, humiliated and not looking back. The woman shifted her gaze to Miller. She nodded once. "Thank you." He nodded back. "Just doing my job." She went through the door. 2 hours later, Miller finished the last of the paperwork and sent Dowd off to the cells. 3.5 hours later, the first of his docking log requests came in. 5 hours later, the government of Ceres collapsed. Despite being full, the station house was silent. Detectives and junior investigators, patrolmen and desk workers, the high and the low, they all gathered before Shadid. She stood at her podium, her hair pulled back tight. She wore her Star Helix uniform, but the insignia had been removed. Her voice was shaky. "You've all heard this by now, but starting now, it's official. The United Nations, responding to requests from Mars, is withdrawing from its oversight and protection of Ceres Station. This is a peaceful transition. This is not a coup. I'm going to say that again. This isn't a coup. Earth is pulling out of here. We aren't pushing." "That's bullshit, sir," someone shouted. Shadid raised her hand. "There's a lot of loose talk," Shadid said. "I don't want to hear any of it from you. The governor's going to make the formal announcement at the start of the next shift, and we'll get more details then. Until we hear otherwise, the Star Helix contract is still in place. A provisional government is being formed with members drawn from local businesses and union representation. We are still the law on Ceres, and I expect you to behave appropriately. You will all be here for your shifts. You will be here on time. You will act professionally and within the scope of standard practice." Miller looked over at Muss. His partner's hair was still unkempt from the pillow. It was pushing midnight for them both. "Any questions?" Shadid said in a voice that implied there ought not be. Who's going to pay Star Helix? Miller thought. What laws are we enforcing? What does Earth know that makes walking away from the biggest port in the belt the smart move? Who's going to negotiate your peace treaty now? Muss, seeing Miller's gaze, smiled. Guess we're hosed, Miller said. Had to happen, Muss agreed. I better go. Got a stop to make. Up at the core? Mus didn't answer, because she didn't have to. Ceres didn't have laws. It had police. Miller headed back to his hole. The station hummed, the stone beneath him vibrating from the countless docking clamps and reactor cores, tubes and recyclers and pneumatics. The stone was alive, and he'd forgotten the small signs that proved it. 6 million people lived here, breathed this air. Fewer than in a middle-sized city on Earth. He wondered if they were expendable. Had it really gone so far that the inner planets would be willing to lose a major station? It seemed like it had if Earth was abandoning Ceres. The OPA would step in, whether it wanted to or not. The power vacuum was too great. Then Mars would call it an OPA coup. Then what? Board it and put it under martial law? That was the good answer. Nuke it into dust? He couldn't quite bring himself to believe that, either. There was just too much money involved. Docking fees alone would fuel a small national economy. And Shadid and Dawes, much as he hated it, were right. Ceres' under-Earth contract had been the best hope for a negotiated peace. Was there someone on Earth who didn't want that peace? Someone or something powerful enough to move the glacial bureaucracy of the United Nations to take action? "What am I looking at, Julie?" he said to the empty air. "What did you see out there that's worth Mars and the Belt killing each other?" The station hummed to itself. A quiet, constant sound, too soft for him to hear the voices within it. Mus didn't come to work in the morning, but there was a message on his system telling him she'd be in late. Cleanup was her only explanation. To look at it, nothing about the station house had changed. The same people coming to the same place to do the same thing. No, that wasn't true. The energy was high. People were smiling, laughing, clowning around. It was a manic high. Panic pressed through a cheesecloth mask of normalcy. It wasn't going to last. They were all that separated Ceres from anarchy. They were the law, and the difference between the survival of 6 million people and some mad bastard forcing open all the airlocks or poisoning the recyclers rested on maybe 30,000 people. People like him. Maybe he should have rallied, risen to the occasion like the rest of them. The truth was, the thought made him tired. Shadid marched by and tapped him on the shoulder. He sighed, rose from his chair, and followed her. Dawes was in her office again, looking shaken and sleep-deprived. Miller nodded to him. Shadid crossed her arms, her eyes softer and less accusing than he'd become used to. "This is going to be tough," she said. "We're facing something harder than anything we've had to do before. I need a team I can trust with my life. Extraordinary circumstances. You understand that?" "Yeah," he said. "I got it. I'll stop drinking, get myself together." "Miller, you're not a bad person at heart. There was a time you were a pretty good cop. But I don't trust you, and we don't have time to start over," Shadid said, her voice as near to gentle as he had ever heard it. "You're fired." Chapter 19. Holden. Fred stood alone, hand outstretched, a warm and open smile on his broad face. There were no guards with assault rifles behind him. Holden shook Fred's hand and then started laughing. Fred smiled and looked confused, but let Holden keep a grip on his hand, waiting for Holden to explain what was so funny. "I'm sorry, but you have no idea how pleasant this is," Holden said. "This is literally the first time in over a month that I've gotten off a ship without it blowing up behind me." Fred laughed with him now. an honest laugh that seemed to originate somewhere in his belly. After a moment, the man said, "You're quite safe here. We are the most protected station in the outer planets." "Because you're OPA?" Holden asked. Fred shook his head. "No. We make campaign contributions to Earth and Mars politicians in amounts that would make a Hilton blush," he said. "If anyone blows us up, half the UN Assembly and all of the Martian Congress will be howling for blood. It's the problem with politics. Your enemies are often your allies, and vice versa." Fred gestured to a doorway behind him and motioned for everyone to follow. The ride was short, but halfway through, gravity reappeared, shifting in a disorienting swoop. Holden stumbled. Fred looked chagrined. "I'm sorry, I should have warned you about that. The central hub's null G. Moving into the ring's rotational gravity can be awkward the first time." "I'm fine," Holden said. Naomi's brief smile might only have been his imagination. A moment later, the elevator door opened onto a wide, carpeted corridor with walls of pale green. It had the reassuring smell of air scrubbers and fresh carpet glue. Holden wouldn't have been surprised to find they were piping new space station scent into the air. The doors that led off the corridor were made of faux wood, distinguishable from the real thing only because nobody had that much money. Of all his crew, Holden was almost certainly the only one who had grown up in a house with real wooden furniture and fixtures. Amos had grown up in Baltimore. They hadn't seen a tree there in more than a century. Holden pulled off his helmet and turned around to tell his crew to do the same, but theirs were already off. Amos looked up and down the corridor and whistled. "Nice digs, Fred," he said. "Follow me. I'll get you settled in," Fred replied, leading them down the corridor. As he walked, he spoke. "Tycho Station has undergone a number of refurbishments over the last 100 years, as you might guess, but the basics haven't changed much. It was a brilliant design to begin with. Malthus Tycho was an engineering genius. His grandson, Breeden, runs the company now. He isn't on the station at the moment, down the well at Luna negotiating the next big deal." Holden said, "Seems like you have a lot on your plate already with that monster parked outside. And, a war going on." A group of people in jumpsuits of various colors walked past, talking animatedly. The corridor was so wide that no one had to give way. Fred gestured at them as they went by. "First shift's just ending, so this is rush hour," he said. "It's actually time to start drumming up new work. The Nauvoo is almost done. They'll be loading colonists on her in 6 months. Always have to have the next project lined up. The Tycho spends 11 million UN dollars every day she's in operation, whether we make money that day or not. It's a big nut to cover. And the war, well, we're hoping that's temporary." "And now you're taking in refugees. That won't help," Holden said. Fred just laughed and said, "4 more people won't put us in the poorhouse any time soon." Holden stopped, forcing the others to pull up short behind him. It was several steps before Fred noticed, then turned around with a confused look. "You're dodging," Holden said. "Other than a couple $1 billion worth of stolen Martian warship, we haven't got anything of value. Everyone thinks we're dead. Any access of our accounts ruins that, and I just don't live in a universe where Daddy Warbuck swoops in and makes everything okay out of the goodness of his heart. So either tell us why you're taking the risk of putting us up, or we go get back on our ship and try our hand at piracy. Scourge of the Martian merchant fleet, they'll call us," Amos growled from somewhere behind him. He sounded pleased. Fred held up his hands. There was a hardness in his eyes, but also an amused respect. "Nothing underhanded. You have my word," he said. "You're armed, and station security will allow you to carry guns whenever you like. That alone should reassure you that I'm not planning foul play. But let me get you settled in before we do much more talking, okay?" Holden didn't move. Another group of returning workers was going by in the corridor, and they watched the scene curiously as they passed. Someone from the knot of people called out, "Everything okay, Fred?" Fred nodded and waved them by impatiently. "Let's get out of the corridor, at least." "We aren't unpacking until we get some answers," Holden replied. "Fine, we're almost there," Fred said, and then led them off again at a somewhat faster pace. He stopped at a small inset in the corridor wall with 2 doors in it. Opening one with a swipe of a card, he led the 4 of them into a large residential suite with a roomy living space and lots of seating. "Bathroom is that door back there on the left. The bedroom is the one on the right. There's even a small kitchen space over here," Fred said, pointing to each thing as he spoke. Holden sat down in a large brown faux leather recliner and leaned it back. A remote control was in a pocket of the armrest. He assumed it controlled the impressively large screen that took up most of one wall. Naomi and Amos sat on a couch that matched his chair, and Alex draped himself over a love seat in a nice contrasting cream color. "Comfortable?" Fred asked, pulling a chair away from the 6-seat dining area and sitting down across from Holden. "It's all right," Holden said defensively. "My ship has a really nice coffee maker." "I suppose bribes won't work. You're all comfortable, though? We have 2 seats set aside for you. Both this basic layout, though the other suite has 2 rooms. I wasn't sure of the, sleeping arrangements." Fred trailed off uncomfortably. "Don't worry, boss, you can bunk with me," Amos said with a wink at Naomi. Naomi just smiled faintly. "Okay, Fred, we're off the street," she said. "Now answer the captain's questions." Fred nodded, then stood up and cleared his throat. He seemed to review something. When he spoke, the conversational facade was gone. His voice carried a grim authority. "War between the Belt and Mars is suicide. Even if every rockhopper in the Belt were armed, we still couldn't compete with the Martian Navy. We might kill a few with tricks and suicide runs. Mars might feel forced to nuke one of our stations to prove a point. But we can strap chemical rockets onto a couple 100 rocks the size of bunk beds and rain Armageddon down on Martian dome cities." Fred paused, as if looking for words, then sat back down on his chair. "All of the war drums ignore that. It's the elephant in the room. Anyone who doesn't live on a spaceship is structurally vulnerable. Tycho, Eros, Pallas, Ceres. Stations can't evade incoming missiles. And with all of the enemy's citizens living at the bottom of huge gravity wells, we don't have to aim particularly well. Einstein was right. We will be fighting the next war with rocks. But the Belt has rocks that will turn the surface of Mars into a molten sea. Right now, everyone is still playing nice, and only shooting at ships. Very gentlemanly. But sooner or later, one side or the other will be pressed to do something desperate." Holden leaned forward, the slick surface of his environment suit making an embarrassing squeak on the leather-textured chair. No one laughed. "I agree. What does that have to do with us?" he asked. "Too much blood has already been shed," Fred said. "Shed." Holden winced at the bleak, unintentional pun, but said nothing. "The Canterbury," Fred continued, "the Doniger. People aren't just going to forget about those ships and those thousands of innocent people." "Seems like you just crossed off the only 2 options, Chief," Alex said. "No war, no peace." "There's a 3rd alternative. Civilized society has another way of dealing with things like this," Fred said. "A criminal trial." Amos's snort shook the air. Holden had to fight not to smile himself. "Are you fucking serious?" Amos asked. "And how do you put a goddamn Martian stealth ship on trial? Do we go question all the stealth ships about their whereabouts, double-check their alibis?" Fred held up a hand. "Stop thinking of the Canterbury's destruction as an act of war," he said. "It was a crime. Right now people are overreacting. but once the situation sinks in, heads will cool. People on both sides will see where this road goes and look for another way out. There's a window where the saner elements can investigate events, negotiate jurisdiction, and assign blame to some party or parties that both sides can agree to. A trial. It's the only outcome that doesn't involve millions of deaths and the collapse of human infrastructure. Holden shrugged, a gesture barely visible in his heavy environment suit. So it goes to a trial. You still aren't answering my question. Fred pointed at Holden, then at each of the crew in turn. You're the ace in the hole. You four people are the only eyewitnesses to the destruction of both ships. When the trial comes, I need you and your depositions. I have influence already through our political contacts, but you can buy me a seat at the table. It will be a whole new set of treaties between the Belt and the inner planets. We can do in months what I dreamed of doing in decades. And you want to use our value as witnesses to force your way into the process so you can make those treaties look the way you want them to, Holden said. Yes. And I'm willing to give you protection, shelter, and run of my station for as long as it takes to get there. Holden took a long, deep breath, got up, and started unzipping his suit. Yeah, okay. That's just self-serving enough, I believe it, he said. Let's get settled in. Naomi was singing karaoke. Just thinking about it made Holden's head spin. Naomi. Karaoke. Even considering everything that had happened to them over the past month, Naomi up on stage with a mic in one hand and some sort of fuchsia martini in the other, screaming out an angry belt-punk anthem by the moldy filters, was the strangest thing he'd ever seen. She finished to scattered applause and a few catcalls, then staggered off the stage and collapsed across from him in the booth. She held up her drink, sloshing a good half of it onto the table, then threw the other half back all at once. "What'd you think?" Naomi asked, waving at the bartender for another. "It was terrible," Holden replied. "No, really. It was truly one of the most awful renditions of one of the most awful songs I've ever heard." Naomi shook her head, blowing an exasperated raspberry at him. Her dark hair fell across her face, and when the bartender brought her a second brightly colored martini, foiled all her attempts at drinking. She finally grabbed her hair and held it above her head in a clump while she drank. "You don't get it," she said. "It's supposed to be awful. That's the point." "Then it was the best version of that song I've ever heard," Holden said. "Damn straight." Naomi looked around the bar. "Where are Amos and Alex?" "Amos found what I'm pretty sure was the most expensive hooker I've ever seen. Alex is in the back playing darts. He made some claims about the superiority of Martian darts players. I assume they're going to kill him and throw him out an airlock." A second singer was on stage, crooning out some sort of Vietnamese power ballad. Naomi watched the singer for a while, sipping her drink, then said, "Maybe we should go save him." "Which one?" "Alex. Why would Amos need saving?" "Because I'm pretty sure he told the expensive hooker he was on Fred's expense account." "Let's mount a rescue mission. We can save them both," Naomi said, then drank the rest of her cocktail. "I need more rescue fuel, though." She started waving at the bartender again, but Holden reached out and grabbed her hand and held it on the table. "Maybe we should take a breather instead," he said. A flush of anger as intense as it was brief lit her face. She pulled back her hand. "You take a breather. I've just had 2 ships and a bunch of friends shot out from underneath me and spent 3 weeks of dead time flying to get here. So no, I'm getting another drink and then doing another set. The crowd loves me," Naomi said. "What about our rescue mission?" "Lost cause. Amos will be murdered by space hookers, but at least he'll die the way he lived." Naomi pushed her way up from the table, grabbed her martini off the bar, and headed toward the karaoke stage. Holden watched her go. then finished off the scotch he'd been nursing for the past 2 hours and got up. For a moment there, he'd had a vision of the two of them staggering back to the room together, then falling into bed. He'd have hated himself in the morning for taking advantage, but he'd still have done it. Naomi was looking at him from the stage, and he realized he'd been staring. He gave a little wave, then headed out the door with only Ghosts, Ade, Captain McDowell, Gomez and Kelly, and Shed to keep him company. The suite was comfortable and huge and depressing. He'd lain on the bed less than 5 minutes before he was up and out the door again. He walked the corridor for half an hour, finding the big intersections that led to other parts of the ring. He found an electronics store and a tea house and what on closer inspection turned out to be a very expensive brothel. He declined the video menu of services the desk clerk offered and wandered out again, wondering if Amos was somewhere inside. He was halfway down a corridor he hadn't seen before when a small knot of teenage girls passed him. Their faces looked no older than 14, but they were already as tall as he was. They got quiet as he walked by, then burst out laughing when he was behind them and hurried away. Tycho was a city, and he suddenly felt very much like a foreigner, unsure of where to go or what to do. It was no surprise to him when he looked up from his wanderings and discovered he'd come to the elevator to the docking area. He punched the button and climbed inside, remembering to turn on his boot mags just in time to avoid being flung off his feet when the gravity twisted sideways and vanished. Even though he'd only had possession of the ship for 3 weeks, climbing back onto the Rocinante felt like going home. Using gentle touches on the keel ladder, he made his way up to the cockpit. He pulled himself into the co-pilot's couch, strapped in, and closed his eyes. The ship was silent. With the reactor offline and no one aboard, nothing was moving at all. The flexible docking tube that connected the Roci to the station transmitted very little vibration to the ship. Holden could close his eyes and drift in the straps and disconnect from everything around him. It would have been peaceful, except that every time he'd closed his eyes for the past month, the fading ghost lights behind his eyelids had been Ade winking and blowing away like dust. The voice at the back of his head was McDowell's as he tried to save his ship right up to the very last second. He wondered if he'd have them for the rest of his life, coming out to haunt him every time he found a moment of quiet. He remembered the old-timers from his Navy days, grizzled lifers who could soundly sleep while 2 meters away their shipmates played a raucous game of poker or watched the vids with the volume all the way up. Back then, he'd assumed it was just learned behavior, the body adapting so it could get enough rest in an environment that never really had downtime. Now he wondered if those vets found the constant noise preferable, a way to keep their lost shipmates away. They probably went home after their 20 and never slept again. He opened his eyes and watched a small green telltale blink on the pilot's console. It was the only light in the room, and it illuminated nothing. But its slow fade in and out was somehow comforting, a quiet heartbeat for the ship. He told himself that Fred was right. A trial was the right thing to hope for. But he wanted that stealth ship and Alex's gun sights. He wanted that unknown crew to live through the terrifying moment when all the countermeasures have failed. The torpedoes are seconds from impact, and absolutely nothing can stop them. He wanted them to have that same last gasp of fear he'd heard through Ade's mic. For a time, he displaced the ghosts in his head with violent vengeance fantasies. When they stopped working, he floated down to the personnel deck, strapped into his cot, and tried to sleep. The Rocinante sang him a lullaby of air recyclers and silence. Chapter 20. Miller. Miller sat at an open cafe, the tunnel wide above him. Grass grew tall and pale in the public commons, and the ceiling glowed full-spectrum white. Ceres Station had come unmoored. Orbital mechanics and inertia kept it physically where it had always been, but the stories about it had changed. The point defenses were the same. The tensile strength of the port blast doors was the same. The ephemeral shield of political status was all they'd lost. And it was everything. Miller leaned forward and sipped his coffee. There were children playing on the commons. He thought of them as children, though he remembered thinking of himself as an adult at that age, 15, 16 years old. They wore OPA armbands. The boys spoke in loud, angry voices about tyranny and freedom. The girls watched the boys strut. The ancient animal story, the same whether it was on a spinning rock surrounded by hard vacuum or the stamp-sized chimpanzee preserves on Earth. Even in the Belt, youth brought invulnerability, immortality, the unshakable conviction that for you things would be different. The laws of physics would cut you a break. The missiles would never hit. The air would never hiss out into nothing. Maybe for other people, the patched-together fighting ships of the OPA, the water haulers, the Martian gunships, the Scopuli, the Canterbury, the Doniger, the 100 other ships that had died in small actions since the system had turned itself into a battlefield. But not you. And when youth was lucky enough to survive its optimism, all Miller had left was a little fear, a little envy, and the overwhelming sense of life's fragility. But he had 3 months' worth of company script in his account, and a lot of free time, and the coffee wasn't bad. "You need anything, sir?" the waiter asked. He didn't look any older than the kids on the grass. Miller shook his head. 5 days had passed since Star Helix pulled its contract. The governor of Ceres was gone, smuggled out on a transport before the news had gone wide. The Outer Planets Alliance had announced the inclusion of Ceres among official OPA-held real estate, and no one had said otherwise. Miller had spent the first day of his unemployment drunk, but his bender had an oddly pro forma feel. He descended into the bottle because it was familiar, because it was what you did when you'd lost the career that defined you. The second day, he'd gotten through the hangover. The third, he'd gotten bored. All through the station, security forces were making the kind of display he'd expected, preemptive peacekeeping. The few political rallies and protests ended fast and hard, and the citizens of Ceres didn't much care. Their eyes were on their monitors, on the war. A few locals with busted heads getting thrown into prison without charges were beneath notice, and Miller was personally responsible for none of it. The fourth day, he'd checked his terminal and discovered that 80% of his docking log requests had come through before Shadid had shut his access down. Over 1,000 entries, any one of which could be the only remaining lead to Julie Mao. So far, no Martian nukes were on their way to crack Ceres. No demands of surrender. No boarding forces. It could all change in a moment, but until it did, Miller was drinking coffee and auditing ship's records about one every 15 minutes. Miller figured that if Holden was the last ship in the log, he'd find him in about 6 weeks. The Adrianople, a third-gen prospector, had docked at Palace within the arrival window. Miller checked the open registration, frustrated again at how little information was there compared to the security databases. Owned by Strigo Anthony Abramowitz. 8 citations for substandard maintenance, banned from Eros and Ceres as a danger to the port. An idiot in an accident waiting to happen. But the flight plan seemed legitimate, and the history of the ship was deep enough not to smell new minted. Miller deleted the entry. The badass motherfucker, a freight hauler doing a triangle between Luna, Ganymede, and the Belt, owned by MYOFB Corporation out of Luna. A query to the public bases at Ganymede showed it had left the port there at the listed time and just hadn't bothered to file a flight plan. Miller tapped the screen with a fingernail. Not exactly how he'd fly under the radar. Anyone with authority would roust that ship just for the joy of doing it. He deleted the entry. His terminal chimed. An incoming message. Miller flipped over to it. One of the girls on the common shrieked and the others laughed. A sparrow flew past, its wings humming in the constant recycler-driven breeze. Havelock looked better than when he'd been on Ceres. Happier. The dark circles were gone from his eyes and the shape of his face had subtly softened, as if the need to prove himself in the belt had changed his bones and now he was falling back into his natural form. "Miller," the recording said. "I heard about Earth cutting Ceres just before I got your message. Bad luck. I'm sorry to hear Shadid fired you. Between the two of us, she's a pompous idiot. The rumor I've heard is Earth is doing everything it can to stay out of the war, including giving up any station that it's expecting to be a point of contention. You know how it is. You've got a pit bull on one side of you and a Rottweiler on the other. First thing you do is drop your stake." Miller chuckled. "I've signed on with Protogen Security. Big company, private army bullshit. But the pay is worth putting up with their delusions of grandeur. The contract's supposed to be on Ganymede, but with the crap going on right now, who knows how it'll really play out. Turns out Protogen's got a training base in the belt. I'd never heard about it, but it's supposed to be quite the gymnasium. I know they're hiring on, and I'd be happy to put in a word for you. Just let me know, and I'll get you together with the induction recruiter. Get you off that damned rock." Havelock smiled. "Take care of yourself, partner," the Earther said. "Keep in touch." Protogen. Pinkwater. Alabik. Small corporate security forces that the big transorbital companies used as private armies and mercenary forces to rent out as needed. Anand had the Palace security contract and had for years, but it was Mars-based. The OPA was probably hiring, but probably not him. It had been years since he'd tried to find work. He'd assumed that particular struggle was behind him, that he was going to die working the Ceres Station security contract. Now that events had thrown him out, everything had an odd, floating feeling, like the gap between getting hit and feeling the pain. He needed to find another job. He needed to do more than send a couple messages out to his old partners. There were employment firms. There were bars on Ceres that would hire an ex-cop for a bouncer. There were gray markets that would take anyone capable of giving them a veneer of legality. The last thing that made sense was to sit around, ogling girls in the park and chasing down leads on a case that he hadn't been meant to follow up on in the first place. The Dagon had come into Ceres just a little ahead of the arrival window. Owned by the Glapian Collective, who were, he was pretty sure, an OPA front. That made it a good fit. Except the flight plan had been put in just a few hours after the Doniger blew, and the exit record from Io looked solid. Miller shifted it into a file he was keeping for ships that earned a second look. The Rocinante, owned by Silencieux Courant Holdings out of Luna, was a gas hauler that had landed at Tycho just hours before the end of the arrival window. Silencieux Courant was a medium-sized corporate entity with no obvious ties to the OPA, and the flight plan from Palace was plausible. Miller put his fingertip over the delete key, then paused. He sat back. Why was a gas hauler going between Palace and Tycho? Both stations were gas consumers. Flying from consumer to consumer without hitting a supply in the middle was a good way to not cover your docking fees. He put in a request for the flight plan that had taken the Rocinante to Palace from wherever it had been before, then sat back to wait. If the records were cached in the Ceres servers, the request shouldn't take more than a minute or two. The notification bar estimated an hour and a half, so that meant the request was getting forwarded to the docking systems at Palace. It hadn't been in the local backup. Miller stroked his chin. 5 days of stubble had almost reached the beginning of a beard. He felt a smile starting. He did a definition search on Rocinante, literally meaning no longer a workhorse, Its first entry was as the name of Don Quixote's horse. "That you, Holden?" Miller said to the screen. "You out tilting at windmills?" "Sir?" the waiter said, but Miller waved him away. There were hundreds of entries still to be looked at, and dozens at least in his second look folder. Miller ignored them, staring at the entry from Tycho as if by sheer force of will he could make more information appear on the screen. Then, slowly, he pulled up the message from Havelock, hit the respond key, and looked into the tiny black pinprick of the terminal's camera. "Hey, partner," he said. "Thanks for the offer. I may take you up on it, but I've got some kinks I need to work out before I jump. You know how it is. If you can do me a favor, though, I need to keep track of a ship, and I've only got the public databases to work from. Plus which, Ceres may be at war with Mars by now. Who knows, you know? Anyway, if you can put a Level 1 watch on any flight plans for her, drop me a note if anything comes up. I'd buy you a drink sometime." He paused. There had to be something more to say. "Take care of yourself, partner." He reviewed the message. On screen, he looked tired, the smile a little fake, the voice a little higher than it sounded in his head. But it said what it needed to say. He sent it. This was what he'd been reduced to. Access gone, service gun confiscated, though he still had a couple of drops in his hole, money running out. He had to play the angles, call in favors for things that should have been routine, outthink the system for any scrap. He'd been a cop, and they'd turned him into a mouse. Still, he thought, sitting back in the chair, pretty good work for a mouse. The sound of detonation came from Spinward, then voices raised in anger. The kids on the common stopped their games of touch me, touch you, and stared. Miller stood up. There was smoke, but he couldn't see flames. The breeze picked up as the station air cleaners raised the flow to suck away particulates so the sensors didn't think there was a risk of fanning a fire. 3 gunshots rang out in fast succession, and the voices came together in a rough chant. Miller couldn't make words out of it, but the rhythm told him all he needed to know. Not a disaster, not a fire, not a breach, just a riot. The kids were walking toward the commotion. Miller caught one by the elbow. She couldn't have been more than 16, her eyes near black, her face a perfect heart shape. "Don't go over there," he said. "Get your friends together and walk the other way." The girl looked at him, his hand on her arm, the distant commotion. "You can't help," he said. She pulled her arm free. "Gotta try, yeah?" she said. "Podría intentar, you know." You could too, she thought. "Just did," Miller said as he put his terminal in its case and walked away. Behind him, the sounds of the riot grew, but he figured the police could take care of it. Over the next 14 hours, the system net reported 5 riots on the station, some minor structural damage. Someone he'd never heard of announced a tri-phase curfew. People out of their holes more than 2 hours before or after their work shifts would be subject to arrest. Whoever was running the show now thought they could lock down 6 million people and create stability and peace. He wondered what Shadid thought about that. Outside Ceres, things were getting worse. The deep astronomy labs on Triton had been occupied by a band of prospectors sympathetic to the OPA. They'd turned the array in-system, and had been broadcasting the location of every Martian ship in the system along with high-definition images of the surface of Mars, down to the topless sunbathers in the dome parks. The story was that a volley of nukes was on its way to the station and the array would be bright dust within a week. Earth's imitation of a snail was picking up the pace as Earth and Luna-based companies pulled back down the gravity well. Not all of them, not even half, but enough to send the Terran message, "Count us out." Mars appealed for solidarity. The belt appealed for justice, or, more often, told the birthplace of humanity to go fuck itself. It wasn't out of control yet, but it was ramping up. Another few incidents, and it wouldn't matter how it had started. It wouldn't matter what the stakes were. Mars knew the belt couldn't win, and the belt knew it had nothing to lose. It was a recipe for death on a scale humanity had never seen. And, like Ceres, there wasn't much Miller could do about that either. But he could find James Holden, find out what had happened to the scopuli, follow the leads back to Julie Mao. He was a detective. It was what he did. As he packed up his hole, throwing out the collected detritus that grew over decades like a crust, he talked to her. He tried to explain why he'd given up everything to find her. After his discovery of the Rocinante, he could hardly avoid the word quixotic. His imaginary Julie laughed, or was touched. She thought he was a sad, pathetic little man, since just tracking her down was the nearest to a purpose in life he could find. She dressed him down as being a tool of her parents. She wept and put her arms around him. She sat with him in some almost unimaginable observation lounge and watched the stars. He fit everything he had into a shoulder bag. 2 changes of clothes, his papers, his hand terminal. A picture of Candace from back in better days. All the hard copy of Julie's case he'd made before Shadid wiped his partition, including 3 pictures of Julie. He thought that everything he'd lived through should have added up to more, and then changed his mind. It was probably about right. He spent one last day ignoring the curfew, making his rounds of the station, saying goodbye to the few people he felt he might miss, or might miss him. To his surprise, Muss, who he found at a tense and uncomfortable police bar, actually teared up and hugged him until his ribs ached from it. He booked passage on a transport to Tycho. His bunk ran him a quarter of his remaining funds. It occurred to him, not for the first time, that he had to find Julie pretty damn quick or find a job to support him through the investigation. But it hadn't happened yet, and the universe wasn't stable enough anymore to make long-range planning more than a sour joke. As if to prove the point, his terminal chimed as he was in the line to board the transport. "Hey, partner," Havelock said. "That favor you needed? I got a bite. Your package just put in a flight plan for Eros. I'm sending the public access data attached. I'd get you the good stuff, but these Protogen guys are tight. I mentioned you to the recruiter, and she seemed interested. So let me know, right? Talk to you soon." Eros. Great. Miller nodded at the woman behind him, stepped out of line, and walked to the kiosk. By the time a screen was open, they were calling final boarding for the Tycho transport. Miller turned in his ticket, got a nominal refund, and spent 1/3 of what he still had in his account for a ticket to Eros. Still, it could have been worse. He could have been on the way before he got word. He had to start thinking about it as good luck, not bad. The passage confirmation came through with a chime like a gently struck triangle. "I hope I'm right about this," he said to Julie. "If Holden's not there, I'm going to feel pretty stupid." In his mind, she smiled ruefully. "Life is risk," she said. Chapter 21. Holden. Ships were small. Space was always at a premium, and even on a monster like the Doniger, the corridors and compartments were cramped and uncomfortable. On the Rocinante, the only rooms where Holden could spread out his arms without touching 2 walls were the galley and the cargo bay. No one who flew for a living was claustrophobic, but even the most hardened belt prospector could recognize the rising tension of being shipbound. It was the ancient stress response of the trapped animal, the subconscious knowledge that there was literally nowhere to go that you couldn't see from where you were already standing. Getting off the ship at port was a sudden and sometimes giddying release of tension. It often took the form of a drinking game. Like all professional sailors, Holden had sometimes ended long flights by drinking himself into a stupor. More than once he'd wandered into a brothel and left only when they threw him out, with an empty account, a sore groin, and a prostate as dry as the Sahara Desert. So when Amos staggered into his room after 3 days on station, Holden knew exactly what the big mechanic felt like. Holden and Alex were sharing the couch and watching a news feed. Two talking heads were discussing the Belter actions with words like criminal, terrorist, and sabotage. The Martians were peacekeepers. It was a Martian news channel. Amos snorted and collapsed on the couch. Holden muted the screen. "Having a good shore leave, sailor?" Holden asked with a grin. "I'll never drink again," Amos groaned. "Naomi's coming over with some chow she got at that sushi place," Alex said. "Nice raw fish wrapped in fake seaweed." Amos groaned again. "That's not nice, Alex," Holden said. "Let the man's liver die in peace." The door to the suite slid open again, and Naomi came in carrying a tall stack of white boxes. "Food's here," she said. Alex opened all the boxes and started handing around small disposable plates. "Every time it's your turn to get food, you get salmon rolls. Shows a lack of imagination," Holden said as he began putting food on his plate. "I like salmon," Naomi replied. The room got quiet as people ate. The only sounds were the clack of plastic chopsticks and the wet squish of things being dipped in wasabi and soy. When the food was gone, Holden wiped his eyes, made runny by the heat in his sinuses, and leaned his chair all the way back. Amos used one of his chopsticks to scratch under the cast on his leg. "You guys did a pretty good job setting this," he said. "It's the thing on my body that hurts the least right now." Naomi grabbed the remote off Holden's armrest and turned the volume back on. She began spooling through the different feeds. Alex closed his eyes and slid down on the loveseat, lacing his fingers across his belly and sighing contentedly. Holden felt a sudden and irrational annoyance at his crew for being so comfortable. "Everyone had enough of sucking on Fred's teat yet?" he said. "I know I have." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Amos said, shaking his head. "I'm just getting started." "I mean," Holden said, "how long are we going to hang around on Tycho, drinking and whoring and eating sushi on Fred's expense account?" "As long as I can," Alex said. "You have a better plan, then?" Naomi said. "I don't have a plan, but I want to get back in the game. We were full of righteous anger and dreams of vengeance when we got here, and a couple of blowjobs and hangovers later, it's like nothing ever happened." Vengeance kinda requires someone to avenge a pawn, Cap," Alex said. "Case you ain't noticed, we're lacking in that department." "That ship is still out there somewhere. The people who ordered it to shoot are too," Holden said. "So," Alex replied slowly, "we take off and start flying in a spiral until we run into it?" Naomi laughed and threw a soy packet at him. "I don't know what we do," Holden said, "but sitting here while the people who killed our ship keep doing whatever it is they're doing is making me nuts." "We've been here 3 days," Naomi said. "We deserve some comfortable beds and decent food and a chance to blow off steam. Don't try to make us feel bad for taking it." "Besides, Fred said we'll get those bastards at the trial," Amos said. "If there's a trial," Holden replied. "If. It won't happen for months or maybe even years, and even then Fred's looking at those treaties. Amnesty might be another bargaining chip, right?" "You were quick enough to agree to his terms, Jim," Naomi said. "Changed your mind?" "If Fred wants depositions in exchange for letting us patch up and rest, the price was cheap. That doesn't mean I think a trial will fix everything, or that I want to be sidelined until it happens." He gestured at the faux leather couch and huge wall screen around them. "Besides, this can be a prison. It's a nice one, but as long as Fred controls the purse strings, he owns us. Make no mistake." Naomi's brow crinkled. Her eyes grew serious. "What's the option, sir?" she asked. "Leave?" Holden folded his arms, his mind turning over everything he'd said as if he was hearing it for the first time. Saying things out loud actually made them clearer. "I'm thinking we look for work," he said. "We've got a good ship. More importantly, we have a sneaky ship. It's fast. We can run without a transponder if we need to. Lots of people will need things moved from place to place with a war on. Gives us something to do while we wait for Fred's trial and a way to put money in our pockets so we can get off the dole. And as we fly from place to place, we can keep our ears and eyes open. Never know what we'll find. And seriously, how long can you three stand to be station rats?" There was a moment's silence. "I could station rat for another week," Amos said. "It ain't a bad idea, Cap," Alex said with a nod. "It's your decision, Captain," Naomi said. "I'll stick with you. And I like the idea of getting my own money again. But I hope you're not in a hurry. I could really use a few more days off." Holden clapped his hands and jumped to his feet. "Nope," he said. "Having a plan makes all the difference. Downtime's easier to enjoy when I know it'll end." Alex and Amos got up together and headed for the door. Alex had won a few dollars playing darts, and now he and Amos were in the process of turning it into even more money at the card tables. "Don't wait up, boss," Amos said to Naomi. "I'm feeling lucky today." They left, and Holden went to the small kitchen nook to make coffee. Naomi followed him in. "One other thing," she said. Holden tore open the sealed coffee packet, the strong odor filling the room. "Shoot," he said. "Fred is taking care of all the arrangements for Kelly's body. He'll hold it here in state until we go public with our survival. Then he'll ship it back to Mars." Holden filled the coffee maker with water from the tap and started the machine. It made soft gurgling sounds. "Good. Lieutenant Kelly deserves all the respect and dignity we can give him." It got me thinking about that data cube he had. I haven't been able to hack it. It's some kind of military Uber encryption that makes my head hurt, so— "Just say it," Holden said with a frown. "I want to give it to Fred. I know it's a risk. We have no idea what's on it, and for all his charm and hospitality, Fred's still OPA. But he was also high-ranking UN military, and he's got a serious brain trust here on the station. He might be able to open it up." Holden thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, let me sit with that. I want to know what Yao was trying to get off the ship, but— yeah." They shared a companionable silence as the coffee brewed. When it was finished, Holden poured 2 mugs and handed one to Naomi. "Captain," she said, then paused. "Jim, I've been a pain-in-the-ass XO so far. I've been stressed out and scared shitless about 80% of the time." "You do an amazing job of hiding that fact," Holden replied. Naomi nodded the compliment away. "Anyway, I've been pushy about some things that I probably shouldn't have been." "Not a big deal." "Okay, let me finish," she said. "I want you to know I think you've done a great job of keeping us alive. You keep us focused on the problems we can solve instead of feeling sorry for ourselves. You keep everyone in orbit around you. Not everyone can do that. I couldn't do it. And we've needed that stability." Holden felt a glow of pride. He hadn't expected it, and he didn't trust it, but it felt good all the same. "Thank you," Holden said. "I can't speak for Amos and Alex, but I plan to stick it out. You're not just the captain because McDowell is dead. You're our captain as far as I'm concerned. Just so you know." She looked down, blushing as if she'd just confessed something. Maybe she had. "I'll try not to blow it," he said. "I'd appreciate that, sir." Fred Johnson's office was like its occupant, big, intimidating, and overflowing with things that needed to be done. The room was easily 2.5 square meters, making it larger than any single compartment on the Rocinante. His desk was made of actual wood, looked at least 100 years old, and smelled of lemon oil. Holden sat in a chair that was just a little lower than Fred's, and looked at the mounds of file folders and papers covering every flat surface. Fred had sent for him and then spent the first 10 minutes after he'd arrived speaking on the phone. Whatever he was talking about, it sounded technical. Holden assumed it was related to the giant generation ship outside. It didn't bother him to be ignored for a few minutes, since the wall behind Fred was entirely covered by a bleedingly high-definition screen pretending to be a window. It was showing a spectacular view of the Nauvoo, moving past as the station spun. Fred spoiled the scene by putting the phone down. "Sorry about that," he said. "The atmosphere processing system has been a nightmare from day one. When you're going 100+ years on only the air you can bring with you, the loss tolerances are stricter than usual. Sometimes it's difficult to impress the importance of fine details on the contractors." "I was enjoying the view," Holden said, gesturing at the screen. "I'm starting to wonder if we'll be able to get it done on schedule." "Why?" Fred sighed and leaned his chair back with a squeak. "It's the war between Mars and the Belt." "Material shortages, then?" "Not just that. Pirate castes claiming to speak for the OPA are working into a frenzy. Belt prospectors with homemade torpedo launchers are firing on Martian warships. They get wiped out in response, but every now and then one of those torpedoes hits and kills a few Martians." "Which means Mars starts shooting first." Fred nodded, and then got up and started pacing the room. "And then even honest citizens on legitimate business start getting worried about going out of the house," he said. "We've had over a dozen late shipments so far this month, and I'm worried it will stop being delays and start being cancellations." "You know, I've been thinking about the same thing," Holden said. Fred acted as though he hadn't heard. "I've been on that bridge," Fred said. "Unidentified ship coming on you, and a decision to make. No one wants to press the button. I've watched a ship get bigger and bigger on the scope while my finger was on the trigger. I remember begging them to stop." Holden said nothing. He'd seen it too. There was nothing to say. Fred let silence hang in the air for a moment, then shook his head and straightened up. "I need to ask you a favor," Fred said. "You can always ask, Fred. You've paid for that much," Holden replied. "I need to borrow your ship." "The Rossi?" Holden said. "Why?" "I need to have something picked up and delivered here, and I need a ship that can stay quiet and run past Martian picket ships if it needs to." "The Rocinante is definitely the right ship, then, but that didn't answer my question. Why?" Fred turned his back to Holden and looked at the view screen. The nose of the Nauvoo was just vanishing from sight. The view turned to the flat, star-speckled black of forever. "I need to pick someone up on Eros," he said. "Someone important. I've got people who can do it, but the only ships we've got are light freighters and a couple of small shuttles. Nothing that can make the trip quickly enough or have a hope of running away if trouble starts." "Does this person have a name? I mean, you keep saying you don't want to fight, but the other unique thing about my ship is that it's the only one here with guns. I'm sure the OPA has a whole list of things they'd like blown up." "You don't trust me?" "Nope." Fred turned back around and gripped the back of his chair. His knuckles were white. Holden wondered if he'd gone too far. "Look," Holden said, "you talk a good game about peace and trials and all that. You disavow the pirate castes. You have a nice station filled with nice people. I have every reason to believe you are what you say you are. But we've been here 3 days, and the first time you tell me about your plans, you ask to borrow my ship for a secret mission. Sorry. If I'm part of this, I get full access. No secrets. Even if I knew for a fact, which I don't, that you had nothing but good intentions, I still wouldn't go along with the cloak and dagger bullshit." Fred stared at him for a few seconds, then came around his chair and sat down. Holden found he was tapping his fingers on his thigh nervously and forced himself to stop. Fred's eyes flicked down at Holden's hand, and then back up. He continued to stare. Holden cleared his throat. "Look, you're the big dog here. Even if I didn't know who you used to be, you'd scare the shit out of me. So don't feel the need to prove it. But no matter how scared I am, I'm not backing down on this." Fred's hoped-for laughter didn't come. Holden tried to swallow without gulping. "I bet every captain you ever flew under thought you were a gigantic pain in the ass," Fred said finally. "I believe my record reflects that," Holden said, trying to hide his relief. "I need to fly to Eros and find a man named Lionel Polanski, and then bring him back to Tycho." "That's only a week out if we push," Holden said, doing the math in his head. "The fact that Lionel doesn't actually exist complicates the mission." "Yeah, okay, now I'm confused," Holden agreed. "You want it in?" Fred said, the words taking on a quiet ferocity. "Now you're in. Lionel Polanski exists only on paper, and owns things that Mr. Tycho doesn't want to own, including a courier ship called the Scopuli." Holden leaned forward in his chair, his face intense. "You now have my undivided attention," he said. "The non-existent owner of the Scopuli checked into a flophouse on one of the shit levels of Eros. We only just got the message. We have to work on the assumption that whoever got the room knows our operations intimately, needs help, and can't ask for it openly." "We can leave in an hour," Holden said breathlessly. Fred held up his hands in a gesture that was surprisingly belter for an Earthman. "When," Fred asked, "did this turn into you leaving?" "I won't loan my ship, but I'll definitely rent it out. My crew and I were talking about getting jobs, actually. Hire us. Deduct whatever's fair for services you've already rendered." "No," Fred said. "I need you." "You don't," Holden replied. "You need our depositions. And we're not going to sit here waiting a year or two for sanity to reign. We'll all do video depositions, sign whatever affidavits you want us to as to their authenticity, but we're leaving to find work one way or the other. You might as well make use of it." "No," Fred said. "You're too valuable to take risks with your lives. What if I throw in the data cube the captain of the Doniger was trying to liberate?" The silence was back, but it had a different feel to it. "Look," Holden said, pressing on, "you need a ship like the Rossi. I've got one. You need a crew for her. I've got that too. And you're as hungry to know what's on that cube as I am. I don't like the risk. Your other option is to throw us in the brig and commandeer the ship. There's some risks in that too." Fred laughed. Holden felt himself relax. "You'll still have the same problem that brought you here," Fred said. "Your ship looks like a gunship, no matter what its transponder is saying." Holden jumped up and grabbed a piece of paper from Fred's desk. He started writing on it with a pen snatched from a decorative pen set. "I've been thinking about that. You've got full manufacturing facilities here, and we're supposed to be a light gas freighter. So," he said as he sketched a rough outline of the ship, "we weld on a bunch of empty compressed gas storage tanks in 2 bands around the hull. Use them to hide the tubes. Repaint the whole thing. Weld on a few projections to break up the hull profile and hide us from ship recognition software. It'll look like shit and screw up the aerodynamics, but we won't be near Atmo anytime soon. It'll look exactly like what it is. Something a bunch of belters slapped together in a hurry." He handed the paper to Fred. Fred began laughing in earnest, either at the terrible drawing or at the absurdity of the whole thing. "You could give a pirate a hell of a surprise," he said. "If I do this, you and your crew will record my depositions and hire on as an independent contractor for errands like the Eros run, and appear on my behalf when the peace negotiations start." "Yes." I want the right to outbid anyone else who tries to hire you. No contracts without my counteroffer." Holden held out his hand, and Fred shook it. "Nice doing business with you, Fred." As Holden left the office, Fred was already on the comm with his machine shop people. Holden pulled out his portable terminal and called up Naomi. "Yeah?" she said. "Pack up the kids. We're going to Eros." Chapter 22. Miller. The people mover to Eros was small, cheap, and overcrowded. The air recyclers had the plastic and resin smell of long-life industrial models that Miller associated with warehouses and fuel depots. The lights were cheap LEDs, tinted a false pink that was supposed to flatter the complexion, but instead made everyone look like undercooked beef. There were no cabins, only row after row of formed laminate seating and 2 long walls with 5 stacks of bunks that the passengers could hot swap. Miller had never been on a cheapjack transport before, but he knew how they worked. If there was a fight, the ship's crew would pump riot gas into the cabin, knock everyone out, and put anyone who'd been in the scuffle under restraint. It was a draconian system, but it did tend to keep passengers polite. The bar was always open, and drinks were cheap. Not long ago, Miller would have found that enticing. Instead, he sat on one of the long seats, his hand terminal open. Julie's case file, what he had reconstructed of it, glowed before him. The picture of her, proud and smiling in front of the Razorback, the dates and records, her jiu-jitsu training. It seemed like very little, considering how large the woman had grown in his life. A small news feed crawled down the terminal's left side. The war between Mars and the Belt escalated, incident after incident, but the secession of Ceres Station was the top news. Earth was taken to task by Martian commentators for failing to stand united with its fellow inner planet, or at least for not handing over the Ceres security contract to Mars. The scattershot reaction of the Belt ran the gamut from pleasure at seeing Earth's influence fall back down the gravity well, to strident near-panic at the loss of Ceres' neutrality, to conspiracy theories that Earth was fomenting the war for its own ends. Miller reserved judgment. "I always think of pews." Miller looked over. The man sitting next to him was about Miller's age, the fringe of gray hair, the soft belly. The man's smile told Miller the guy was a missionary, out in the vacuum saving souls. Or maybe it was the name tag and Bible. "The seats, I mean," the missionary said. "They always make me think of going to church, the way they're all lined up, row after row. Only instead of a pulpit, we have bunk beds." "Our Lady of Sleeping Through It," Miller said, knowing he was getting drawn into conversation, but unable to stop himself. The missionary laughed. "Something like that," he said. "Do you attend church?" "Haven't in years," Miller said. "I was a Methodist when I was anything. What flavor are you selling?" The missionary lifted his hands in a gesture of harmlessness that went back to the African plains of the Pleistocene. "I have no weapon. I seek no fight." "I'm just going back to Eros from a conference on Luna," he said. "My proselytizing days are long behind me." "I didn't think those ever ended," Miller said. "They don't, not officially. But after a few decades you come to a place where you realize that there's really no difference between trying and not trying. I still travel. I still talk to people. Sometimes we talk about Jesus Christ. Sometimes we talk about cooking. If someone is ready to accept Christ, it doesn't take much effort on my part to help them. If they aren't, no amount of hectoring them does any good. So why try?" "Do people talk about the war?" Miller asked. "Often," the missionary said. "Anyone make sense of it?" "No, I don't believe war ever does. It's a madness that's in our nature. Sometimes it recurs, sometimes it subsides." "Sounds like a disease." "The herpes simplex of the species?" the missionary said with a laugh. "I suppose there are worse ways to think of it. I'm afraid that as long as we're human, it will be with us." Miller looked over at the wide, moon-round face. "As long as we're human," he said. "Some of us believe that we shall all eventually become angels," the missionary said. "Not the Methodists." "Even them, eventually," the man said. "But they probably won't go first. And what brings you to Our Lady of Sleeping Through It?" Miller sighed, sitting back against the unyielding chair. 2 rows down, a young woman shouted at 2 boys to stop jumping on the seats and was ignored. A man behind them coughed. Miller took a long breath and let it out slowly. "I was a cop on Ceres," he said. "Ah, the change of contract." "That," Miller said. "Taking up work on Eros, then?" "More looking up an old friend," Miller said. Then, to his own surprise, he went on. "I was born on Ceres. Lived there my whole life. This is the 5th? Yeah, 5th time I've been off station." "Do you plan to go back?" "No," Miller said. He sounded more certain than he'd known. "No, I think that part of my life is pretty much over." "That must be painful," the missionary said. Miller paused, letting the comment settle. The man was right. It should have been painful. Everything he'd ever had was gone. His job, his community. He wasn't even a cop anymore, his checked-in luggage handgun notwithstanding. He would never eat at the little East Indian cart at the edge of Sector 9 again. The receptionist at the station would never nod her greeting to him as he headed in for his desk again. No more nights at the bar with the other cops. No more off-color stories about busts gone weird. No more kids flying kites in the high tunnels. He probed himself like a doctor searching for inflammation. Did it hurt here? Did he feel the loss there? He didn't. There was only a sense of relief so profound it approached giddiness. "I'm sorry," the missionary said, confused. "Did I say something funny?" Eros supported a population of 1.5 million, a little more than Ceres had in visitors at any given time. Roughly the shape of a potato, it had been much more difficult to spin up, and its surface velocity was considerably higher than Ceres's, for the same internal G. The old shipyards protruded from the asteroid, great spider webs of steel and carbon mesh studded with warning lights and sensor arrays to wave off any ships that might come in too tight. The internal caverns of Eros had been the birthplace of the belt. From raw ore to smelting furnace to annealing platform, and then into the spines of water haulers and gas harvesters and prospecting ships. Eros had been a port of call in the first generation of humanity's expansion. From there, the sun itself was only a bright star among billions. The economics of the belt had moved on. Ceres Station had spun up with newer docks, more industrial backing, more people. The commerce of shipping moved to Ceres, while Eros remained a center of ship manufacture and repair. The results were as predictable as physics. On Ceres, a longer time in dock meant lost money, and the berth fee structure reflected that. On Eros, a ship might wait for weeks or months without impeding the flow of traffic. If a crew wanted a place to relax, to stretch, to get away from one another for a while, Eros was the port of call. And with the lower docking fees, Eros Station found other ways to soak money from its visitors. Casinos, brothels, shooting galleries. Vice in all its commercial forms found a home in Eros, its local economy blooming like a fungus fed by the desires of belters. A happy accident of orbital mechanics put Miller there half a day ahead of the Rocinante. He walked through the cheap casinos, the opioid bars and sex clubs, the show fight areas where men or women pretended to beat one another senseless for the pleasure of the crowds. Miller imagined Julie walking with him, her sly smile matching his own as he read the great animated displays. Randolph Mack, holder of the belt free fight championship for 6 years against Martian Kivrin Carmichael in a fight to the death. Surely not fixed, Julie said dryly in his mind. Wonder which one's going to win, he thought, and imagined her laughing. He'd stopped at a noodle cart, 2 new yens worth of egg noodles and black sauce steaming in their cone, when a hand clapped on his shoulder. "Detective Miller," a familiar voice said. "I think you're outside your jurisdiction." "Why, Inspector Sematimba," Miller said. "As I live and breathe. You'd give a girl the shakes sneaking up like that." Sematimba laughed. He was a tall man, even among belters, with the darkest skin Miller had ever seen. Years before, Sematimba and Miller had coordinated on a particularly ugly case. A smuggler with a cargo of designer euphorics had broken with his supplier. 3 people on Ceres had been caught in the crossfire, and the smuggler had shipped out for Eros. The traditional competitiveness and insularity of the station's respective security forces had almost let the perp slip away. Only Miller and Sematimba had been willing to coordinate outside the corporate channels. "What brings you?" Sematimba said, leaning against a thin steel railing and gesturing at the tunnel, "to the navel of the belt, the glory and power that is Eros." "Following up on a lead," Miller said. "There's nothing good here," Sematimba said. "Ever since Protogen pulled out, things have been going from bad to worse." Miller sucked up a noodle. "Who's the new contract?" he asked. "CPM," Sematimba said. "Never heard of them." "Carne pa la macchina," Sematimba said, and pulled a face. Exaggerated bluff masculinity. He thumped his breast and growled, and then let the imitation go and shook his head. "New corporation out of Luna. Mostly belters on the ground. Make themselves out to be all hardcore, but they're mostly amateurs. All bluster, no balls. Protogen was inner planets, and that was a problem, but they were serious as hell. They broke heads, but they kept the peace. These new assholes? Most corrupt bunch of thugs I've ever worked for. I don't think the Board of Governors is going to renew when the contract's up. I didn't say that, but it's true. I've got an old partner signed up with Protogen," Miller said. "They're not bad," Sematimba said. "Almost wish I picked them in the divorce, you know." "Why didn't you?" Miller asked. "You know how it is. I'm from here." "Yeah," Miller said. "So, you didn't know who was running the playhouse? You aren't here looking for work?" "Nope," Miller said. "I'm on sabbatical. Doing some travel for myself these days." "You've got money for that?" "Not really, but I don't mind going on the cheap. For a while, you know." "You heard anything about a Juliet Mao? Goes by Julie?" Sematimba shook his head. "Mao Kukowski Mercantile," Miller said. "Came up the well and went native. OPA. It was an abduction case." "Was?" Miller leaned back. His imagined Julie raised her eyebrows. "It's changed a little since I got it," Miller said. "Maybe connected to something. Kind of big." "How big are we talking about?" Sematimba said. All trace of jocularity had vanished from his expression. He was all cop now. Anyone but Miller would have found the man's empty, almost angry face intimidating. "The war," Miller said. Sematimba folded his arms. "Bad joke," he said. "Not joking." "I consider us friends, old man," Sematimba said. "But I don't want any trouble around here. Things are unsettled as it stands." "I'll try to stay low profile." Sematimba nodded. Down the tunnel, an alarm blared. Only security, not the ear-splitting ditone of an environmental alert. Sematimba looked down the tunnel as if squinting would let him see through the press of people, bicycles, and food carts. "I'd better go look," he said with an air of resignation. "Probably some of my fellow officers of the peace breaking windows for the fun of it." "Great to be part of a team like that," Miller said. "How would you know?" Sematimba said with a smile. "If you need something—" "Likewise," Miller said, and watched the cop wade into the sea of chaos and humanity. He was a large man, but something about the passing crowd's universal deafness to the alarm's blare made him seem smaller. A stone in the ocean, the phrase went. One star among millions. Miller checked the time, then pulled up the public docking records. The Rocinante showed as on schedule. The docking berth was listed. Miller sucked down the last of his noodles, tossed the foam cone with a thin smear of black sauce into a public recycler, found the nearest men's room, and, when he was done there, trotted toward the casino level. The architecture of Eros had changed since its birth. Where once it had been like Ceres, web-worked tunnels leading along the path of widest connection, Eros had learned from the flow of money. All paths led to the casino level. If you wanted to go anywhere, you passed through the wide whale belly of lights and displays. Poker, blackjack, roulette, tall fish tanks filled with prized trout to be caught and gutted, mechanical slots, electronic slots, cricket races, craps, rigged tests of skill. Flashing lights, dancing neon clowns, and video screen advertisements blasted the eyes. Loud artificial laughter and merry whistles and bells assured you that you were having the time of your life. All while the smell of thousands of people packed into too small a space competed with the scent of heavily spiced vat-grown meat being hawked from carts rolling down the corridor. Greed and casino design had turned Eros into an architectural cattle run, which was exactly what Miller needed. The tube station that arrived from the port had 6 wide doors which emptied to the casino floor. Miller accepted a drink from a tired-looking woman in a G-string and bared breasts, and found a screen to stand at that afforded him a view of all 6 doors. The crew of the Rocinante had no choice but to come through one of those. He checked his hand terminal. The docking log showed the ship had arrived 10 minutes earlier. Miller pretended to sip his drink and settled in to wait. Chapter 23. Holden. The casino level of Eros was an all-out assault on the senses. Holden hated it. "I love this place," Amos said, grinning. Holden pushed his way through a knot of drunk middle-aged gamblers who were laughing and yelling to a small open space near a row of pay-by-the-minute wall terminals. "Amos," he said, "we'll be going to a less touristy level, so watch our backs. The flophouse we're looking for is in a rough neighborhood." Amos nodded. "Gotcha, Cap." While Naomi, Alex, and Amos blocked him from view, Holden reached behind his back to adjust the pistol that pulled uncomfortably on his waistband. The cops on Eros were pretty uptight about people walking around with guns, but there was no way he was going to Lionel Polanski unarmed. Amos and Alex were both carrying too, though Amos kept his in the right pocket of his jacket, and his hand never left it. Only Naomi flatly refused to carry a gun. Holden led the group toward the nearest escalators, with Amos casting the occasional glance behind in the rear. The casinos of Eros stretched for 3 seemingly endless levels, and even though they moved as quickly as possible, it took half an hour to get away from the noise and crowds. The first level above was a residential neighborhood and disorientingly quiet and neat after the casino's chaos and noise. Holden sat down on the edge of a planter with a nice array of ferns in it and caught his breath. "I'm with you, Captain. 5 minutes in that place gives me a headache," Naomi said, and sat down next to him. "You kidding me?" Amos said. "I wish we had more time. Alex and I took almost $1,000 off those fish at the Tycho card tables. We'd probably walk out of here fucking millionaires." "You know it," Alex said, and punched the big mechanic on the shoulder. "Well, if this Polanski thing turns out to be nothing, you have my permission to go make us $1 million at the card tables. I'll wait for you on the ship," Holden said. The tube system ended at the first casino level, and didn't start again until the level they were on. You could choose not to spend your money at the tables, but they made sure you were punished for doing so. Once the crew had climbed into a car and started the ride to Lionel's hotel, Amos sat down next to Holden. "Somebody's following us, Cap," he said conversationally. "Wasn't sure till he climbed on a couple of cars down. Behind us all through the casinos, too." Holden sighed and put his face in his hands. "Okay, what's he look like?" he said. "Belter? 50s or maybe 40s with a lot of mileage. White shirt and dark pants, goofy hat." "Cop?" "Oh yeah, but no holster I can see," Amos said. "All right, keep an eye on him, but no need to get too worried. Nothing we're doing here is illegal," Holden said. "You mean other than arriving in our stolen Martian warship, sir?" Naomi asked. "You mean our perfectly legitimate gas freighter that all the paperwork and registry data says is perfectly legitimate?" Holden replied with a thin smile. "Yeah, well, if they'd seen through that, they would have stopped us at the dock, not followed us around." An advertising screen on the wall displayed a stunning view of multicolored clouds rippling with flashes of lightning, and encouraged Holden to take a trip to the amazing dome resorts on Titan. He'd never been to Titan. Suddenly he wanted to go there very much. A few weeks of sleeping late, eating in fine restaurants, and lying on a hammock, watching Titan's colorful atmosphere storm above him sounded like heaven. Hell, as long as he was fantasizing, he threw in Naomi walking over to his hammock with a couple of fruity-looking drinks in her hands. She ruined it by talking. "This is our stop," she said. "Amos, watch our friend, see if he gets off the train with us," Holden said as he got up and headed to the door. After they got off and walked a dozen steps down the corridor, Amos whispered, "Yep," at his back. Shit. Well, definitely a tail, but there wasn't really any reason not to go ahead and check up on Lionel. Fred hadn't asked them to do anything with whoever was pretending to be the Scopuli's owner. They couldn't very well be arrested for knocking on a door. Holden whistled a loud and jaunty tune as he walked, to let his crew and whoever was following them know he wasn't worried about a thing. He stopped when he saw the flophouse. It was dark and dingy, and exactly the sort of place where people got mugged or worse. Broken lights created dark corners, and there wasn't a tourist in sight. He turned to give Alex and Amos meaningful looks, and Amos shifted his hand in his pocket. Alex reached under his coat. The lobby was mostly empty space, with a pair of couches at one end next to a table covered with magazines. A sleepy-looking older woman sat reading one. Elevators were recessed into the wall at the far end, next to a door marked stairs. In the middle was the check-in desk, where, in lieu of a human clerk, a touch-screen terminal let guests pay for their rooms. Holden stopped next to the desk and turned around to look at the woman sitting on the couch. Graying hair, but good features and an athletic build. In a flophouse like this, that probably meant a prostitute reaching the end of her shelf life. She pointedly ignored his stare. "Is our tail still with us?" Holden asked in a quiet voice. "Stopped outside somewhere. Probably just watching the door now," Amos replied. Holden nodded and hit the inquiry button on the check-in screen. A simple menu would let him send a message to Lionel Polanski's room, but Holden exited the system. They knew Lionel was still checked in, and Fred had given them the room number. If it was someone playing games, no reason to give him a heads-up before Holden knocked on the door. "Okay, he's still here, so let's—" Holden said, and then stopped when he saw the woman from the couch standing right behind Alex. He hadn't heard or seen her approach. "You need to come with me," she said in a hard voice. "Walk to the stairwell slowly, stay at least 3 meters ahead of me the entire time. Do it now." "Are you a cop?" Holden asked, not moving. "I'm the person with the gun," she said, a small weapon appearing like magic in her right hand. She pointed it at Alex's head. "So do what I say." Her weapon was small and plastic and had some kind of battery pack. Amos pulled his heavy slug thrower out and aimed it at her face. "Mine's bigger," he said. "Amos, don't," was all Naomi had time to say before the stairwell door burst open, and half a dozen men and women armed with compact automatic weapons came into the room, yelling at them to drop their guns. Holden started to put his hands up when one of them opened fire, the weapon coughing out rounds so fast it sounded like someone ripping construction paper. It was impossible to hear separate shots. Amos threw himself to the floor. A line of bullet holes stitched across the chest of the woman with the taser, and she fell backward with a soft, final sound. Holden grabbed Naomi by one hand and dragged her behind the check-in desk. Someone in the other group was yelling, "Cease fire! Cease fire!" But Amos was already shooting back from his position prone on the floor. A yelp of pain and a curse told Holden he'd probably hit someone. Amos rolled sideways to the desk, just in time to avoid a hail of slugs that tore up the floor and wall and made the desk shudder. Holden reached for his gun, but the front sight caught in his waistband. He yanked it out, tearing his underwear, then crawled on his knees to the edge of the desk and looked out. Alex was lying on the floor on the other side of one of the couches, gun drawn and face white. As Holden looked, a burst of gunfire hit the couch, blowing stuffing into the air and making a line of holes in the back of the couch not more than 20 centimeters above Alex's head. The pilot reached his pistol around the corner of the couch and blindly fired off half a dozen shots, yelling at the same time. "Fucking assholes!" Amos yelled, then rolled out and fired a couple more shots and rolled back before the return fire started. "Where are they?" Holden yelled at him. "Two are down, the rest in the stairwell," Amos yelled back over the sound of return fire. Out of nowhere, a burst of rounds bounced off the floor past Holden's knee. "Shit, someone's flanking us!" Amos cried out, then moved farther behind the desk and away from the shots. Holden crawled to the other side of the desk and peeked out. Someone was moving low and fast toward the hotel entrance. Holden leaned out and took a couple shots at him, but 3 guns opened up from the stairwell doorway and forced him back behind the desk. "Alex, someone's moving to the entrance!" Holden screamed at the top of his lungs, hoping the pilot might be able to get off a shot before they were all chopped to pieces by crossfire. A pistol barked 3 times by the entrance. Holden risked a look. Their tail with the goofy hat crouched by the door, a gun in his hand, the machine-gun-toting flanker lying still at his feet. Instead of looking at them, the tail was pointing his gun toward the stairwell. "No one shoot the guy with the hat!" Holden yelled, then moved back to the edge of the desk. Amos put his back to the desk and popped the magazine from his gun. As he fumbled around in his pocket for another, he said, "Guy's probably a cop." "Extra especially do not shoot any cops," Holden said, then fired a few shots at the stairwell door. Naomi, who'd spent the entire gunfight so far on the floor with her arms over her head, said, "They might all be cops." Holden squeezed off a few more shots and shook his head. "Cops don't carry small, easily concealable machine guns and ambush people from stairwells. We call those death squads," he said, though most of his words were drowned out by a barrage of gunfire from the stairwell. Afterward came a few seconds of silence. Holden leaned back out in time to see the door swing shut. "I think they're bugging out," he said, keeping his gun trained on the door anyway. "Must have another exit somewhere. Amos, keep your eye on that door. If it opens, start shooting." He patted Naomi on the shoulder. "Stay down." Holden rose from behind the now ruined check-in kiosk. The desk facade had splintered and the underlying stone showed through. Holden held his gun barrel up, his hands open. The man in the hat stood, considering the corpse at his feet, then looked up as Holden came near. "Thanks. My name is Jim Holden. You are—" The man didn't speak for a second. When he did, his voice was calm, almost weary. "Cops will be here soon. I need to make a call or we're all going to jail." "Aren't you the cops?" Holden asked. The other man laughed. It was a bitter, short sound, but with some real humor behind it. Apparently, Holden had said something funny. "Nope. Name's Miller." Chapter 24. Miller. Miller looked at the dead man, the man he'd just killed, and tried to feel something. There was the trailing adrenaline rush still ramping up his heartbeat. There was a sense of surprise that came from walking into an unexpected firefight. Past that, though, his mind had already fallen into the long habit of analysis. One plant in the main room so Holden and his crew wouldn't see anything too threatening. A bunch of trigger-happy yahoos in the stairwell to back her up. That had gone well. It was a slapdash effort. The ambush had been set by people who either didn't know what they were doing or didn't have the time or resources to do it right. If it hadn't been improvised, Holden and his 3 buddies would have been taken or killed, and him along with them. The 4 survivors of the Canterburys stood in the remains of the firefight like rookies at their first bust. Miller felt his mind shift back half a step as he watched everything without watching anything in particular. Holden was smaller than he'd expected from the video feeds. It shouldn't have been surprising. He was an Earther. The man had the kind of face that was bad at hiding things. "Thanks. My name is Jim Holden. You are?" Miller thought of 6 different answers and turned them all aside. One of the others, a big man, solid, with a bare scalp, was pacing out the room, his eyes unfocused the same way Miller's were. Of Holden's 4, that was the only guy who'd seen serious gunplay before. "Cops will be here soon," Miller said. "I need to make a call or we're all going to jail." The other man, thinner, taller, East Indian by the look of him, had been hiding behind a couch. He was sitting on his haunches now, his eyes wide and panicky. Holden had some of the same look, but he was doing a better job of keeping control. The burdens, Miller thought, of leadership. "Aren't you the cops?" Miller laughed. "Nope," he said. "Name's Miller." "Okay," the woman said. "Those people just tried to kill us. Why do they do that?" Holden took a half-step toward her voice even before he turned to look at her. Her face was flushed, full lips pressed thin and pale. Her features showed a far-flung racial mix that was unusual even in the melting pot of the belt. Her hands weren't shaking. The big one had the most experience, but Miller put the woman down as having the best instincts. "Yeah," Miller said. "I noticed." He pulled out his hand terminal and opened a link to Semitimba. The cop accepted a few seconds later. "Semi," Miller said. "I'm really sorry about this, but you know how I was going to stay low profile?" "Yes," the local cop said, drawing the word out to 3 syllables. "Didn't work out. I was heading to a meeting with a friend." "A meeting with a friend," Semitimba echoed. Miller could imagine the man's crossed arms even though they didn't show in the frame. "And I happened to see a bunch of tourists in the wrong place at the wrong time. It got out of hand." "Where are you?" Semitimba asked. Miller gave him the station level and address. There was a long pause while Semitimba consulted with some internal communication software that would have been part of Miller's toolset once. The man's sigh was percussive. "I don't see anything. Were there shots fired?" Miller looked at the chaos and ruin around them. About 1,000 different alerts should have gone out with the first weapon fired. Security should have been swarming toward them. "A few," he said. "Strange," Semitimba said. "Stay put. I'll be there." "Will do," Miller said, and dropped the connection. "Okay," Holden said. "Who was that?" "The real cops," Miller said. "They'll be here soon. It'll be fine." "I think it'll be fine," he thought. It occurred to him that he was treating the situation like he was still on the inside, a part of the machine. That wasn't true anymore, and pretending it was might have consequences. "He was following us," the woman said to Holden, and then to Miller she said, "You were following us." "I was," Miller said. He didn't think he sounded rueful, but the big guy shook his head. "It was the hat," the big one said. "Stood out some." Miller swept off his pork pie and considered it. Of course, the big one had been the one to make him. The other three were competent amateurs, and Miller knew that Holden had done some time in the UN Navy. But Miller gave it better than even money that the big one's background check would be interesting reading. "Why were you following us?" Holden asked. "I mean, I appreciate the part where you shot the people who were shooting at us, but I'd still like to know that first part." "I wanted to talk to you," Miller said. "I'm looking for someone." There was a pause. Holden smiled. "Anyone in particular?" he asked. "A crew member of the Scopuli," Miller said. "The Scopuli?" Holden said. He started to glance at the woman and stopped himself. There was something there. The Scopuli meant something to him beyond what Miller had seen on the news. "There was nobody on her when we got there," the woman said. "Holy shit," the shaky one behind the couch said. It was the first thing he'd said since the firefight ended, and he repeated it 5 or 6 more times in quick succession. "What about you?" Miller asked. "Doniger blew you to Tycho, and now here. What's that about?" "How did you know that?" Holden said. "It's my job," Miller said. "Well, it used to be." The answer didn't appear to satisfy the Earther. The big guy had fallen in behind Holden, his face a friendly cipher. No trouble unless there was trouble, and then maybe a whole lot of trouble. Miller nodded, half to the big guy, half to himself. "I had a contact in the OPA who told me you didn't die on the Doniger," Miller said. "They just told you that?" the woman asked, banked outrage in her voice. "He was making a point at the time," Miller said. "Anyway, he said it, and I took it from there. And in about 10 minutes, I'm going to make sure Eero's security doesn't throw all of you in a hole, and me with you. So if there's anything at all you want to tell me, like what you're doing here, for instance, this would be the right time." The silence was broken only by the sound of recyclers laboring to clear the smoke and particulate dust of gunfire. The shaky one stood. Something about the way he held himself looked military. Ex-something, Miller assumed, but not a ground-pounder. Navy, maybe. Martian, at a guess. He had the vocal twang some of them affected. "Ah, fuck it, Captain," the big one said. "He shot the flank guy for us. He may be an asshole, but he's okay by me." "Thank you, Amos," Holden said. Miller filed that. The big one was Amos. Holden put his hands behind his back, returning his gun to his waistband. "We're here to look for someone too," he said. "Probably someone from the Scopuli. We were just double-checking the room when everyone decided to start shooting at us." "Here?" Miller said. Something like emotion trickled into his veins. Not hope, but dread. "Someone off the Scopuli is in this flop right now?" "We think so," Holden said. Miller looked out the flophouse lobby's front doors. A small, curious crowd had started to gather in the tunnel. Crossed arms, nervous glances. He knew how they felt. Sematimba and his police were on the way. The gunmen who'd attacked Holden and his crew weren't mounting another attack, but that didn't mean they were gone. There might be another wave. They could have fallen back to a better position to wait for Holden to advance. But what if Julie was here right now? How could he come this far and stop in the lobby? To his surprise, he still had his gun drawn. That was unprofessional. He should have holstered it. The only other one still drawn was the Martian's. Miller shook his head. Sloppy. He needed to stop that. Still, he had more than half a magazine left in the pistol. "What room?" he asked. The flophouse corridors were thin and cramped. The walls had the impervious gloss of warehouse paint, and the carpet was carbon silicate weave that would wear out more slowly than bare stone. Miller and Holden went first, then the woman and the Martian. Naomi and Alex, their names were. Then Amos, trailing and looking back over his shoulder. Miller wondered if anyone but he and Amos understood how they were keeping the others safe. Holden seemed to know and be irritated by it. He kept edging ahead. The doors of the rooms were identical fiberglass laminates, thin enough to be churned out by the thousands. Miller had kicked in 100 like them in his career. A few here and there were decorated by long-time residents, with a painting of improbably red flowers, a whiteboard with a string where a pen had once been attached, a cheap reproduction of an obscene cartoon acting out its punchline in a dimly glowing infinite loop. Tactically, it was a nightmare. If the ambushing forces stepped out of the doors in front of and behind them, all 5 could be slaughtered in seconds. But no slugs flew, and the only door that opened disgorged an emaciated, long-bearded man with imperfect eyes and a slack mouth. Miller nodded at the man as they passed, and he nodded back, possibly more surprised by someone's acknowledging his presence than by the drawn pistols. Holden stopped. "This is it," he murmured. "This is the room." Miller nodded. The others came up in a clump, Amos casually hanging back, his eyes on the corridor retreating behind them. Miller considered the door. It would be easy to kick in. One strong blow just above the latch mechanism. Then he could go in low and to the left, Amos high and to the right. He wished Havelock were there. Tactics were simpler for people who trained together. He motioned Amos to come up close. Holden knocked on the door. "What are you—" Miller whispered fiercely, but Holden ignored him. "Hello?" Holden called. "Anyone there?" Miller tensed. Nothing happened. No voice, no gunfire. Nothing. Holden seemed perfectly at ease with the risk he'd just taken. From the expression on Naomi's face, Miller took it this wasn't the first time he'd done things this way. "You want that open?" Amos said. "Kinda do," Miller said at the same moment Holden said, "Yeah, kick it down." Amos looked from one to the other, not moving until Holden nodded at him. Then Amos shifted past them, kicked the door open in one blow, and staggered back, cussing. "You okay?" Miller asked. The big man nodded once through a pale grimace. "Yeah, busted my leg a while back. Cast just came off. Keep forgetting about that," he said. Miller turned back to the room. Inside, it was as black as a cave. No lights came on, not even the dim glow of monitors and sensory devices. Miller stepped in, pistol drawn. Holden was close behind him. The floor made the crunching sound of gravel under their feet, and there was an odd astringent smell that Miller associated with broken screens. Behind it was another smell, much less pleasant. He chose not to think about that one. "Hello?" Miller said. "Anyone here?" "Turn on the lights," Naomi said from behind them. Miller heard Holden patting the wall panel, but no light came up. "They're not working," Holden said. The dim spill from the corridor gave almost nothing. Miller kept his gun steady in his right hand, ready to empty it toward muzzle flash if anyone opened fire from the darkness. With his left, he took out his hand terminal, thumbed on the backlight, and opened a blank white writing tablet. The room came into monochrome. Beside him, Holden did the same. A thin bed pressed against one wall, a narrow tray beside it. The bedding was knotted like the remnant of a bad night's sleep. A closet stood open, empty. The hulking form of an empty vacuum suit lay on the floor like a mannequin with a misplaced head. An old entertainment console hung on the wall across from the cot, its screen shattered by half a dozen blows. The wall was dimpled where blows intended to break the LED sconces had missed. Another hand terminal added its glow, and another. Hints of color started to come into the room. The cheap gold of the walls, the green of the blankets and sheet. Under the cot, something glimmered. An older model hand terminal. Miller crouched as the others stepped in. "Shit," Amos said. "Okay," Holden said. "Nobody touches anything. Period. Nothing." It was the most sensible thing Miller had heard the man say. "Someone put up a bitch of a fight," Amos muttered. "No," Miller said. It had been vandalism, maybe. It hadn't been a struggle. He pulled a thin film evidence bag out of his pocket and turned it inside out over his hand like a glove before picking up the terminal, flipping the plastic over it and setting off the sealing charge. "Is that blood?" Naomi asked, pointing to the cheap foam mattress. Wet streaks pooled on the sheet and pillow, not more than a finger's width, but dark. Too dark even for blood. "No," Miller said, shoving the terminal into his pocket. The fluid marked a thin path toward the bathroom. Miller raised a hand, pushing the others back as he crept toward the half-open door. Inside the bathroom, the nasty background smell was much stronger. Something deep, organic, and intimate. Manure in a hothouse, or the aftermath of sex, or a slaughterhouse. All of them. The toilet was brushed steel, the same model they used in prisons. The sink matched. The LED above it and the one in the ceiling had both been destroyed. In the light of his terminal, like the glow of a single candle, black tendrils reached from the shower stall toward the ruined lights, bent and branching like skeletal leaves. In the shower stall, Juliet Andromeda Mao lay dead. Her eyes were closed, and that was a mercy. She'd cut her hair differently since she'd taken the pictures Miller had seen, and it changed the shape of her face. But she was unmistakable. She was nude, and barely human. Coils of complex growth spilled from her mouth, ears, and vulva. Her ribs and spine had grown spurs like knives that stretched pale skin, ready to cut themselves free of her. Tubes stretched from her back and throat, crawling up the walls behind her. A deep brown slush had leaked from her, filling the shower pan almost 3 centimeters high. He sat silently, willing the thing before him not to be true, trying to force himself awake. "What did they do to you?" he thought. "Oh, kid, what did they do?" "Oh, my God," Naomi said behind him. "Don't touch anything," he said. "Get out of the room. Into the hall. Do it now." The light in the next room faded as the hand terminals retreated. The twisting shadows momentarily gave her body the illusion of movement. Miller waited, but no breath lifted the bent ribcage. No flicker touched her eyelids. There was nothing. He rose, carefully checking his cuffs and shoes, and walked out to the corridor. They'd all seen it. He could tell from the expressions they'd all seen. And they didn't know any better than he did what it was. Gently, he pulled the splintered door closed and waited for Semitimba. It wasn't long. 5 men in police riot armor with shotguns made their way down the hall. Miller walked forward to meet them, his posture better than a badge. He could see them relax. Semitimba came up behind them. "Miller," he said, "the hell is this? I thought you said you were staying put." "I didn't leave," he said. "Those are the civilians back there. The dead guys downstairs jumped them in the lobby." "Why?" Semitimba demanded. "Who knows?" Miller said. "Roll them for spare change? That's not the problem." Semitimba's eyebrows rose. "I've got 4 corpses down there, and they're not the problem." Miller nodded down the corridor. "Fifth one's up here," he said. "It's the girl I was looking for." Sematimba's expression softened. "I'm sorry," he said. "Nah," Miller said. He couldn't accept sympathy. He couldn't accept comfort. A gentle touch would shatter him, so he stayed hard instead. "But you're going to want the coroner on this one." "It's bad, then?" "You've got no idea," Miller said. "Listen, Semi. I'm in over my head here. Seriously. Those boys down there with the guns? If they weren't hooked in with your security force, there would have been alarms as soon as the first shot was fired. You know this was a setup. They were waiting for these four. And the squat fellow with the dark hair? That's James Holden. He's not even supposed to be alive." "Holden that started the war?" Sematimba said. "That's the one," Miller said. "This is deep. Drowning deep. And you know what they say about going in after a drowning man, right?" Sematimba looked down the corridor. He nodded. "Let me help you," Sematimba said, but Miller shook his head. "I'm too far gone. Forget me. What happened was you got a call. You found the place. You don't know me, you don't know them, you've got no clue what happened. Or you come along and drown with me. Your pick. You don't leave the station without telling me?" "Okay," Miller said. "I can live with that," Sematimba said. Then, a moment later, "That's really Holden?" "Call the coroner," Miller said. "Trust me." Chapter 25. Holden. Miller gestured at Holden and headed for the elevator without waiting to see if he was following. The presumption irritated him, but he went anyway. "So," Holden said, "we were just in a gunfight where we killed at least 3 people and now we're just leaving? No getting questioned or giving a statement? How exactly does that happen?" Holden asked. "Professional courtesy," Miller said, and Holden couldn't tell if he was joking. The elevator door opened with a muffled ding, and Holden and the others followed Miller inside. Naomi was closest to the panel, so she stretched out to press the lobby button, but her hand was shaking so badly that she had to stop and clench it into a fist. After a deep breath, she reached out a now steady finger and pressed the button. "This is bullshit. Being an ex-cop doesn't give you a license to get in gunfights," Holden said to Miller's back. Miller didn't move, but he seemed to shrink a little bit. His sigh was heavy and unforced. His skin seemed grayer than before. "Sematimba knows the score. Half the job is knowing when to look the other way. Besides, I promised we wouldn't leave the station without letting him know." "Fuck that," Amos said. "You don't make promises for us, pal." The elevator came to a stop and opened onto the bloody scene of the gunfight. A dozen cops were in the room. Miller nodded at them, and they nodded back. He led the crew out of the lobby to the corridor, then turned around. "We can work that out later," Miller said. "Right now, let's get someplace we can talk." Holden agreed with a shrug. "Okay, but you're paying." Miller headed off down the corridor toward the tube station. As they followed, Naomi put a hand on Holden's arm and slowed him down a bit so that Miller could get ahead. When he was far enough away, she said, "He knew her." "Who knew who?" "He," Naomi said, nodding at Miller, "knew her." She jerked her head back toward the crime scene behind them. "How do you know?" Holden said. He wasn't expecting to find her there, but he knew who she was. Seeing her like that was a shock. I didn't get that at all. He seemed like Mr. Cool all through this. No, they were friends or something. He's having trouble dealing with it. So maybe don't push him too hard, she said. We might need him. The hotel room Miller got was only slightly better than the one they'd found the body in. Alex immediately headed for the bathroom and locked the door. The sound of water running in the sink, wasn't quite loud enough to cover the pilot's retching. Holden plopped down on the small bed's dingy comforter, forcing Miller to take the room's one uncomfortable-looking chair. Naomi sat next to Holden on the bed, but Amos stayed on his feet, prowling around the room like a nervous animal. "So talk," Holden said to Miller. "Let's wait for the rest of the gang to finish up," Miller replied with a nod toward the bathroom. Alex came out a few moments later, his face still white but now freshly washed. "Are you all right, Alex?" Naomi asked in a soft voice. 5 by 5, XO, Alex said, then sat down on the floor and put his head in his hands. Holden stared at Miller and waited. The older man sat and played with his hat for a minute, then tossed it onto the cheap plastic desk that cantilevered out from the wall. "You knew Julie was in that room." "How?" Miller said. "We didn't even know her name was Julie," Holden replied. "We just knew that it was someone from the Scopuli." "You should tell me how you knew that," Miller said, a frightening intensity in his eyes. Holden paused a moment. Miller had killed someone who had been trying to kill them, and that certainly helped make the case that he was a friend. But Holden wasn't about to sell out Fred and his group on a hunch. He hesitated, then went halfway. "The fictional owner of the Scopuli had checked into that flophouse," he said. "It made sense that it was a member of the crew raising a flag." Miller nodded. "Who told you?" he said. "I'm not comfortable telling you that. We believed the information was accurate," Holden replied. "The Scopuli was the bait that someone used to kill the Canterbury. We thought someone from the Scopuli might know why everyone keeps trying to kill us." Miller said, "Shit," and then leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. "You've been looking for Julie. You hoped we were looking for her too. That we knew something," Naomi said, not making it a question. "Yeah," Miller said. It was Holden's turn to ask why. "Parents set a contract to Ceres looking for her to be sent home. It was my case," Miller said. "So you work for Ceres Security?" "Not anymore." "So what are you doing here?" Holden asked. "Her family was connected to something," Miller replied. "I just naturally hate a mystery." "And how did you know it was bigger than just a missing girl?" Talking to Miller felt like digging through granite with a rubber chisel. Miller grinned humorlessly. "They fired me for looking too hard." Holden consciously decided not to be annoyed by Miller's non-answer. "So let's talk about the death squad in the hotel." "Yeah, seriously, what the fuck?" Amos said, finally pausing in his pacing. Alex took his head out of his hands and looked up with interest for the first time. Even Naomi leaned forward on the edge of the bed. "No idea," Miller replied. "But someone knew you were coming." "Yeah, thanks for the brilliant police work," Amos said with a snort. "No way we would have figured that out on our own." Holden ignored him. "But they didn't know why, or they would have already gone up to Julie's room and gotten whatever they wanted." "Does that mean Fred's been compromised?" Naomi said. "Fred?" Miller asked. "Or maybe someone figured out the Polanski thing too, but didn't have a room number," Holden said. "But why come out guns blazing like that?" Amos said. "Doesn't make any sense to shoot us." "That was a mistake," Miller said. "I saw it happen. Amos here drew his gun. Somebody overreacted. They were yelling cease fire right up until you folks started shooting back." Holden began ticking off points on his fingers. "So, someone finds out we're headed to Eros, and that it is related to the Scopuli. They even know the hotel, but not the room. They don't know it's Lionel Polanski either," Naomi said. "They could have looked it up at the desk just like we did." "Right. So they wait for us to show, and have a squad of gunmen ready to take us in. But that goes to shit and it turns into a gunfight in the lobby. They absolutely don't see you coming, Detective, so they aren't omniscient. Right, Miller said. The whole thing screams last minute. Grab you guys and find out what you're looking for. If they'd had more time, they could have just searched the hotel. Might have taken 2 or 3 days, but it could have been done. They didn't, so that means grabbing you was easier. Holden nodded. Yes, he said, but that means that they already had teams here. Those didn't seem like locals to me. Miller paused, looking disconcerted. Now you say it, me either, he agreed. So, whoever it is, they already have teams of gunmen on Eros, and they can redeploy them to come at a moment's notice to pick us up, Holden said. And enough pull with security that they could have a firefight and nobody came, Miller said. Police didn't know anything was happening until I called them. Holden cocked his head to one side, then said, Shit, we really need to get out of here. Wait a minute, Alex said loudly. Just wait a goddamn minute here. How come no one is talking about the mutant horror show in that room? Was I the only one that saw that? Yeah, Jesus, what was that all about? Amos said quietly. Miller reached into his coat pocket and took out the evidence bag with Julie's hand terminal in it. Any of you guys a techie? He asked. Maybe we could find out. I could probably hack it, Naomi said. But there's no way I'm touching that thing until we know what did that to her and that it isn't catching. I'm not pushing my luck by handling anything she's touched. You don't have to touch it. Keep the bag sealed. Just use it right through the plastic. The touch screen should still work. Naomi paused for a second, then reached out and took the bag. Okay, give me a minute, she said, then set to work on it. Miller leaned back in his chair again, letting out another heavy sigh. So, Holden said, did you know Julie before this? Naomi seems to think finding her dead like that really knocked you for a loop. Miller shook his head slowly. You get a case like that, you look into whoever it is. You know, personal stuff. Read their email, talk to the people they know. You get a picture. Miller stopped talking and rubbed his eyes with his thumbs. Holden didn't push him, but he started talking again anyway. Julie was a good kid, Miller said, as if he were confessing something. She flew a mean racing ship. I wanted to get her back alive. It's got a password, Naomi said, holding up the terminal. I could hack the hardware, but I'd have to open the case. Miller reached out and said, Let me give it a try. Naomi handed the terminal to him, and he tapped a few characters on the screen and handed it back. Razorback, Naomi said. What's that? It's a sled, Miller replied. Is he talking to us? Amos said, pointing his chin at Miller. 'Cause there's no one else here, but I swear half the time I don't know what the fuck he's on about. Sorry, Miller said. I've been working more or less solo. Makes for bad habits. Naomi shrugged and went back to work, with Holden and Miller now looking over her shoulders. She's got a lot of stuff here, Naomi said. Where to start? Miller pointed at a text file simply labeled Notes sitting on the terminal's desktop. Start there, he said. She's a fanatic about putting things in the right folders. If she left that on the desktop, it means she wasn't sure where it went. Naomi tapped on the document to open it up. It expanded into a loosely organized collection of text that read like someone's diary. First off, get your shit together. Panic doesn't help. It never helps. Deep breaths. Figure this out. Make the right moves. Fear is the mind killer. Ha, geek. Shuttle pros. No reactor, just batteries. Very low radiation. Supplies for 8. Lots of reaction mass. Shuttle cons. No Epstein, no torch. Com not just disabled, but physically removed. Feeling a little paranoid about leaks, guys? Closest transit is Eros. Is that where we're going? Maybe go someplace else? On just Tea Kettle, this is going to be a slow boat. Another transit adds 7 more weeks. Eros, then. I've got the Phoebe bug. No way around it. Not sure how, but that brown shit was everywhere. It's anaerobic. Must have touched some. Doesn't matter how, just work the problem. I just slept for 3 weeks. Didn't even get up to pee. What does that? I'm so fucked. Things you need to remember. BA 834024112. Radiation kills. No reactor on this shuttle, but keep the lights off, keep the E-suit on. Video Assad said this thing eats radiation. Don't feed it. Send up a flag. Get some help. You work for the smartest people in the system. They'll figure something out. Stay away from people. Don't spread the bug. Not coughing up the brown goo yet. No idea when that starts. Keep away from bad guys. As if you know who they are. Fine, so keep away from everyone. Incognito is my name. Polanski? Damn. I can feel it. I'm hot all the time and I'm starving. Don't eat. Don't feed it. Feed a cold, starve a flu? Other way around? Eros is a day out, and then help is on the way. Keep fighting. Safe on Eros. Sent up the flag. Hope the Home Office is watching. Head hurts. Something's happening on my back. Lump over my kidneys. Darren turned into goo. Am I going to be a suit full of jelly? Sick now. Things coming out of my back and leaking that brown stuff everywhere. Have to take the suit off. If you read this, don't let anyone touch the brown stuff. Burn me. I'm burning up. Naomi put the terminal down, but no one spoke for a moment. Finally, Holden said, Phoebe bug. Anyone have an idea? There was a science station on Phoebe, Miller said. Inner Planet's place. No belters allowed. It got hit. Lots of dead people, but... She talks about being on a shuttle, Naomi said. The Scopuli didn't have a shuttle. There had to be another ship, Alex said. Maybe she got the shuttle off it. Right, Holden said. They got on another ship, they got infected with this Phoebe bug, and the rest of the crew, I don't know, dies? She gets out, not realizing she's infected till she's on the shuttle, Naomi continued. She comes here, she sends up the flag to Fred, and she dies in that hotel room of the infection. Not, however, turned to goo, Holden said. Just really badly, I don't know. Those tubes and bone spurs. What kind of disease does that? The question hung in the air. Again, no one spoke. Holden knew they were all thinking the same thing. They hadn't touched anything in the Flophouse room. Did that mean they were safe from it? Or did they have the Phoebe bug, whatever the hell it was? But she'd said anaerobic. Holden was pretty sure that meant you couldn't get it by breathing it in the air. Pretty sure. Where do we go from here, Jim? Naomi asked. How about Venus? Holden said, his voice higher and tighter than he'd expected. Nothing interesting happening on Venus. Seriously, Naomi said. Okay. Seriously, I think Miller there lets his cop friend know the story, and then we get the hell off of this rock. It's got to be a bioweapon, right? Someone steals it off a Martian science lab, seeds this shit in a dome. A month later, every human being in the city is dead. Amos interrupted with a grunt. There's some holes in that, Captain, Amos said. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with taking down the Cant and the Doninger? Holden looked Naomi in the eye and said, "We have a place to look now, don't we?" "Yeah, we do," she said. BA 834024112. That's a rock designation. "What do you think is out there?" Alex asked. "If I was a betting man, I'd say it's whatever ship she stole that shuttle from," Holden replied. "Makes sense," Naomi said. "Every rock in the belt is mapped. You want to hide something? Put it in a stable orbit next to one, and you can always find it later." Miller turned toward Holden, his face even more drawn. "If you're going there, I want in," he said. "Why?" Holden asked. "No offense, but you found your girl. Your job's over, right?" Miller looked at him, his lips a thin line. "Different case," Miller said. "Now, it's about who killed her." Chapter 26. Miller. "Your police friend put a lockdown order on my ship," Holden said. He sounded outraged. Around them, the hotel restaurant was busy. Last shift's prostitutes mixed with the next shift's tourists and businessmen at the cheap, pink-lit buffet. The pilot and the big guy, Alex and Amos, were vying for the last bagel. Naomi sat at Holden's side, her arms crossed, a cup of bad coffee cooling before her. "We did kill some people," Miller said gently. "I thought you got us out of that with your secret police handshake," Holden said. "So why's my ship in lockdown?" "You remember when Semitimba said we shouldn't leave the station without telling him?" Miller said. "I remember you making some kind of deal," Holden said. "I don't remember agreeing to it." "Look, he's going to keep us here until he's sure he won't get fired for letting us go. Once he knows his ass is covered, the lock goes down. So, let's talk about the part where I rent a berth on your ship." Jim Holden and his XO exchanged a glance, one of those tiny human burst communications that said more than words could have. Miller didn't know either of them well enough to decode all of it, but he guessed they were skeptical. They had reason to be. Miller had checked his credit balance before he called them. He had enough left for another night in the hotel or a good dinner, but not both. He was spending it on a cheap breakfast that Holden and his crew didn't need and probably wouldn't enjoy, buying goodwill. "I need to make very, very sure I understand what you're saying," Holden said as the big one, Amos, returned and sat at his other side holding the bagel. "Are you saying that unless I let you on my ship, your friend is going to keep us here? Because that's blackmail." "Extortion," Amos said. "What?" Holden said. "It's not blackmail," Naomi said. "That would be if he threatened to expose information we didn't want known. If it's just a threat, that's extortion." "And it's not what I'm talking about," Miller said. "Freedom of the station while the investigation rolls, that's no trouble. Leaving jurisdiction's another thing. I can't hold you here any more than I can cut you loose. I'm just looking for a ride when you go." "Why?" Holden said. "Because you're going to Julie's asteroid," Miller said. "I'm willing to bet there's no port there," Holden said. "Did you plan on going anyplace after that?" "I'm kind of low on solid plans. Haven't had one yet that actually happened." "I hear that," Amos said. "We've been fucked 18 different ways since we got into this." Holden folded his hands on the table, one finger tapping a complicated rhythm on the wood-textured concrete top. It wasn't a good sign. "You seem like like an angry, bitter old man, actually. But I've been working water haulers for the past 5 years. That just means you'd fit in." "But," Miller said, and let the word hang there. "But I've been shot at a lot recently. And the machine guns yesterday were the least lethal thing I've had to deal with," Holden said. I'm not letting anyone on my ship that I wouldn't trust with my life, and I don't actually know you." "I can get the money," Miller said, his belly sinking. "If it's money, I can cover it." "It's not about negotiating a price," Holden said. "Get the money?" Naomi said, her eyes narrowing. "Get the money? As in, you don't have it now?" "I'm a little short," Miller said. "It's temporary." "You have an income?" Naomi said. "More like a strategy," Miller said. "There's some independent rackets down on the docks. There always are in any port. Side games, fights, things like that. Most of them, the fix is in. It's how you bribe cops without actually bribing cops." "That's your plan?" Holden said, incredulity in his voice. "Go collect some police bribes?" Across the restaurant, a prostitute in a red nightgown yawned prodigiously. The John across the table from her frowned. "No," Miller said reluctantly. "I play the side bets. A cop goes in, I make a side bet that he's going to win. I know who the cops are, mostly. The house, they know because they're bribing them. The side bets are with fish looking to feel edgy because they're playing unlicensed." Even as he said it, Miller knew how weak it sounded. Alex, the pilot, came and sat beside Miller. His coffee smelled bright and acidic. "What's the deal?" Alex asked. "There isn't one," Holden said. "There wasn't one before, and there still isn't." "It works better than you think," Miller said gamely, and 4 hand terminals chimed at once. Holden and Naomi exchanged another, less complicit glance and pulled up their terminals. Amos and Alex already had theirs up. Miller caught the red and green border that meant either a priority message or an early Christmas card. There was a moment's silence as they all read something. Then Amos whistled low. "Stage 3, Naomi said. "Can't say as I like the sound of that," Alex said. "You mind if I ask?" Miller said. Holden slid his terminal across the table. The message was plain text, encoded from Tycho. "Caught mole in Tycho comm station. Your presence and destination leaked to unknown persons on Eros. Be careful." "Little late on that," Miller said. "Keep reading," Holden said. "Mole's encryption code allowed intercept of subsignal broadcast from Eros 5 hours ago. Intercepted message follows. Holden escaped, but payload sample recovered. Repeat, sample recovered. Proceeding to stage 3. "Any idea what that means?" Holden asked. "I don't," Miller said, pushing the terminal back. "Except if the payload sample is Julie's body." "Which I think we can assume it is," Holden said. Miller tapped his fingertips on the tabletop, unconsciously copying Holden's rhythm, his mind working through the combinations. "This thing," Miller said, "the bioweapon or whatever, they were shipping it here. So now it's here. Okay. There's no reason to take out Eros. It's not particularly important to the war when you hold it up to Ceres or Ganymede or the shipyard at Callisto. And if you wanted it dead, there are easier ways. Blow a big fusion bomb on the surface and crack it like an egg." "It's not a military base, but it is a shipping hub," Naomi said. "And unlike Ceres, it's not under OPA control." "They're shipping her out then," Holden said. "They're taking their sample out to infect whatever their original target was, and once they're off the station, there's no way we're going to stop it." Miller shook his head. Something about the chain of logic felt wrong. He was missing something. His imaginary Julie appeared across the room, but her eyes were dark, black filaments pouring down her cheeks like tears. "What am I looking at here, Julie?" he thought. "I'm seeing something here, but I don't know what it is." The vibration was a slight, small thing, less than a transport tube's breaking stutter. A few plates rattled. The coffee in Naomi's cup danced in a series of concentric circles. Everyone in the hotel went silent, with a sudden shared dread of thousands of people made aware of their fragility in the same moment. "Okay," Amos said. "The fuck was that?" And the emergency klaxons started blaring. "Or possibly Stage 3 is something else," Miller said over the noise. The public address system was muddy by its nature. The same voice spoke from consoles and speakers that might have been as close as a meter from each other, or as far out as earshot would take them. It made every word reverberate, a false echo. Because of that, the voice of the emergency broadcast system enunciated very carefully, each word bitten off separately. "Attention, please. Eros Station is in emergency lockdown. Proceed immediately to the casino level for radiological safety confinement. Cooperate with all emergency personnel. Attention, please. Eros Station is in emergency lockdown." And on in a loop that would continue, if no one coded in the override, until every man, woman, child, animal, and insect on the station had been reduced to dust and humidity. It was the nightmare scenario, and Miller did what a lifetime on pressurized rocks had trained him to do. He was up from the table, in the corridor, and heading down toward the wider passages already clogged with bodies. Holden and his crew were on his heels. "That was an explosion," Alex said. "Ship drive at the least, maybe a nuke." "They're going to kill the station," Holden said. There was a kind of awe in his voice. "I never thought I'd miss the part where they just blew up the ships I was on, but now it's stations." "They didn't crack it," Miller said. "You sure of that?" Naomi asked. "I can hear you talking," Miller said. "That tells me there's air." "There are airlocks," Holden said. "If the station got holed and the locks closed down—" A woman pushed hard against Miller's shoulder, forcing her way forward. If they weren't damn careful, there was going to be a stampede. There was too much fear, and not enough space. It hadn't happened yet, but the impatient movement of the crowd, vibrating like molecules in water just shy of boiling, made Miller very uncomfortable. "This isn't a ship," Miller said. "It's a station. This is a rock we're on. Anything big enough to get the parts of the station with atmosphere would crack the place like an egg. A great big pressurized egg." The crowd was stopped, the tunnel full. They were going to need crowd control, and they were going to need it fast. For the first time since he'd left Ceres, Miller wished he had a badge. Someone pushed into Amos's side, then backed away through the press when the big guy growled. "Besides," Miller said, "it's a rad hazard. You don't need air loss to kill everyone in the station. Just burn a few quadrillion spare neutrons through the place at sea, and there won't be any trouble with the oxygen supply." "Cheerful fucker," Amos said. "They build stations inside of rocks for a reason," Naomi said. "Not so easy to force radiation through this many meters of rock." "I spent a month in a rad shelter once," Alex said as they pushed through the thickening crowd. "Ship I was on had magnetic containment drop. Automatic cutoffs failed, and the reactor kept running for almost a second. Melted the engine room. Killed 5 of the crew on the next deck up before they knew we had a problem. And it took them 3 days to carve the bodies free of the melted decking for burial. The rest of us wound up 18 to a shelter for 36 days while a tug flew to get us." "Sounds great," Holden said. "End of it? 6 of them got married, and the rest of us never spoke to each other again," Alex said. Ahead of them, someone shouted. It wasn't in alarm or even anger, really. Frustration, fear. Exactly the things Miller didn't want to hear. "That may be our big problem," Miller said. But before he could explain, a new voice cut in, drowning out the emergency response loop. "Okay, everybody, we're Eros security, que no? We got an emergency, so you do what we tell you and nobody gets hurt." About time, Miller thought. So here's the rule, the new voice said. Next asshole who pushes anyone, I'm going to shoot them. Move in an orderly fashion. First priority, orderly. Second priority is move. Go, go, go. At first, nothing happened. The knot of human bodies was tied too tightly for even the most heavy-handed crowd control to free quickly. But a minute later, Miller saw some heads far ahead of him in the tunnel start to shift, then move away. The air in the tunnel was thickening, and the hot plastic smell of overloaded recyclers reached him just as the clot came free. Miller's breath started coming easier. Do they have hard shelters? A woman behind them asked her companion, and then was swept away by the currents. Naomi plucked Miller's sleeve. Do they? She asked. They should, yes, Miller said. Enough for maybe 250,000, and essential personnel and medical crews who get first crack at them. And everyone else? Amos said. If they survive the event, Holden said, station personnel will save as many people as they can. Ah, Amos said. Then, well, fuck that. We're going for the Rosie, right? Oh, hell yes, Holden said. Ahead of them, the fast shuffling crowd in their tunnel was merging with another flow of people from a lower level. 5 thick-necked men in riot gear were waving people on. 2 of them were pointing guns at the crowd. Miller was more than half tempted to go up and slap the little idiots. Pointing guns at people was a lousy way to avoid panic. One of the security men was also far too wide for his gear, the Velcro fasteners at his belly reaching out for each other like lovers at the moment of separation. Miller looked down at the floor and slowed his steps, the back of his mind suddenly and powerfully busy. One of the cops swung his gun out over the crowd. Another one, the fat guy, laughed and said something in Korean. What had Semitimba said about the new security force? All bluster, no balls? A new corporation out of Luna. Belters on the ground. Corrupt. The name. They had a name. CPM. Carne para la máquina. Meat for the machine. One of the gun-wielding cops lowered his weapon, swept off his helmet, and scratched violently behind one ear. He had wild black hair, a tattooed neck, and a scar that went from one eyelid down almost to the joint of his jaw. Miller knew him. A year and a half ago, he had arrested him for assault and racketeering. And the equipment, armor, batons, riot guns, also looked hauntingly familiar. Dawes had been wrong. Miller had been able to find his own missing equipment after all. Whatever this was, it had been going on a long time before the Canterbury had picked up a distress call from the Scopuli. A long time before Julie had vanished. And putting a bunch of Ceres station thugs in charge of Eros crowd control using stolen Ceres station equipment had been part of the plan. The third phase. Ah, he thought. Well, that can't be good. Miller slid to the side, letting as many bodies as he plausibly could fill the space between him and the gunmen dressed as police. Get down to the casino level, one of the gunmen shouted over the crowd. We'll get you into the radiation shelters from there, but you've got to get to the casino level. Holden and his crew hadn't noticed anything odd. They were talking among themselves, strategizing about how to get to their ship and what to do once they got there, speculating about who might have attacked the station and where Julie Mao's twisted, infected corpse might be headed. Miller fought the impulse to interrupt them. He needed to stay calm, to think things through. They couldn't attract attention. He needed the right moment. The corridor turned and widened. The press of bodies lightened a little bit. Miller waited for a dead zone in the crowd control, a space where none of the fake security men could see them. He took Holden by the elbow. "Don't go," he said. Chapter 27. Holden. What do you mean, don't go? Holden asked, yanking his elbow out of Miller's grasp. Somebody just nuked the station. This has escalated beyond our capacity to respond. If we can't get to the Roci, we're doing whatever they tell us to until we can." Miller took a step back and put up his hands. He was clearly doing his best to look non-threatening, which just pissed Holden off even more. Behind him, the riot cops were motioning the people milling in the corridors toward the casinos. The air echoed with the electronically amplified voices of the police directing the crowds and the buzz of anxious citizens. Over it all, the public address system told everyone to remain calm and cooperate with emergency personnel. "See that bruiser over there in the police riot gear?" Miller said. "His name is Gabby Smalls. He supervises a chunk of the Golden Bow protection racket on Ceres. He also runs a little dust on the side, and I suspect he's tossed more than a few people out airlocks." Holden looked at the guy. Wide shoulders, thick gut. Now that Miller pointed him out, there was something about him that didn't seem right for a cop. "I don't get it," Holden said. "A couple months ago, when you started a bunch of riots by saying Mars blew up your water hauler, we found out— I never said found out that most of the police riot gear on Ceres was missing. A few months before that, a bunch of our underworld muscle went missing. I just found out where both of them are." Miller pointed at the riot gear-equipped Gabby Smalls. "I wouldn't go wherever he's sending people," he said. "I really wouldn't." A thin stream of people bumped past. "Then where?" Naomi asked. "Yeah, I mean, if the choice is radiation or mobsters, I gotta go with the mobsters," Alex said, nodding emphatically at Naomi. Miller pulled out his hand terminal and held it up so everyone could see the screen. "I've got no radiation warnings," he said. "Whatever happened outside isn't a danger on this level. Not right now. So let's just calm down and make the smart move." Holden turned his back on Miller and motioned to Naomi. He pulled her aside and said in a quiet voice, "I still think we go back to the ship and get out of here. Take our chances getting past these mobsters." "If there's no radiation danger, then I agree," she said with a nod. "I disagree," Miller said, not even pretending he hadn't been eavesdropping. "To do that, we have to walk through 3 levels of casino filled with riot gear and thugs. They're going to tell us to get in one of those casinos for our own protection. When we don't, they'll beat us unconscious and throw us in anyway. For our own protection." Another crowd of people poured out of a branch corridor, heading for the reassuring presence of the police and the bright casino lights. Holden found it difficult not to be swept along with the crowd. A man with 2 enormous suitcases bumped into Naomi, almost knocking her down. Holden grabbed her hand. "What's the alternative?" he asked Miller. Miller glanced up and down the corridor, seeming to measure the flow of people. He nodded at a yellow and black striped hatch down a small maintenance corridor. "That one," he said. "It's marked high voltage, so the guys sweeping for stragglers won't bother with it. It's not the kind of place citizens hide." "Can you get that door open quickly?" Holden said, looking at Amos. "Can I break it?" "If you need to." "Then sure," Amos said, and began pushing his way through the crowd toward the maintenance hatch. At the door, he pulled out his multi-tool and popped off the cheap plastic housing for the card reader. After he twisted a couple of wires together, the hatch slid open with a hydraulic hiss. "Ta-da!" Amos said. "The reader won't work anymore, so anyone who wants in comes in." "Let's worry about that if it happens," Miller replied, then led them into the dimly lit passageway beyond. The service corridor was filled with electrical cable held together with plastic ties. It stretched through the dim red light for 30 or 40 feet before falling into gloom. The light came from LEDs mounted on the metal bracing that sprouted from the wall every 5 feet or so to hold the cable up. Naomi had to duck to enter, her frame about 4 centimeters too tall for the ceiling. She put her back to the wall and slid down onto her haunches. "You'd think they'd make the maintenance corridors tall enough for belters to work in," she said irritably. Holden touched the wall almost reverently, tracing a corridor identification number carved right into the stone. The Belters who built this place weren't tall, he said. These are some of the main power lines. This tunnel goes back to the first Belt colony. The people who carved it grew up in gravity. Miller, who also had to duck his head, sat on the floor with a grunt and popping knees. History lesson later, he said. Let's figure a way off this rock. Amos, studying the bundles of cable intently, said over his shoulder, If you see a frayed spot, don't touch it. This thick fucker right here is a couple million volts. That'd melt your shit down real good. Alex sat down next to Naomi, grimacing when his butt hit the cold stone floor. You know, he said, if they decide to seal up the station, they might pump all the air out of these maintenance corridors. I get it, Holden said loudly. It's a shitty and uncomfortable hiding spot. You have my permission to now shut up about that. He squatted down across the corridor from Miller and said, Okay, Detective, now what? Now, Miller said, we wait for the sweep to pass us by and get behind it. Try to get to the docks. The folks in the shelters are easy to avoid. Shelters are up deep. Trick's going to be getting through the casino levels. Can't we just use these maintenance passages to move around? Alex asked. Amos shook his head. Not without a map, we won't. You get lost in here, you're in trouble, he said. Ignoring them, Holden said, Okay, so we wait for everyone to move to the radiation shelters and then we leave. Miller nodded at him, and then the two men sat staring at each other for a moment. The air between them seemed to thicken, the silence taking on a meaning of its own. Miller shrugged like his jacket itched. Why do you think a bunch of series mobsters are moving everyone to radiation shelters when there's no actual radiation danger? Holden finally said. And why are the Eros cops letting them? Good questions, Miller said. If they were using these yahoos, it helps explain why their attempted kidnapping at the hotel went so poorly. They don't seem like pros. Nope, Miller said. That's not their usual area of expertise. Would you two be quiet? Naomi said. For almost a minute they were. It'd be really stupid, Holden said, to go take a look at what's going on, wouldn't it? Yes. Whatever's going on at those shelters, you know that's where all the guards and patrols will be, Miller said. Yeah, Holden said. Captain, Naomi said, a warning in her voice. Still, Holden said, talking to Miller, you hate a mystery. I do at that, Miller replied with a nod and a faint smile. And you, my friend, are a damn busybody. It's been said. God damn it, Naomi said quietly. What is it, boss? Amos asked. These two just broke our getaway plan, Naomi replied. Then she said to Holden, You guys are going to be very bad for each other and, by extension, us. No, Holden replied. You aren't coming along. You stay here with Amos and Alex. Give us, he looked at his terminal, 3 hours to go look and come back. If we aren't here, we leave you to the gangsters and the three of us get jobs on Tycho and live happily ever after, Naomi said. Yeah, Holden said with a grin. Don't be a hero. Wouldn't even consider it, sir. Holden crouched in the shadows outside the maintenance hatch and watched as series mobsters dressed in police riot gear led the citizens of Eros away in small groups. The PA system continued to declare the possibility of radiological danger and exhorted the citizens and guests of Eros to cooperate fully with emergency personnel. Holden had selected a group to follow and was getting ready to move when Miller placed a hand on his shoulder. Wait, Miller said. I want to make a call. He quickly dialed up a number on his hand terminal, and after a few moments, a flat, gray, network not available message appeared. Phone is down? Holden asked. That's the first thing I'd do, too, Miller replied. I see, Holden said, even though he really didn't. Well, I guess it's just you and me, Miller said, then took the magazine out of his gun and began reloading it with cartridges he pulled out of his coat pocket. Even though he'd had enough of gunfights to last him the rest of his life, Holden took out his gun and checked the magazine as well. He'd replaced it after the shootout in the hotel, and it was full. He racked it and put it back in the waistband of his pants. Miller, he noticed, kept his out, holding it close to his thigh where his coat mostly covered it. It wasn't difficult following the groups up through the station toward the intersections where the radiation shelters were. As long as they kept moving in the same direction as the crowds, no one gave them a second look. Holden made a mental note of the many corridor intersections where men in riot gear stood guard. It would be much tougher coming back down. When the group they were following eventually stopped outside a large metal door marked with the ancient radiation symbol, Holden and Miller slipped off to the side and hid behind a large planter filled with ferns and a couple of stunted trees. Holden watched the fake riot cops order everyone into the shelter and then seal the door behind them with a swipe of a card. All but one of them left, the remaining one standing guard outside the door. Miller whispered, "Let's ask him to let us in." "Follow my lead," Holden replied, then stood up and began walking toward the guard. "Hey, shithead, you're supposed to be in a shelter or in the casino, so get the fuck back to your group," the guard said, his hand on the butt of his gun. Holden held up his hands placatingly, smiled, and kept walking. "Hey, I lost my group. Got mixed up somehow. I'm not from here, you know," he said. The guard pointed down the corridor with the stun baton in his left hand. "Go that way till you hit the ramps down," he said. Miller seemed to appear out of nowhere in the dimly lit corridor, his gun already out and pointed at the guard's head. He thumbed off the safety with an audible click. "How about we just join the group already inside?" he said. "Open it up." The guard looked at Miller out of the corners of his eyes, not turning his head at all. His hands went up, and he dropped the baton. "You don't want to do that, man," the fake cop said. "I kind of think he does," Holden said. "You should do what he says. He's not a very nice person." Miller pushed the barrel of his gun against the guard's head and said, "You know what we used to call a no-brainer back at the station house? It's when a shot to the head actually blows the entire brain out of someone's skull. It usually happens when a gun is pressed to the victim's head right about here. The gas has got nowhere to go. Pops the brain right out through the exit wound." "They said not to open these up once they've been sealed, man," the guard said, speaking so fast he ran all the words together. "They were pretty serious about that." "This is the last time I ask," Miller said. "Next time, I just use the card I took off your body." Holden turned the guard around to face the door and pulled the handgun out of the man's belt holster. He hoped all Miller's threats were just threats. He suspected they weren't. "Just open the door and we'll let you go, I promise," Holden said to the guard. The guard nodded and moved up to the door, then slid his card through it and punched in a number on the keypad. The heavy blast door slid open. Beyond it, the room was even darker than the corridor outside. A few emergency LEDs glowed a sullen red. In the faint illumination, Holden could see dozens, hundreds of bodies scattered across the floor, unmoving. "Are they dead?" Holden asked. "I don't know nothing about," the guard said, but Miller cut him off. "You go in first," Miller said, and pushed the guard forward. "Hold on," Holden said. "I don't think it's a good idea to just charge in here." 3 things happened at once. The guard took 4 steps forward and then collapsed on the floor. Miller sneezed once, loudly, and then started to sway drunkenly, and both Holden's and Miller's hand terminals began an angry electric buzzing. Miller staggered back and said, "The door." Holden hit the button and the door slid shut again. "Gas," Miller said, then coughed. "There's gas in there." While the ex-cop leaned against the corridor wall and coughed, Holden took out his terminal to shut off the buzzing. But the alarm flashing on its screen wasn't an air contamination alert. It was the venerable 3 wedge shapes pointing inward. Radiation. As he watched, the symbol, which should have been white, shifted through an angry orange color to dark red. Miller was looking at his, too, his expression unreadable. "We've been dosed," Holden said. "I've never actually seen the detector activate," Miller said, his voice rough and faint after his coughing fit. "What does it mean when the thing is red?" "It means we'll be bleeding from our rectums in about 6 hours," Holden said. "We have to get to the ship. It'll have the meds we need." "What," Miller said, "the fuck is going on?" Holden grabbed Miller by the arm and led him back down the corridor toward the ramps. Holden's skin felt warm and itchy. He didn't know if it was radiation burn or psychosomatic. With the amount of radiation he'd just taken, it was a good thing he had sperm tucked away in Montana and on Europa. Thinking that made his balls itch. "They nuke the station," Holden said. "Hell, maybe they just pretend to nuke it. Then they drag everyone down here and toss them into radiation shelters that are only radioactive on the inside. Gas them to keep them quiet." "There are easier ways to kill people," Miller said, his breathing coming in ragged gasps as they ran down the corridor. "So it has to be more than that," Holden said. "The bug, right? The one that killed that girl. It fed on radiation." "Incubators," Miller said, nodding in agreement. They arrived at one of the ramps to the lower levels, but a group of citizens led by 2 fake riot cops were coming up. Holden grabbed Miller and pulled him to one side where they could hide in the shadow of a closed noodle shop. "So they infected them, right?" Holden said in a whisper, waiting for the group to pass. "Maybe fake radiation meds with the bug in it. Maybe that brown goo just spread around on the floor. Then whatever was in the girl, Julie—" He stopped when Miller walked away from him, straight at the group that had just come up the ramp. "Officer?" said Miller to one of the fake cops. They both stopped, and one of them said, "You supposed to be—" Miller shot him in the throat, right below his helmet's faceplate. Then he swiveled smoothly and shot the other guard in the inside of the thigh, just below the groin. When the man fell backward, yelling in pain, Miller walked up and shot him again, this time in the neck. A couple of the citizens started screaming. Miller pointed his gun at them, and they got quiet. "Go down a level or 2 and find some place to hide," he said. "Do not cooperate with these men, even though they're dressed like police. They do not have your best interests at heart. Go." The citizens hesitated, then ran. Miller took a few cartridges out of his pocket and began replacing the 3 he'd fired. Holden started to speak, but Miller cut him off. "Take the throat shot if you can. Most people, the faceplate and chest armor don't quite cover that gap. If the neck is covered, then shoot the inside of the thigh. Very thin armor there. Mobility issue. Takes most people down in one shot." Holden nodded, as though that all made sense. "Okay," Holden said. "Say, let's get back to the ship before we bleed to death, right? No more shooting people if we can help it." His voice sounded calmer than he felt. Miller slapped the magazine back into his gun and chambered a round. "I'm guessing there's a lot more people need to be shot before this is over," he said. "But sure. First things first." Chapter 28. Miller. The first time Miller killed anyone was in his 3rd year working security. He'd been 22, just married, talking about having kids. As the new guy on the contract, he'd gotten the shit jobs. Patrolling levels so high the Coriolis made him seasick, taking domestic disturbance calls in holes no wider than a storage bin, standing guard on the drunk tank to keep predators from raping the unconscious. The normal hazing. He'd known to expect it. He'd thought he could take it. The call had been from an illegal restaurant almost at the mass center. At less than 1/10 of a G, gravity had been little more than a suggestion, and his inner ear had been confused and angered by the change in spin. If he thought about it, he could still remember the sound of raised voices, too fast and slurred for words, the smell of bathtub cheese, the thin haze of smoke from the cheap electric griddle. It had happened fast. The perp had come out of the hole with a gun in one hand, dragging a woman by the hair with the other. Miller's partner, a 10-year veteran named Carson, had shouted out the warning. The perp had turned, swinging the gun out at arm's length like a stuntman in a video. All through training, the instructors had said that you couldn't know what you'd do until the moment came. Killing another human being was hard. Some people couldn't. The perp's gun came around. The gunman dropped the woman and shouted. It turned out that, for Miller at least, it wasn't all that hard. Afterward, he'd been through mandatory counseling. He'd cried. He'd suffered the nightmares and the shakes and all the things that cops suffered quietly and didn't talk about. But even then, it seemed to be happening at a distance, like he'd gotten too drunk and was watching himself throw up. It was just a physical reaction. It would pass. The important thing was he knew the answer to the question. Yes, if he needed to, he could take a life. It wasn't until now, walking through the corridors of Eros, that he'd taken joy in it. Even taking down the poor bastard in that first firefight had felt like the sad necessity of work. Pleasure in killing hadn't come until after Julie. And it wasn't really pleasure as much as a brief cessation of pain. He held the gun low. Holden started down the ramp and Miller followed, letting the earther take point. Holden walked faster than he did and with the uncommented athleticism of someone who lived in a wide variety of gravities. Miller had the feeling he'd made Holden nervous, and he regretted that a little. He hadn't intended to, and he really needed to get aboard Holden's ship if he was going to find Julie's secrets. Or, for that matter, not die of radiation sickness in the next few hours. That seemed a finer point than it probably was. Okay, Holden said at the bottom of the ramp. We need to get back down, and there are a lot of guards between us and Naomi that are going to be really confused by two guys walking the wrong direction. That's a problem, Miller agreed. Any thoughts? Miller frowned and considered the flooring. The Eros floors were different than Ceres's, laminate with flecks of gold. Tubes aren't going to be running, he said. If they are, it'll be in lockdown mode, where it only stops at the holding pen down in the casino, so that's out. Maintenance corridor again? If we can find one that goes between levels, Miller said. Might be a little tricky, but it seems like a better shot than shooting our way past a couple dozen assholes in armor. How long have we got before your friend takes off? Holden looked at his hand terminal. The radiation alarm was still deep red. Miller wondered how long those took to reset. A little more than 2 hours, Holden said. Shouldn't be a problem. Let's see what we can find, Miller said. The corridors nearest the radiation shelters, the death traps, the incubators, had been emptied. Wide passages built to accommodate the ancient construction equipment that had carved Eros into a human habitation were eerie with only Holden's and Miller's footsteps, and the hum of the air recyclers. Miller hadn't noticed when the emergency announcements had stopped, but the absence of them now seemed ominous. If it had been Ceres, he would have known where to go, where everything led, how to move gracefully from one stage to another. On Eros, all he had was an educated guess. That wasn't so bad. But he could tell it was taking too long, and worse than that, they weren't talking about it. Neither one spoke. They were walking more slowly than normal. It wasn't up to the threshold of consciousness, but Miller knew that both of their bodies were starting to feel the radiation damage. It wasn't going to get better. Okay, Holden said. Somewhere around here there has to be a maintenance shaft. Could also try the tube station, Miller said. The cars run in vacuum, but there might be some service tunnels running parallel. Don't you think they'd have shut those down as part of the big roundup? Probably, Miller said. Hey, you two. What the fuck you think you're doing up here? Miller looked back over his shoulder. Two men in riot gear were waving at them menacingly. Holden said something sharp under his breath. Miller narrowed his eyes. The thing was, these men were amateurs. The beginning of an idea moved in the back of Miller's mind as he watched the two approach. Killing them and taking their gear wouldn't work. There was nothing like scorch marks and blood to make it clear something had happened. But... Miller, Holden said, a warning in his voice. Yeah, Miller said, I know. I said, what the fuck are you two doing here? One of the security men said. The station's on lockdown. Everyone goes down to the casino level or up to the radiation shelters. We were just looking for a way to, get down to the casino level, Holden said, smiling and being non-threatening. We're not from around here, and... The closer of the two guards jabbed the butt of his rifle neatly into Holden's leg. The earther staggered, and Miller shot the guard just below the faceplate, then turned to the one still standing, mouth agape. You're Mikey Coe, right? Miller said. The man's face went even paler, but he nodded. Holden groaned and stood. Detective Miller, Miller said. Busted you on series about 4 years ago. You got a little happy in a bar. Tappin's, I think. Hit a girl with a pool cue? Oh, hey, the man said with a frightened smile. Yeah, I remember you. How you been doing? Good and bad, Miller said. You know how it is. Give the earther your gun. Coe looked from Miller to Holden and back, licking his lips and judging his chances. Miller shook his head. Seriously, Miller said. Give him the gun. Sure, yeah, no problem. This was the kind of man who'd killed Julie, Miller thought. Stupid, short-sighted. A man born with a sense for raw opportunity where his soul should have been. Miller's mental Julie shook her head in disgust and sorrow, and Miller found himself wondering if she meant the thug now handing his rifle to Holden, or himself. Maybe both. What's the deal here, Mikey? Miller asked. What do you mean? The guard said, playing stupid like they were in an interrogation cell, stalling for time, walking through the old script of cop and criminal as if it still made sense, as if everything hadn't changed. Miller was surprised by a tightness in his throat. He didn't know what it was there for. The job, he said. What's the job? I don't know. Hey, Miller said gently. I just killed your buddy. And that's his third today, Holden said. I saw him. Miller could see it in the man's eyes. The cunning, the shift, the move from one strategy to another. It was old and familiar and as predictable as water moving down. Hey, Coe said. It's just a job. They told us about a year ago how we were making a big move, right? But no one knows what it is. So a few months back, they start moving guys over. Training us up like we're cops, you know? Who was training you? Miller said. The last guys. The ones who were working the contract before us. Coe said. Protogen? Something like that, yeah, he said. Then they took off and we took over. Just muscle, you know, some smuggling. Smuggling what? All kinds of shit, Coe said. He was starting to feel safe, and it showed in the way he held himself and the way he spoke. Surveillance equipment, communication arrays, serious as fuck servers with their own little gel software wonks already built in. Scientific equipment, too. Stuff for checking the water and the air and shit. And these ancient remote access robots like you'd use in a vacuum dig. All sorts of shit. Where was it going to? Holden asked. Here, Coe said, gesturing to the air, the stone, the station. It's all here. They were like months installing it all. And then for weeks, nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Miller asked. Nothing. All this build-up, and then we sat around with our thumbs up our butts. Something had gone wrong. The Phoebe bug hadn't made its rendezvous, but then Julie had come, Miller thought, and the game had turned back on. He saw her again as if he were in her apartment. The long, spreading tendrils of whatever the hell it was, the bone spurs pressing out against her skin, the black froth of filament pouring from her eyes. The pay's good, though, Coe said philosophically, and it was kind of nice taking some time off. Miller nodded in agreement, leaned close, tucking the barrel of his gun through the interleaving of armor at Coe's belly, and shot him. What the fuck? Holden said as Miller put his gun into his jacket pocket. What did you think was going to happen? Miller said, squatting down beside the gut-shot man. It's not like he was going to let us go. Yeah, okay, Holden said, but... Help me get him up, Miller said, hooking an arm behind Coe's shoulder. Coe shrieked when Miller lifted him. What? Get his other side, Miller said. Man needs medical attention, right? Yes, Holden said. So, get his other side. It wasn't as far back to the radiation shelters as Miller had expected, which had its good points and its bad ones. On the upside, Coe was still alive and screaming. The chances were better that he'd be lucid, which wasn't what Miller had intended. But as they came near the first group of guards, Coe's babbling seemed scattered enough to work. Hey, Miller shouted. Some help over here. At the head of the ramp, 4 of the guards looked at one another and then started moving toward them, curiosity winning out over basic operating procedures. Holden was breathing hard. Miller was too. Coe wasn't that heavy. It was a bad sign. What the hell is this? One of the guards said. There's a bunch of people holed up back there, Miller said. Resistance. I thought you people swept this level. That wasn't our job, the guy said. We were just making sure the groups from the casino get to the shelters. Well, someone screwed up, Miller snapped. You have transport? The guards looked at each other again. We can call for one, a guy at the back said. Never mind, Miller said. You boys go find the shooters. Wait a minute, the first guy said. Exactly who the hell are you? The installers from Protogen, Holden said. We're replacing the sensors that failed. This guy was supposed to help us. I didn't hear about that, the leader said. Miller dug a finger under Coe's armor and squeezed. Coe shrieked and tried to writhe away from him. Talk to your boss about it in your own time, Miller said. Come on, let's get this asshole to a medic. Hold on, the first guard said, and Miller sighed. 4 of them. If he dropped Coe and jumped for cover, but there wasn't much cover. And who the hell knew what Holden would do? Where are the shooters? The guard asked. Miller kept himself from smiling. There's a hole about a quarter-click anti-spinward, Miller said. The other one's body's still there. You can't miss it. Miller turned down the ramp. Behind him, the guards were talking among themselves, debating what to do, who to call, who to send. You're completely insane, Holden said over Coe's semi-conscious weeping. Maybe he was right. When, Miller wondered, does someone stop being human? There had to be a moment, some decision that you made, and before it, you were one person, and after it, someone else. Walking down through the levels of Eros, Coe's bleeding body slung between him and Holden, Miller reflected. He was probably dying of radiation damage. He was lying his way past 6 men who were only letting him by because they were used to people being scared of them, and he wasn't. He had killed 3 people in the last 2 hours. 4, if he counted Coe. Probably safer to say 4, then. The analytical part of his mind, the small, still voice he had cultivated for years, watched him move and replayed all his decisions. Everything he'd done had made perfect sense at the time. Shooting Ko, shooting the other three, leaving the safety of the crew's hideout to investigate the evacuation. Emotionally, it had all been obvious at the time. It was only when he considered it from outside that it seemed dangerous. If he'd seen it in someone else, Muss, Havelock, Simitimba, he wouldn't have taken more than a minute to realize they'd gone off the rails. Since it was him, he had taken longer to notice. But Holden was right. Somewhere along the line, he'd lost himself. He wanted to think it had been finding Julie, seeing what had happened to her body, knowing he hadn't been able to save her, but that was only because it seemed like the sentimental moment. The truth was, his decisions before then, leaving Ceres to go on a wild hunt for Julie, drinking himself out of a career, remaining a cop for even a day after that first kill all those years earlier, none of them seemed to make sense, viewed objectively. He'd lost a marriage to a woman he'd loved once. He'd lived hip-deep in the worst humanity had to offer. He'd learned firsthand that he was capable of killing another human being. And nowhere along the line could he say that there, at that moment, he had been a sane, whole man, and that afterward, he hadn't. Maybe it was a cumulative process, like smoking cigarettes. 1 didn't do much. 5 didn't do much more. Every emotion he'd shut down, every human contact he'd spurned, every love and friendship and moment of compassion from which he'd turned, had taken him a degree away from himself. Until now, he'd been able to kill men with impunity. To face his impending death with a denial that let him make plans and take action. In his mind, Julie Mao tilted her head, listening to his thoughts. In his mind, she held him, her body against his in a way that was more comforting than erotic, consoling, forgiving. This was why he had searched for her. Julie had become the part of him that was capable of human feeling, the symbol of what he could have been, if he hadn't been this. There was no reason to think his imagined Julie had anything in common with the real woman. Meeting her would have been a disappointment for them both. He had to believe that, the same way he'd had to believe everything that had cut him off from love before. Holden stopped, the body, corpse now, of Ko tugging Miller back to himself. "What?" Miller said. Holden nodded at the access panel in front of them. Miller looked at it, uncomprehending, and then recognized it. They'd made it. They were back at the hideout. "Are you all right?" Holden said. "Yeah," Miller said. "Just wool gathering, sorry." He dropped Ko, and the thug slid to the floor with a sad thud. Miller's arm had fallen asleep. He shook it, but the tingling didn't go away. A wave of vertigo and nausea passed through him. Symptoms, he thought. "How'd we do for time?" Miller asked. "We're a little past deadline. 5 minutes. It'll be fine," Holden said and slid the door open. The space beyond, where Naomi and Alex and Amos had been, was empty. "Fuck me," Holden said. Chapter 29. Holden. "Fuck me," Holden said, and a moment later, "They'd left us." No, she had left him. Naomi had said she would. But confronted with the reality of it, Holden realized that he hadn't really believed her. But here it was, the proof. The empty space where she used to be. His heart hammered and his throat tightened, breath coming in gasps. The sick feeling in his gut was either despair or his colon sloughing off its lining. He was going to die sitting outside a cheap hotel on Eros because Naomi had done exactly what she'd said she would. what he himself had ordered her to do. His resentment refused to listen to reason. "We're dead," he said, and sat down on the edge of a fern-filled planter. "How long do we have?" Miller asked, looking up and down the corridor while he fidgeted with his gun. "No idea," Holden replied, gesturing vaguely at his terminal's flashing red radiation symbol. "Hours before we really start to feel it, I think, but I don't know. God, I wish Shed was still here." "Shed?" "Friend of mine," Holden said, not feeling up to elaborating. "Good med tech." "Call her," Miller said. Holden looked at his terminal and tapped the screen a few times. "Network's still down," he said. "All right," Miller said. "Let's go to your ship. See if it's still in dock." "They'll be gone. Naomi's keeping the crew alive. She warned me, but I—" "So let's go anyway," Miller said. He was shifting from one foot to the other and looking down the corridor as he spoke. "Miller," Holden said, then stopped. Miller was clearly on edge, and he'd shot 4 people. Holden was increasingly frightened of the former cop. As if reading his mind, Miller stepped close, the 2-meter man towering over him where he sat. Miller smiled ruefully, his eyes unnervingly gentle. Holden would almost have preferred they be threatening. "Way I see it, there's 3 ways this can go," Miller said. "1, we find your ship still in dock, get the meds we need, and maybe we live. 2, we try to get to the ship, and along the way we run into a bunch of mafia thugs. Die gloriously in a hail of bullets. 3, we sit here and leak out of our eyes and assholes." Holden said nothing. He just stared up at the cop and frowned. "I'm liking the first 2 better than the last one," Miller said. His voice made it sound like an apology. "How about you come with?" Holden laughed before he could catch himself, but Miller didn't look like he was taking offense. "Sure," Holden said. "I just needed to feel sorry for myself for a minute. Let's go get killed by the mafia." He said it with much more bravado than he felt. The truth was, he didn't want to die. Even during his time in the Navy, the idea of dying in the line of duty had always seemed distant and unreal. His ship would never be destroyed, and if it was, he would make it to the escape shuttle. The universe without him in it didn't make any sense at all. He'd taken risks. He'd seen other people die, even people he loved. Now, for the first time, his own death was a real thing. He looked at the cop. He'd known the man less than a day, didn't trust him, and wasn't sure he much liked him. And this was who he'd die with. Holden shuddered and stood up, pulling his gun out of his waistband. Under the panic and fear, there was a deep feeling of calm. He hoped it would last. "After you," Holden said. "If we make it, remind me to call my mother's." The casinos were a powder keg waiting for a match. If the evacuation sweeps had been even moderately successful, there were probably 1 million or more people crammed into 3 levels of the station. Hard-looking men in riot gear moved through the crowds, telling everyone to stay put until they were taken to the radiation shelters, keeping the crowd frightened. Every now and then, a small group of citizens would be led away. Knowing where they were going made Holden's stomach burn. He wanted to yell out that the cops were fake, that they were killing people. But a riot with this many people in such a confined space would be a meat grinder. Maybe that was inevitable, but he wasn't going to be the one to start it. Someone else did. Holden could hear raised voices, the angry rumble of the mob, followed by the electronically amplified voice of someone in a riot helmet yelling for people to get back. And then a gunshot, a brief pause, then a fusillade. People screamed. The entire crowd around Holden and Miller surged in 2 opposing directions. some of the people rushing toward the sound of the conflict, but many more of them running away from it. Holden spun in the current of bodies. Miller reached out and grabbed the back of his shirt, gripping it in his fist and yelling for Holden to stay close. About a dozen meters down the corridor, in a coffee shop seating area separated by a waist-high black iron fence, one of the mafia thugs had been cut off from his group by a dozen citizens. Gun drawn, he was backing up and yelling at them to move aside. They kept advancing, their faces wild with the drunken frenzy of mob violence. The mafia thug fired once, and one small body staggered forward, then fell to the ground at the thug's feet. Holden couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl, but they couldn't be more than 13 or 14 years old. The thug moved forward, looking down at the small, thin figure at his feet, and pointed his gun at them again. It was too much. Holden found himself running down the corridor toward the thug, gun drawn and screaming for people to get out of the way. When he was about 7 meters away, the crowd split apart enough for him to begin firing. Half his shots went wild, hitting the coffee shop counter and walls, one round blowing a stack of ceramic plates into the air. But a few of them hit the thug, staggering him back. Holden vaulted the waist-high metal fence and came to a sliding halt about 3 meters from the fake cop and his victim. Holden's gun fired one last time, and then the slide locked in the open position to let him know it was empty. The thug didn't fall down. He straightened up, looked down at his torso, and then looked up, and pointed his gun at Holden's face. Holden had time to count the 3 bullets that were smashed against the heavy chest armor of the thug's riot gear. Die gloriously in a hail of bullets, he thought. The thug said, "Stupid motherfuck," and his head snapped back in a spray of red. He slumped to the floor. "Gap at the neck, remember?" Miller said from behind him. "Chest armor's too thick for a pistol." Suddenly dizzy, Holden bent over at the waist, gasping for air. He tasted lemon at the back of his throat and swallowed twice to stop himself from throwing up. He was afraid it would be full of blood and stomach lining. He didn't need to see that. "Thanks," he gasped out, turning his head toward Miller. Miller just nodded vaguely in his direction, then walked over to the guard and nudged him with one foot. Holden stood up and looked around the corridor, waiting for the inevitable wave of vengeful mafia enforcers to come crashing down on them. He didn't see any. He and Miller were standing in a quiet island of calm in the midst of Armageddon. All around them, tendrils of violence were whipping into high gear. People were running in every direction. The mafia goons were yelling in booming amplified voices and punctuating the threats with periodic gunfire. But there were only hundreds of them, and there were many thousands of angry and panicked civilians. Miller gestured at the chaos. "This is what happens," he said. "Give a bunch of yahoos the equipment and they think they know what they're doing." Holden crouched beside the fallen child. It was a boy, maybe 13, with Asian features and dark hair. His chest had a gaping wound in it, blood trickling out instead of gushing. He didn't have a pulse that Holden could find. Holden picked him up anyway, looking around for some place to take him. "He's dead," Miller said as he replaced the cartridge he'd fired. "Go to hell, we don't know. If we can get him to the ship, maybe—" Miller shook his head, a sad but distant expression on his face as he looked at the child in Holden's arms. "He took high-caliber round to the center of mass," Miller said. "He's gone." "Fuck me," Holden said. "You keep saying that." A bright neon sign flashed above the corridor that led out of the casino levels and onto the ramps down to the docks. "Thank you for playing," it read, and "You're always a winner on Eros." Below it, 2 ranks of men in heavy combat armor blocked the way. They might have given up on crowd control in the casinos, but they weren't letting anyone go. Holden and Miller crouched behind an overturned coffee cart 100 meters from the soldiers. As they watched, a dozen or so people made a dash toward the guards and were summarily mowed down by machine gun fire, then fell to the deck beside those who had tried before. "I count 34 of them," Miller said. "How many can you handle?" Holden spun to look at him in surprise, but Miller's face told him the former cop was joking. "Kidding aside, how do we get past that?" Holden said. 30 men with machine guns and a clear line of sight. No cover to speak of for the last 20 meters or so," Miller said. "We don't get past that." Chapter 30. Miller. They sat on the floor with their backs to a bank of pachinko machines no one was playing, watching the ebb and flow of the violence around them like it was a soccer game. Miller's hat was perched on his bent knee. He felt the vibration against his back when one of the displays cycled through its dupe call. The lights glittered and glowed. Holden beside him was breathing hard, like he'd run a race. Out beyond them, like something from Hieronymus Bosch, the casino levels of Eros prepared for death. The riot's momentum had spent itself for now. Men and women gathered together in small groups. Guards strode through, threatening and scattering any bunch that got too large or unruly. Something was burning fast enough that the air scrubbers couldn't get out the smell of melting plastic. The Bhangra muzak mixed with weeping and screaming and wails of despair. Some idiot was shouting at one of the so-called cops. He was a lawyer. He was getting all of this on video. Whoever was responsible was going to be in big trouble. Miller watched a bunch of people start to gather around the confrontation. The guy in the riot gear listened, nodded, and shot the lawyer once in the kneecap. The crowd dispersed except for one woman, the lawyer's wife or girlfriend, bent down over him screaming. And in the privacy of Miller's skull, everything slowly fell apart. He was aware of having two different minds. One was the Miller he was used to, familiar with. The one who was thinking about what was going to happen when he got out, what the next step would be in connecting the dots between Phoebe Station, Ceres, Eros, and Juliet Mao, how to work the case. That version of him was scanning the crowd the way he might have watched the line at a crime scene, waiting for some detail, some change to catch his attention, send him in the right direction to solve the mystery. It was the short-sighted, idiotic part of him that couldn't conceive of his own personal extinction, and it thought surely there was going to be an after. The other Miller was different. Quieter. Sad, maybe, but at peace. He'd read a poem many years before called The Death Self, and he hadn't understood the term until now. A knot at the middle of his psyche was untying. All the energy he'd put into holding things together, Ceres, his marriage, his career, himself, was coming free. He'd shot and killed more men in the past day than in his whole career as a cop. He'd only started to realize that he'd actually fallen in love with the object of his search after he knew for certain that he'd lost her. He'd seen unequivocally that the chaos he'd dedicated his life to holding at bay was stronger and wider and more powerful than he would ever be. No compromise he could make would be enough. His death self was unfolding in him, and the dark blooming took no effort. It was a relief, a relaxation, a long, slow exhale after decades of holding it in. He was in ruins, but it was okay, because he was dying. "Hey," Holden said. His voice was stronger than Miller had expected it might be. "Yeah? Did you ever watch Misko and Morisco when you were a kid?" Miller frowned. "The kid show?" he asked. "The one with the 5 dinosaurs and the evil guy in the big pink hat," Holden said, then started humming a bright, boppy tune.
Miller closed his eyes and then started singing along. The music had had words once. Now it was only a series of rises and falls, runs up and down a major scale with every dissonance resolved in the note that followed. "Guess I must have," Miller said when they reached the end. "I loved that show." "I must have been 8 or 9 last time I saw it," Holden said. "Funny how that stuff stays with you." "Yeah," Miller said. He coughed, turned his head, and spat out something red. "How are you holding together?" "I think I'm okay," Holden said. Then, a moment later, he added, "As long as I don't stand up." "Nauseated?" "Yeah, some." "Me too." "What is this?" Holden asked. "I mean, what the hell is this all about? Why are they doing this?" It was a fair question. Slaughtering Eros, slaughtering any station in the belt, was a pretty easy job. Anyone with first-year orbital mechanics skills could find a way to sling a rock big enough and fast enough to crack the station open. With the effort Protogen had put in, they could have killed the air supply or drugged it or whatever the hell they wanted to do. This wasn't a murder. This wasn't even a genocide. And then there was all the observation equipment. Cameras, communications arrays, air and water sensors. There were only 2 reasons for that kind of shit. Either the mad bastards at Protogen got off on watching people die, or... "They don't know," Miller said. "What?" He turned to look at Holden. The first Miller, the detective, the optimist, the one who needed to know, was driving now. His death self didn't fight. Because, of course, it didn't. It didn't fight anything. Miller raised his hand like he was giving a lecture to a rookie. "They don't know what it's about. Or, at least they don't know what's going to happen. This isn't even built like a torture chamber. It's all being watched, right? Water and air sensors. It's a petri dish. They don't know what that shit that killed Julie does. And this is how they're finding out." Holden frowned. "Don't they have laboratories? Places where you could maybe put that crap on some animals or something? Because, as experimental design goes, this seems a little messed up." "Maybe they need a really big sample size," Miller said. "Or maybe it's not about the people. Maybe it's about what happens to the station." "There's a cheery thought," Holden said. The Julie Mao in Miller's mind brushed a lock of hair out of her eyes. She was frowning, looking thoughtful, interested, concerned. It all had to make sense. It was like one of those basic orbital mechanics problems where every hitch and veer seemed random until all the variables slipped into place. What had been inexplicable became inevitable. Julie smiled at him. Julie as she had been. As he imagined she had been. The Miller who hadn't resigned himself to death smiled back. And then she was gone, his mind shifting to the noise from the pachinko machines and the low, demonic wailing of the crowds. Another group, 20 men hunkered low like linebackers, made a rush toward the mercenaries guarding the opening to the port. The gunmen mowed them down. "If we had enough people," Holden said after the sound of machine guns fell away, "we could make it. They couldn't kill all of us." "That's what the patrol goons are for," Miller said. "Make sure no one can organize a big enough push. Keep stirring the pot." "But if it was a mob, a really big mob, it could—" "Maybe," Miller agreed. Something in his chest clicked in a way it hadn't a minute before. He took a slow, deep breath, and the click happened again. He could feel it deep in his left lung. "At least Naomi got away," Holden said. "That is good. She's amazing. She'd never put Amos and Alex in danger if she could help it. She's serious. Professional. Strong, she's really, really—" "Pretty, too," Miller said. "Great hair. Love the eyes. No, that wasn't what I meant, Holden said. You don't think she's a good-looking woman? She's my XO, Holden said. She's, you know, off limits. Holden sighed. She got away, didn't she? Holden asked. Almost for sure. They were silent. One of the linebackers coughed, stood up, and limped back into the casino, trailing blood from a hole in his ribs. The Bhangra gave way to an Afro-pop medley with a low, sultry voice singing in languages Miller didn't know. She'd wait for us, Holden said. Don't you think she'd wait for us? Almost for sure, Miller's death self said, not particularly caring if it was a lie. He thought about it for a long moment, then turned to face Holden again. Hey, just so you know it, I'm not exactly at my best right now. Okay? All right. The glowing orange lockdown lights on the tube station across the level clicked to green. Miller sat forward, interested. His back felt sticky, but it was probably just sweat. Other people had noticed the change, too. Like a current in a water tank, the attention of the nearby crowds shifted from the mercenaries blocking the way to the port to the brushed steel doors of the tube station. The doors opened, and the first zombies appeared. Men and women, their eyes glassy and their muscles slack, stumbled out through the open doors. Miller had seen a documentary feed about hemorrhagic fevers as part of his training on Ceres Station. Their movements were the same. Listless, driven, autonomic, like rabid dogs whose minds had already been given over to their disease. Hey, Miller said, his hand on Holden's shoulder. Hey, it's happening. An older man in a pair of emergency services scrubs approached the shambling newcomers. His hands were out before him, as if he could corral them by simple force of will. The first zombie in the pack turned empty eyes toward him and vomited up a spray of very familiar brown goo. Look, Holden said. I saw. No, look. All down the casino level, tube station lights were going off lockdown. Doors were opening. The people were pulsing toward the open tubes and the implicit, empty promise of escape, and away from the dead men and women walking out from them. Vomit zombies, Miller said. From the rad shelters, Holden said. The thing, the organism, it goes faster on radiation, right? That's why what's-her-name was so freaky about the lights in the vac suit. Her name's Julie. And yeah, those incubators were for this. Right here, Miller said and sighed. He thought about standing up. Well, we may not die of radiation poisoning after all. Why not just pump that shit into the air? Holden asked. Anaerobic, remember? Miller said. Too much oxygen kills 'em. The vomit-covered emergency medicine guy was still trying to treat the shambling zombies like they were patients, like they were still humans. There were smears of the brown goo on people's clothes, on the walls. The tube doors opened again, and Miller saw half a dozen people dodge into a tube car coated in brown. The mob churned, unsure what to do. The group mind stretched past its breaking point. A riot cop jumped forward and started spraying down the zombies with gunfire. The entrance and exit wounds spilled out fine loops of black filament, and the zombies went down. Miller chuckled even before he knew what was funny. Holden looked at him. They didn't know, Miller said. The bully boys in riot gear? They aren't going to get pulled out. Meat for the machine, just like the rest of us. Holden made a small, approving sound. Miller nodded, but something was niggling at the back of his mind. The thugs from Ceres and their stolen armor were being sacrificed. That didn't mean everyone was. He leaned forward. The archway leading to the port was still manned. Mercenary fighters in formation, guns at the ready. If anything, they looked more disciplined now than they had before. Miller watched as the guy in the back with extra insignia on his armor barked into a mic. Miller had thought Hope was dead. He'd thought all his chances had been played, and then, like a bitch, it all hauled itself up out of the grave. "Get up," Miller said. "What?" "Get up. They're going to pull back." "Who?" Miller nodded at the mercenaries. "They knew," he said. "Look at them. They aren't freaking out. They aren't confused. They were waiting for this." "And you think that means they'll fall back?" "They aren't going to be hanging out. Stand up." Almost as if he'd been giving the order to himself, Miller groaned and creaked to his feet. His knees and spine ached badly. The click in his lung was getting worse. His belly made a soft, complicated noise that would have been concerning under different circumstances. As soon as he started moving, he could feel how far the damage had gone. His skin not yet in pain, but in the soft presentiment of it, like the gap between a serious burn and the blisters that followed. If he lived, it was going to hurt. If he lived, everything was going to hurt. His death self tugged at him. The sense of release, of relief, of rest felt like something precious being lost. Even while the chattering, busy, machine-like mind kept grinding forward, the soft, bruised center of Miller's soul urged him to pause, sit back down, let the problems go away. "What are we looking for?" Holden said. He'd stood up. A blood vessel in the man's left eye had given way, the white of the sclera turning a bright, meaty red. "What are we looking for?" the death self echoed. "They're going to fall back," Miller said, answering the first question. "We follow. Just outside the range so whoever's going last doesn't feel like he has to shoot us." "Isn't everyone going to do the same thing? I mean, once they're gone, isn't everyone in this place going to head in for the port?" "I expect so," Miller said. "So let's try to slip in ahead of the rush. Look, there." It wasn't much, just a change in the mercenaries' stance, a shift in their collective center of gravity. Miller coughed. It hurt more than it should have. "What are we looking for?" his death self asked again, its voice more insistent. "An answer? Justice? Another chance for the universe to kick us in the balls? What is through that archway that there isn't a faster, cleaner, less painful version of in the barrel of our gun?" The mercenary captain took a casual step back and strode down the exterior corridor and out of sight. Where he had been, Julie Mao sat, watching him go. She looked at Miller. She waved him on. "Not yet," he said. "When?" Holden said, his voice surprising Miller. Julie in his head flickered out, and he was back in the real world. "It's coming," Miller said. He should warn the guy. It was only fair. You got into a bad place, and at the very least you owed your partner the courtesy of letting him know. Miller cleared his throat. That hurt too. "It's possible I may start hallucinating or become suicidal. You might have to shoot me," he thought. Holden glanced over at him. The pachinko machines lit them blue and green and shrieked in artificial delight. "What?" Holden said. "Nothing. Getting my balance," Miller said. Behind them, a woman shouted. Miller glanced back to see her pushing a vomit zombie away, a slick of brown goo already covering the live woman. At the archway, the mercenaries quietly stepped back and started down the corridor. "Come on," Miller said. He and Holden walked toward the archway, Miller pulling his hat on. Loud voices, screams, the low, liquid sound of people being violently ill. The air scrubbers were failing, the air taking on a deep, pungent odor like beef broth and acid. Miller felt like there was a stone in his shoe. But he was almost certain, if he looked, there would be only a point of redness where his skin was starting to break down. No one shot at them. No one told them to stop. At the archway, Miller led Holden against the wall, then ducked his head around the corner. A quarter second was all it took to know the long, wide corridor was empty. The mercs were done here, and leaving Eros to its fate. The window was open. The way was clear. Last chance, he thought. And he meant both the last chance to live and the last one to die. Miller? Yeah, he said. It looks good. Come on, before everyone gets the idea. Chapter 31. Holden. Something was moving in Holden's gut. He ignored it and kept his eyes on Miller's back. The lanky detective barreled down the corridor toward the port, stopping occasionally at junctions to peek around the corner and look for trouble. Miller had become a machine. All Holden could do was try to keep up. Always the same distance ahead were the mercenaries who'd been guarding the exit from the casino. When they moved, Miller moved. When they slowed down, he slowed. They were clearing a path to the port, but if they thought that any of the citizens were getting too close, they'd probably open fire. They were definitely shooting anyone they ran into along the way. They'd already shot 2 people who'd run at them. Both had been vomiting brown goo. Where the hell did those vomit zombies come from so fast? He thought. Where the hell did those vomit zombies come from so fast? He said to Miller's back. The detective shrugged with his left hand, his right still clutching his pistol. I don't think enough of that crap came out of Julie to infect the whole station, he replied without slowing down. I'm guessing they were the first batch. The ones they incubated to get enough goo to infect the shelters with. That made sense. And when the controlled portion of the experiment went to shit, you just turned them loose on the populace. By the time people figured out what was going on, half of them were infected already. Then, it was just a matter of time. They paused briefly at a corridor intersection, watching as the leader of the merc group stopped 100 meters ahead and talked on his radio for a minute. Holden was gasping and trying to catch his breath when the group started up again, and Miller moved to follow. He reached out and grabbed the detective's belt and let Miller drag him along. Where did the skinny belter keep this reserve of energy? The detective stopped. His expression was blank. They're arguing, Miller said. Huh? The leader of that group and some of the men. Arguing about something, Miller replied. So? Holden asked, then coughed something wet into his hand. He wiped it off on the back of his pants, not looking to see if it was blood. Please don't let it be blood, he thought. Miller shrugged with his hand again. I don't think everyone's on the same team here, he said. The merc group turned down another corridor and Miller followed, yanking Holden along behind him. These were the outer levels, filled with warehouse space and ship repair and resupply depots. They didn't see a lot of foot traffic at the best of times. Now, the corridor echoed like a mausoleum with their footsteps. Up ahead, the merc group turned again, and before Miller and Holden could reach the junction, a lone figure wandered into view. He didn't appear to be armed, so Miller moved toward him cautiously, impatiently reaching behind himself and pulling Holden's hand off his belt. Once he was free, Miller held up his left hand in an unmistakably cop-like gesture. This is a dangerous place to be wandering around, sir, he said. The man was now less than 15 meters ahead of them and began moving toward them at a lurch. He was dressed for a party, in a cheap tuxedo with a frilly shirt and sparkly red bow tie. He was wearing one shiny black shoe, the other foot covered with only a red sock. Brown vomit trickled from the corners of his mouth and stained the front of his white shirt. Shit, Miller said, and brought up his gun. Holden grabbed his arm and yanked it back down. He's innocent in this, Holden said, the sight of the injured and infected man making his eyes burn. He's innocent. He's still coming, Miller said. So walk faster, Holden said. And if you shoot anyone else, and I haven't given you permission to, you don't get a ride on my ship. Got me? Trust me, Miller said. Dying is the best thing that could happen to that guy today. You're not doing him any favors. You don't get to decide that, Holden replied, his tone edging into real anger. Miller started to reply, but Holden held up one hand and cut him off. You want on the Rosie? I'm the boss then. No questions, no bullshit. Miller's smirk turned into a smile. Yes, sir, he said. Our mercs are getting ahead of us. He pointed down the corridor. Miller nodded and moved off again at his steady, machine-like pace. Holden didn't turn around, but he could hear the man Miller had almost shot crying in the corridor behind him for a long time. To cover up the sound, which probably existed only in his head once they'd made a couple more turns in the corridor, he began humming the theme to Misko and Morisco again. Mother Elise, who'd been the one to stay home with him when he was very young, had always brought him something to eat while he watched, and then sat by him with her hand on his head, playing with his hair. She'd laughed at the dinosaur antics even harder than he had. One Halloween, she'd made him a big pink hat to wear so he could be the evil Count Mungo. Why had that guy been trying to capture the dinosaurs anyway? It had never really been clear. Maybe he just liked dinosaurs. One time he'd used a shrink ray and... Holden slammed into Miller's back. The detective had stopped suddenly and now moved quickly to one side of the corridor, crouching low to keep himself in the shadows. Holden followed suit. About 30 meters ahead, the mercenary group had gotten much bigger, and had split into two factions. Yep, Miller said. Whole lot of people having really bad days today. Holden nodded and wiped something wet off his face. It was blood. He didn't think he'd hit Miller's back hard enough to bloody his nose, and he had a suspicion it wasn't going to stop on its own. Mucous membranes getting fragile. Wasn't that part of radiation burning? He tore strips off his shirt and stuffed them up his nostrils while he watched the scene at the end of the corridor. There were two clear groups, and they did seem to be engaged in some sort of heated argument. Normally, that would have been fine. Holden didn't care about the social lives of mercenaries. But these mercenaries, numbered by this time close to 100, were heavily armed and blocked the corridor that led to his ship. That made their argument worth watching. Not everyone from Protogen left, I think, Miller said quietly, pointing at one of the two groups. Those guys on the right don't look like the home team. Holden looked at the group and nodded. They were definitely the more professional-looking soldiers. Their armor fit well. The other group looked like it was largely made up of guys dressed in police riot gear, with only a few men in combat armor. Want to guess what the argument is about? Miller asked. Hey, can we have a ride too? Holden said mockingly with a Ceres accent. No, we need you guys to stay here and, keep an eye on things, which we promise will be totally safe and absolutely not involve you turning into vomit zombies. He actually got a chuckle from Miller, and then the corridor erupted in a barrage of gunfire. Both sides of the discussion were firing automatic weapons at each other from point-blank range. The noise was deafening. Men screamed and flew apart, spraying the corridor and each other with blood and body parts. Holden dropped flat to the floor but continued watching the firefight. After the initial barrage, the survivors from both groups began falling back in opposite directions, still firing as they moved. The floor at the corridor junction was littered with bodies. Holden estimated that 20 or more men had died in that first second of the fight. The sounds of gunfire grew more distant as the two groups fired at each other down the corridor. In the middle of the junction, one of the bodies on the floor suddenly stirred and raised its head. Even before the wounded man could get to his feet, a bullet hole appeared in the middle of his face shield, and he dropped back to the floor with limp finality. "Where's your ship?" Miller asked. "The lift is at the end of this corridor," Holden replied. Miller spat what looked like bloody phlegm on the floor. "And the corridor that crosses it is now a war zone, with armed camps sniping at each other from both sides," he said. "I guess we could try just running through it." "Is there another option?" Holden asked. Miller looked at his terminal. "We're 53 minutes past the deadline Naomi set," he said. "How much more time do you want to waste?" "Look, I was never particularly good at math," Holden said, "but I'd guess there are as many as 40 guys in either direction down that other corridor. A corridor which is a good 3, maybe 3.5 meters wide, which means that we give 80 guys 3 meters worth of shots at us. Even dumb luck means we get hit a lot and then die. Let's think of a plan B." As if to underline his argument, another fusillade broke out in the cross corridor, gouging chunks out of the rubbery wall insulation and chewing up the bodies lying on the floor. "They're still withdrawing," Miller said. "Those shots came from farther away. I guess we can just wait them out. I mean, if we can." The rags Holden had stuffed up his nose hadn't stopped the bleeding. They had just dammed it up. He could feel a steady trickle down the back of his throat that made his stomach heave with nausea. Miller was right. They were getting down to the last of their ability to wait anyone out at this point. "God damn, I wish we could call and see if Naomi is even there," Holden said, looking at the flashing "network not available" on his terminal. "Shh," Miller whispered, putting one finger on his lips. He pointed back down the corridor in the direction they'd come, and now Holden could hear heavy footsteps approaching. "Late guests to the party," Miller said, and Holden nodded. The two men swiveled around, pointing their guns down the corridor and waiting. A group of 4 men in police riot armor rounded the corner. They didn't have their guns out, and 2 of them had their helmets off. Apparently, they hadn't heard about the new hostilities. Holden waited for Miller to fire, and when he didn't, turned to look at him. Miller was staring back. "I didn't dress real warm," Miller said, almost apologetically. It took Holden half a second to understand what he meant. Holden gave him permission by shooting first. He targeted one of the mafia thugs without a helmet and shot him in the face, then continued firing at the group until his gun slide locked open when the magazine was empty. Miller had begun firing a split second after Holden's first shot, and also fired until his gun was empty. When it was all over, all 4 thugs were lying face down in the corridor. Holden let out a long breath that turned into a sigh, and sat down on the floor. Miller walked to the fallen men and nudged each one in turn with his foot as he replaced the magazine in his gun. Holden didn't bother reloading his. He was done with gunfights. He put the empty pistol in his pocket and got up to join the cop. He bent down and began unbuckling the least damaged armor he could find. Miller raised an eyebrow but didn't move to help. "We're making a run for it," Holden said, swallowing back the vomit and blood taste in his throat as he pulled the chest and back armor free of the first man. "But maybe if we wear this stuff it will help." "Might," Miller said with a nod, then knelt down to help strip a second man. Holden put on the dead man's armor, working hard to believe that the pink trail down the back was absolutely not part of the man's brain. Undoing the straps was exhausting. His fingers felt numb and awkward. He picked up the thigh armor, then put it down again. He'd rather run fast. Miller had finished buckling his on too, and picked up one of the undamaged helmets. Holden found one with just a dent in it, and slipped it onto his head. It felt greasy inside, and he was glad he had no sense of smell. He suspected that its previous occupant hadn't bathed often. Miller fiddled with the side of his helmet until the radio came on. The cop's voice was echoed a split second later over the helmet's tinny speakers as he said, "Hey, we're coming out into the corridor. Don't shoot. We're coming to join up. Thumbing off the mic, he turned to Holden and said, "Well, maybe one side won't be shooting at us now." They moved back down the corridor and stopped 10 meters from the intersection. Holden counted down from 3 and then took off at the best run he could manage. It was dishearteningly slow. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, like he was running in a pool of water, like he was in a nightmare. He could hear Miller just behind him, his shoes slapping on the concrete floor, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Then he heard only the sound of gunfire. He couldn't tell if Miller's plan had worked, couldn't tell which direction the gunfire was coming from. It was constant and deafening, and started the instant he entered the cross corridor. When he was 3 meters from the other side, he lowered his head and jumped forward. In Eros's light gravity, he seemed to fly, and he was nearly to the other side when a burst of bullets caught him in the armor over his ribs and slammed him into the corridor wall with a spine-jarring crack. He dragged himself the rest of the way as bullets continued to hit all around his legs, one of them passing through the meaty part of his calf. Miller tripped over him, flying a few feet farther down the hall and then collapsing in a heap. Holden crawled to his side. "Still alive?" Miller nodded. "Got shot. Arms broke. Keep moving," he gasped out. Holden climbed to his feet, his left leg feeling like it was on fire as the muscle in his calf clenched around his gaping wound. He pulled Miller up and then leaned on him as they limped toward the elevator. Miller's left arm was dangling boneless at his side, and blood was pouring off his hand. Holden punched the button to call the lift, and he and Miller leaned on each other while they waited. He hummed the Misko and Morisco theme to himself, and after a few seconds, Miller started too. Holden punched the button for the Rocinante's berth, and waited for the elevator to stop at a blank gray airlock door with no ship beyond it. That would be when he finally had permission to lie down on the floor and die. He looked forward to that moment when his exertions could end, with a relief that would have surprised him, if he'd still been capable of surprise. Miller let go of him and slid down the lift wall, leaving a blood trail on the shiny metal and ending in a pile on the floor. The man's eyes were closed. He could almost have been sleeping. Holden watched the detective's chest rise and fall in ragged, painful breaths that grew smoother and more shallow. Holden envied him, but he had to see that closed airlock door before he could lie down. He began to feel faintly angry with the elevator for taking so long. It stopped, lift doors sliding open with a cheerful ding. Amos stood in the airlock on the other side, an assault rifle in each hand and 2 belts of magazines for the rifle slung on his shoulders. He looked Holden up and down once, then glanced over to Miller and back again. "Jesus, Captain, you look like shit." Chapter 32. Miller. Miller's mind reassembled slowly, and with several false starts. In his dreams, he was fitting a puzzle together as the pieces kept changing shape, and each time, just as he was on the verge of slipping the whole mechanism together, the dream began again. The first thing he became aware of was the ache at the small of his back, then the heaviness of his arms and legs, then the nausea. The nearer he came to consciousness, the more he tried to postpone it. Imaginary fingers tried to complete the puzzle, and before he could make it all fit, his eyes opened. He couldn't move his head. Something was in his neck, a thick bundle of black tubes reaching out of him and up past the limits of his vision. He tried to lift his arms to push the invading vampiric thing away, but he couldn't. "It got me," he thought with a thrill of fear. "I'm infected." The woman appeared from his left. He wasn't surprised she wasn't Julie. Deep brown skin, dark eyes with just a hint of an epicanthic fold. She smiled at him. Black hair draped down the side of her face. Down. There was a down. There was gravity. They were under thrust. That seemed very important, but he didn't know why. "Hey, Detective," Naomi said. "Welcome back." "Where am I?" he tried to say. His throat felt solid, crowded like too many people in a tube station. "Don't try to get up or talk or anything," she said. "You've been under for about 36 hours. Good news is we have a sick bay with a military-grade expert system and supplies for 15 Martian soldiers. I think we burned half of what we've got on you and the captain." The captain. Holden. That was right. They'd been in a fight. There had been a corridor and people shooting. And someone had been sick. He remembered a woman, covered in brown vomit with vacant eyes. But he didn't know whether it was part of a nightmare. Naomi was still talking. Something about full plasma flushes and cell damage. He tried to lift a hand to reach out to her, but a strap restrained him. The ache in his back was his kidneys, and he wondered what exactly was getting filtered out of his blood. Miller closed his eyes, asleep before he could decide whether to rest. No dreams troubled him this time. He roused again when something deep in his throat shifted, pulled at his larynx and retreated. Without opening his eyes, he rolled to his side, coughed, puked, and rolled back. When he woke, he was breathing on his own. His throat felt sore and abused, but his hands weren't tied down. Drainage tubes ran out of his belly and side, and there was a catheter the size of a pencil coming out his penis. Nothing particularly hurt, so he had to assume he was on pretty nearly all the narcotics there were. His clothes were gone, his modesty preserved only by a thin paper gown and a cast that held his left arm stony and immovable. Someone had put his hat on the next bed over. The sick bay, now that he could see it, looked like a ward on a high-production entertainment feed. It wasn't a hospital. It was the matte black and silver idea of what a hospital was supposed to be. The monitors hung suspended in the air on complex armatures, reporting his blood pressure, nucleic acid concentrations, oxygenation, fluid balance. There were 2 separate countdowns running, one to the next round of autophagics, the other for pain medication. And across the aisle, at another station, Holden's statistics looked more or less the same. Holden looked like a ghost. His skin was pale, and his sclera were red with 100 little hemorrhages. His face was puffy from steroids. "Hey," Miller said. Holden lifted a hand, waving gently. "We made it," Miller said. His voice sounded like it had been dragged down an alley by its ankles. "Yeah," Holden said. "That was ugly." "Yeah." Miller nodded. That had taken all the energy he had. He lay back down and fell, if not asleep, at least unconscious. Just before his mind flickered back into forgetfulness, he smiled. He'd made it. He was on Holden's ship, and they were going to find whatever Julie had left behind for them. Voices woke him. "Maybe you shouldn't, then." It was the woman, Naomi. Part of Miller cursed her for disturbing him, but there was a buzz in her voice, not fear or anger, but close enough to be interesting. He didn't move, didn't even swim all the way back to awareness, but he listened. "I need to," Holden said. He sounded phlegmy, like someone who needed to cough. "What happened on Eros? It's put a lot of things in perspective. I've been holding something back. Captain, no, hear me out. When I was in there, thinking that all I was going to have left was half an hour of rigged pachinko games and then death, when that happened, I knew what my regrets were. You know? I felt all the things that I'd wished I'd done and never had the courage for. Now that I know, I can't just ignore it. I can't pretend it isn't there. Captain, Naomi said again, and the buzz in her voice was stronger. Don't say it, you poor bastard, Miller thought. I'm in love with you, Naomi, Holden said. The pause lasted no longer than a heartbeat. No, sir, she said. You aren't. I am. I know what you're thinking. I've been through this big traumatic experience, and I'm doing the whole thing where I want to affirm life and make connections, and maybe some of that's part of it. But you have to believe that I know what I feel. And when I was down there, I knew that the thing that I wanted the most was to get back to you. Captain, how long have we served together? What? I don't know exactly. Ballpark estimate. 8.5 runs makes it almost 5 years, Holden said. Miller could hear the confusion in his voice. All right. And in that time, how many of the crew did you share bunks with? Does it matter? Only a little. A few. More than a dozen? No, he said. But he didn't sound sure. Let's call it 10, Naomi said. Okay, but this is different. I'm not talking about having a little shipboard romance to pass the time. Ever since... Miller imagined the woman holding up her hand, or taking Holden's, or maybe just glaring at him. Something to stop the flow of words. And do you know when I fell for you, sir? Sorrow. That was what the strain in her voice was. Sorrow. Disappointment. Regret. When you... I can tell you the day, Naomi said. You were about 7 weeks into that first run. I was still smarting that some earther had come in from out of the ecliptic and taken my XO job. I didn't like you much right at the start. You were too charming, too pretty, and too damn comfortable in my chair. But there was a poker game in the engine room. You and me and those 2 Luna boys out of engineering, and Kamala Trask. You remember Trask. She was the Comtech, the one who was built like a refrigerator, face like a bulldog puppy. I remember her. She had the biggest crush on you. Used to cry herself to sleep at night all through that run. She wasn't in that game because she cared about poker. She just wanted to breathe some of your air, and everyone knew it, even you. And all that night, I watched you and her, and you never once led her along. You never gave her any reason to think she had a chance with you, and you still treated her with respect. That was the first time I thought you might be a decent XO, and it was the first time I wished that I could be the girl in your bunk at shift's end. Because of Trask? That and you've got a great ass, sir. My point is, we flew together for 4 years and more, and I would have come along with you any day of that if you'd asked me. I didn't know, Holden said. He sounded a little strangled. You didn't ask. You always had your sights set someplace else. And honestly, I think Belter women just put you off. Until they can't. Until it was just the 5 of us. I've seen you looking at me. I know exactly what those looks mean because I spent 4 years on the other side of them. But I only got your attention when I was the only female on board. And that's not good enough for me. I don't know. No, sir, you don't. That's my point. I've watched you seduce a lot of women, and I know how you do it. You get fixed on her. You get excited by her. Then you convince yourself that the 2 of you have some kind of special connection, and by the time you believe it, she usually thinks it's true too. And then you sleep together for a while, and the connection gets a little faded. One or the other of you says something like professional or appropriate boundaries, or starts worrying what the crew will think, and the whole thing slides away. Afterwards, they still like you, all of them. You do it all so well they don't even feel like they get to hate you for it. That's not true. It is. And until you figure out that you don't have to love everyone you bed down with, I'm never going to know whether you love me or just want to bed down. And I won't sleep with you until you know which it is. The smart money isn't on love. If you want to sleep with me, Naomi said, be honest. Respect me enough for that. Okay? Miller coughed. He hadn't meant to. Hadn't even been aware he was going to. His belly went tight. His throat clamped down, and he coughed wet and deep. Once he started, it was hard to stop. He sat up, eyes watering from the effort. Holden was lying back on his bed. Naomi sat on the next bed over, smiling like there had been nothing to overhear. Holden's monitors showed an elevated heart rate and blood pressure. Miller could only hope the poor bastard hadn't gotten an erection with the catheter still in. "Hey, Detective," Naomi said. "How you feeling?" Miller nodded. "I felt worse," he said. Then, a moment later, "No, I haven't. But I'm all right. How bad was it?" "You're both dead," Naomi said. "Seriously, we had to override the triage filters on both of you more than once. The expert system kept clicking you over into hospice care and shooting you full of morphine." She said it lightly, but he believed her. He tried to sit up. His body still felt terribly heavy, but he didn't know if it was from weakness or the ship thrust. Holden was quiet, jaw clamped tight. Miller pretended not to notice. "Long-term estimates?" "You're both going to need to be checked for new cancers every month for the rest of your lives. The captain has a new implant where his thyroid used to be, since his real one was pretty much cooked down. We had to take out about 1.5 feet of your small bowel that wouldn't stop bleeding. You're both going to bruise easy for a while, and if you wanted kids, I hope you have some sperm in a bank someplace, because all your little soldiers have 2 heads now." Miller chuckled. His monitors blinked into alarm mode and then back out. "You sound like you trained as a med tech," he said. "Nope, engineer. But I've been reading the printouts every day, so I've got the lingo down. I wish Shed was still here," she said, and sounded sad for the first time. That was the second time someone had mentioned Shed. There was a story there, but Miller let it drop. "Hair going to fall out?" he asked. "Maybe," Naomi said. "The system shot you full of the drugs that are supposed to stop that, but if the follicles die, they die." "Well, good thing I've still got my hat." "What about Eros?" Naomi's false light tone failed her. "It's dead," Holden said from his bed, turning to look at Miller. "I think we were the last ship out. The station isn't answering calls, and all the automatic systems have it in a quarantine lockdown." "Rescue ships?" Miller asked and coughed again. His throat was still sore. "Not going to happen," Naomi said. "There were 1.5 million people on station. No one has the resources to put into that kind of rescue op." "After all," Holden said, "there's a war on." The ship system dimmed the lights for night. Miller lay on his bed. The expert system had shifted his treatment regimen into a new phase, and for the past 3 hours he'd alternated between spiking fevers and teeth-chattering chills. His teeth and the nail beds of his fingers and toes ached. Sleep wasn't an option, so he lay in the gloom and tried to pull himself together. He wondered what his old partners would have made of his behavior on Eros. Havelock, Muss. He tried to imagine them in his place. He'd killed people, and he'd done it cold. Eros had been a kill box, and when the people in charge of the law wanted you dead, the law didn't apply anymore. And some of the dead assholes had been the ones who killed Julie. So, revenge killing. Was he really down to revenge killing? That was a sad thought. He tried to imagine Julie sitting beside him the way Naomi had with Holden. It was like she'd been waiting for the invitation. Julie Mao, who he'd never really known. She raised a hand in greeting. "And what about us?" he asked her as he looked into her dark, unreal eyes. "Do I love you? Or do I just want to love you so bad I can't tell the difference?" "Hey, Miller," Holden said, and Julie vanished. "You awake?" "Yeah. Can't sleep." "Me either." They were silent for a moment. The expert system hummed. Miller's left arm itched under its cast as the tissue went through another round of forced regrowth. "You doing okay?" Miller asked. "Why wouldn't I be?" Holden said sharply. "You killed that guy," Miller said. "Back on the station. You shot him. I mean, I know you shot at guys before that, back at the hotel. But right at the end there, you actually hit somebody in the face." "Yeah, I did." "You good with that?" "Sure," Holden said too quickly. The air recyclers hummed, and the blood pressure cuff on Miller's good arm squeezed him like a hand. Holden didn't speak, but when Miller squinted, he could see the elevated blood pressure and the uptick in brain activity. "They always made us take time off," Miller said. "What?" "When we shot someone. Whether they died or not, they always made us take a leave of absence. Turn in our weapon. Go talk to the head shrinker." "Bureaucrats," Holden said. "They had a point," Miller said. "Shooting someone does something to you. Killing someone, that's even worse. Doesn't matter that they had it coming or you didn't have a choice. Or maybe a little difference, but it doesn't take it away. Seems like you got over it, though." "Maybe," Miller said. "Look, all that I said back there about how you kill someone, about how leaving them alive wasn't doing them any favors, I'm sorry that happened." "You think you were wrong?" "I wasn't, but I'm still sorry it happened." "Okay." "Jesus. Look, I'm saying it's good that it bothers you. It's good that you can't stop seeing it or hearing it. That part where it haunts you some, that's the way it's supposed to be." Holden was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was gray as stone. "I've killed people before, you know. But they were blips in a radar track. It's not the same, is it?" Miller said. "No, it isn't," Holden replied. "Does this go away?" "Sometimes," Miller thought. "No," he said. "Not if you've still got a soul." "Okay, thanks." "One other thing?" "Yeah? I know it's none of my business, but I really wouldn't let her put you off. So you don't understand sex and love and women. Just means you were born with a cock. And this girl, Naomi, she seems like she's worth putting a little effort into it. You know?" "Yeah," Holden said. Then, "Can we never talk about that again?" "Sure." The ship creaked, and gravity shifted a degree to Miller's right. Course correction. Nothing interesting. Miller closed his eyes and tried to will himself to sleep. His mind was full of dead men, and Julie, and love, and sex. There was something Holden had said about the war that was important, but he couldn't make the pieces fit. They kept changing. Miller sighed, shifted his weight so that he blocked one of his drainage tubes and had to shift back to stop the alarm. When the blood pressure cuff fired off again, it was Julie holding him, pulling herself so close her lips brushed his ear. His eyes opened, his mind seeing both the imaginary girl and the monitors that she would have blocked if she'd really been there. "I love you too," she said, "and I will take care of you." He smiled at seeing the numbers change, as his heart raced. Chapter 33. Holden. For 5 more days, Holden and Miller lay on their backs in sickbay, while the solar system burned down around them. The reports of Eros's death ran from massive ecological collapse brought about by war-related supply shortages to covert Martian attack to secret belt bioweapon laboratory accident. Analysis from the inner planets had it that the OPA and terrorists like them had finally shown how dangerous they could be to innocent civilian populations. The belt blamed Mars, or the maintenance crews of Eros, or the OPA for not stopping it. And then a group of Martian frigates blockaded Pallas. A revolt on Ganymede ended in 16 dead, and the new government of Ceres announced that all ships with Martian registry docked on station were being commandeered. The threats and accusations, all set to the constant human background noise of war drums, moved on. Eros had been a tragedy and a crime, but it was finished, and there were new dangers popping up in every corner of human space. Holden turned off his newsfeed, fidgeted in his bunk, and tried to wake Miller up by staring at him. It didn't work. The massive radiation exposure had failed to give him superpowers. Miller began to snore. Holden sat up, testing the gravity. Less than a quarter G. Alex wasn't in a hurry then. Naomi was giving him and Miller time to heal before they arrived at Julie's magical mystery asteroid. Shit. Naomi. The last few times she'd come into sick bay had been awkward. She never brought the subject of his failed romantic gesture back up, but he could feel a barrier between them now that filled him with regret. And every time she left the room, Miller would look away from him and sigh, which just made it worse. But he couldn't avoid her forever, no matter how much he felt like an idiot. He swung his feet off the edge of the bed and pressed down on the floor. His legs felt weak, but not rubbery. The soles of his feet hurt, but quite a bit less than nearly everything else on his body. He stood up, one hand still on the bed, and tested his balance. He wobbled but remained upright. 2 steps reassured him that walking was possible in the light gravity. The IV tugged at his arm. He was down to just 1 bag of something a faint blue. He had no idea what it was, but after Naomi's description of how close to death he'd come, he figured it must be important. He pulled it off the wall hook and held it in his left hand. The room smelled like antiseptic and diarrhea. He was happy to be leaving. "Where are you going?" Miller asked, his voice groggy. "Out." Holden had the sudden, visceral memory of being 15. "Okay," Miller said, then rolled onto his side. The sickbay hatch was 4 meters from the central ladder, and Holden covered the ground with a slow, careful shuffle, his paper booties making a whispery, scuffing sound on the fabric-covered metal floor. The ladder itself defeated him. Even though Ops was only 1 deck up, the 3-meter climb might as well have been 1,000. He pressed the button to call the lift, and a few seconds later the floor hatch slid open and the lift climbed through with an electric whine. Holden tried to hop on, but managed only a sort of slow-motion fall that ended with his clutching the ladder and kneeling on the lift platform. He stopped the lift, pulled himself upright, and started it again, then rode it up to the next deck in what he hoped was a less beaten and more captain-like pose. "Jesus, Captain, you still look like shit," Amos said as the lift came to a stop. The mechanic was sprawled across 2 chairs at the sensor stations and munching on what looked like a strip of leather. "You keep saying that. Keeps being true." "Amos, don't you have work to do?" Naomi said. She was sitting at one of the computer stations watching something flash by on the screen. She didn't look up when Holden came onto the deck. That was a bad sign. "Nope, most boring ship I ever worked, boss. She don't break, she don't leak, she don't even have an annoying rattle to tighten down," Amos replied as he sucked down the last of his snack and smacked his lips. "There's always mopping. Naomi said, then tapped out something on the screen in front of her. Amos looked from her to Holden and back again. "Oh, that reminds me. I better get down to the engine room and look at that thing I've been meaning to look at," Amos said, and jumped to his feet. "Excuse me, Cap." He squeezed past Holden, hopped on the lift, and rode it sternward. The deck hatch closed behind him. "Hey," Holden said to Naomi once Amos was gone. "Hey," she said without turning around. That wasn't good either. When she'd sent Amos away, he'd hoped she wanted to talk. It didn't look like it. Holden sighed and shuffled over to the chair next to her. He collapsed into it, his legs tingling like he'd run a kilometer instead of just walking 20-odd steps. Naomi had left her hair down, and it hid her face from him. Holden wanted to brush it back, but was afraid she'd snap his elbow with belter kung fu if he tried. "Look, Naomi," he started, but she ignored him and hit a button on her panel. He stopped when Fred's face appeared on the display in front of her. "Is that Fred?" he said, because he couldn't think of anything even more idiotic to say. "You should see this. Got it from Tycho a couple hours ago on the tight beam after I sent them an update on our status." Naomi tapped the play button and Fred's face sprang to life. "Naomi, sounds like you guys have had a tough time of it. The air's full of chatter on the station shutdown and the supposed nuclear explosion. No one knows what to make of it. Keep us informed. In the meantime, we managed to hack open that data cube you left here. I don't think it'll help much, though. Looks like a bunch of sensor data from the Doniger, mostly EM stuff. We've tried looking for hidden messages, but my smartest people can't find anything. I'm passing the data along to you. Let me know if you find anything. Tycho out." The screen went blank. "What does the data look like?" Holden asked. "It's just what the man said," Naomi said. "EM sensor data from the Doniger during the pursuit by the 6 ships and the battle itself. I've dug through raw stuff looking for anything hidden inside, but for the life of me I can't find a thing. I've even had the Rosie digging through the data for the last couple hours looking for patterns. She has really good software for that sort of thing. But so far, nothing." She tapped on the screen again, and the raw data began spooling past faster than Holden could follow. In a small window inside the larger screen, the Rocinante's pattern recognition software worked to find meaning. Holden watched it for a minute, but his eyes quickly unfocused. "Lieutenant Kelly died for this data," he said. "He left the ship while his mates were still fighting. Marines don't do that unless it matters." Naomi shrugged and pointed at the screen with resignation. "That's what was on his cube," she said. "Maybe there's something steganographic, but I don't have another dataset to compare it to." Holden began tapping on his thigh, his pain and romantic failures momentarily forgotten. "So, let's say that this data is all that it is. There's nothing hidden. What would this information mean to the Martian Navy?" Naomi leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes in thought, one finger twisting and untwisting a curl of hair by her temple. "It's mostly EM data, so lots of engine signature stuff. Drive radiation is the best way to keep track of other ships. So that tells you where the ships were during the fight. Tactical data?" "Maybe," Holden said. "Would that be important enough to send Kelly out with?" Naomi took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I don't think so," she said. "Me either." Something tapped at the edge of his conscious mind, asking to be let in. "What was that thing with Amos all about?" he said. "Amos?" "Him showing up at the airlock with 2 guns when we arrived," he said. "There was some trouble on our trip back to the ship." "Trouble for who?" Holden asked. Naomi actually smiled at that. "Some bad men didn't want us to hack the lockdown on the Rosie. Amos talked it over with them. You didn't think it was because we were waiting for you, did you, sir?" Was there a smile in her voice? A hint of coyness? Flirtation? He stopped himself from grinning. What did the Rossi say about the data when you ran it? Holden asked. Here, Naomi replied and hit something on her panel. The screen began displaying long lists of data in text. Lots of EM and light spectrum stuff, some leakage from damaged... Holden yelped. Naomi looked up at him. I'm such an idiot, Holden said. Granted. Elaborate? Holden touched the screen and began scrolling up and down through the data. He tapped one long list of numbers and letters and leaned back with a grin. There. That's it, he said. That's what? Hull structure isn't the only recognition metric. It's the most accurate, but it's also got the shortest range and... He gestured around him at the Rocinante. It's the easiest to fool. The next best method is drive signature. Can't mask your radiation and heat patterns. And they're easy to spot even from really far away. Holden turned on the screen next to his chair and pulled up the ship's friend-foe database, then linked it to the data on Naomi's screen. That's what this message is, Naomi. It's telling Mars who killed the Doniger by showing them what the drive signature was. Then why not just say so-and-so killed us, in a nice, easy-to-read text file? Naomi asked, a skeptical frown on her face. Holden leaned forward and paused, opened his mouth, then closed it and sat back again with a sigh. I don't know. A hatch banged open with a hydraulic whine. Then Naomi looked past Holden to the ladder and said, Miller's coming up. Holden turned to watch the detective finish the slow climb up from the sickbay deck. He looked like a plucked chicken, pink-gray skin stippled with gooseflesh. His paper gown went poorly with the hat. There's a lift, Holden said. Wish I'd known that, Miller replied, then dragged himself up onto the ops deck with a gasp. We there yet? Trying to figure out a mystery, Holden said. I hate mysteries, Miller said, then hauled himself to his feet and made his way to a chair. Then solve this one for us. You find out who murdered someone. You can't arrest them yourself, so you send the information to your partner. But instead of just sending the perp's name, you send your partner all the clues. Why? Miller coughed and scratched his chin. His eyes were fixed on something, like he was reading a screen Holden couldn't see. Because I don't trust myself. I want my partner to arrive at the same conclusion I did without my biasing him. I give him the dots, see what it looks like when he connects them. Especially if guessing wrong has consequences, Naomi said. You don't like to screw up a murder charge, Miller said with a nod. Looks unprofessional. Holden's panel beeped at him. Shit. I know why they were careful, he said after reading his screen. The Rossi thinks those were standard light cruiser engines built by the Bush shipyards. They were Earth ships? Naomi said. But they weren't flying any colors and... Son of a bitch. It was the first time Holden had ever heard her yell, and he understood. If UNN Black Ops ships had killed the Doniger, then that meant Earth was behind the whole thing. Maybe even killing the Canterbury in the first place. It would mean that Martian warships were killing Belters for no reason. Belters like Naomi. Holden leaned forward and called up the comm display, then tapped out a general broadcast. Miller caught his breath. That button you just pressed doesn't do what I think it does it? He said. I finished Kelly's mission for him, Holden said. I have no idea who the fuck Kelly is, Miller said, but please tell me that his mission wasn't broadcasting that data to the solar system at large. People need to know what's going on, Holden said. Yes, they do, but maybe we should actually know what the hell is going on before we tell them, Miller replied, all the weariness gone from his voice. How gullible are you? Hey, Holden said, but Miller got louder. You found a Martian battery, right? So you told everyone in the solar system about it and started the single largest war in human history. Only turns out the Martians maybe weren't the ones that left it there. Then a bunch of mystery ships kill the Doniger, which Mars blames on the Belt, only damn it, the Belt didn't even know it was capable of killing a Martian battlecruiser. Holden opened his mouth, but Miller grabbed a bulb of coffee Amos had left behind on the console and threw it at his head. Let me finish. And now you find some data that implicates Earth. First thing you do is blab it to the universe so that Mars and the Belt drag Earth into this thing, making the largest war of all time even bigger. Are you seeing a pattern here? Yes, Naomi said. So, what do you think's going to happen? Miller said. This is how these people work. They made the Canterbury look like Mars. It wasn't. They made the Doniger look like the Belt. It wasn't. Now it looks like the whole damn thing's Earth. Follow the pattern. It probably isn't. You never put that kind of accusation out there until you know the score. You look, you listen, you're quiet for Christ's sakes, and when you know, then you can make your case. The detective sat back, clearly exhausted. He was sweating. The deck was silent. You done? Holden said. Miller nodded, breathing heavily. Think I might have strained something. I haven't accused anyone of doing anything, Holden said. I'm not building a case. I just put the data out there. Now it's not a secret. They're doing something on Eros. They don't want it interrupted. With Mars and the Belt shooting at each other, everyone with the resources to help is busy elsewhere. And you just dragged Earth into it, Miller said. Maybe, Holden said. But the killers did use ships that were built, at least in part, at Earth's orbital shipyards. Maybe someone will look into that. And that's the point. If everyone knows everything, nothing stays secret. Yeah, well, Miller said. Holden ignored him. Eventually someone will figure out the big picture. This kind of thing requires secrecy to function, so exposing all the secrets hurts them in the end. It's the only way this really permanently stops. Miller sighed, nodded to himself, took off his hat and scratched his scalp. I was just going to put him out an airlock, Miller said. BA 834024112 wasn't much of an asteroid. Barely 30 meters across, it had long ago been surveyed and found completely devoid of useful or valuable minerals. It existed in the registry only to warn ships not to run into it. Julie had left it tethered to wealth measured in the billions when she flew her small shuttle to Eros. Up close, the ship that had killed the Scopuli and stolen its crew looked like a shark. It was long and lean and utterly black, almost impossible to see against the backdrop of space with the naked eye. Its radar-deflecting curves gave it an aerodynamic look almost always lacking in space-going vessels. It made Holden's skin crawl, but it was beautiful. Motherfucker, Amos said under his breath as the crew clustered in the cockpit of the Rocinante to look at it. The Roci doesn't even see it, Cap, Alex said. I'm pouring LADAR into it and all we see is a slightly warmer spot on the asteroid. Like Becca saw just before the cat died, Naomi said. Her shuttle's been launched, so I'm guessing this is the right stealth ship someone left tied to a rock, Alex added, in case there's more than one. Holden tapped his fingers on the back of Alex's chair for a moment as he floated over the pilot's head. It's probably full of vomit zombies, Holden finally said. Want to go see? Said Miller. Oh, yeah, Holden said. Chapter 34. Miller. The environment suit was better than Miller was used to. He'd only done a couple walks outside during his years on Ceres, and the Star Helix equipment had been old back then. Thick corrugated joints, separable air supply unit,
gloves that left his hands 30 degrees colder than the rest of his body. The Rocinante's suits were military and recent, no bulkier than standard riot gear, with integrated life support that could probably keep fingers warm after a hand got shot off. Miller floated, one hand on a strap in the airlock, and flexed his fingers, watching the sharkskin pattern of the knuckle joints. It didn't feel like enough. "All right, Alex," Holden said. "We're in place. Have the Roci knock for us." A deep, rumbling vibration shook them. Naomi put a hand against the airlock's curved wall to steady herself. Amos shifted forward to take point, a reactionless automatic rifle in his hands. When he bent his neck, Miller could hear the vertebrae cracking through his radio. It was the only way he could have heard it. They were already in vacuum. "Okay, Captain," Alex said. "I've got a seal. The standard security override isn't working, so give me a second to—" "Problem?" Holden said. "Got it. I've got it. We have a connection," Alex said. Then, a moment later, doesn't look like there's much to breathe over there." "Anything?" Holden asked. "Nope, hard vacuum," Alex said. "Both airlock doors are open." "All right, folks," Holden said. "Keep an eye on your air supply. Let's go." Miller took a long breath. The external airlock went from soft red to soft green. Holden slid it open, and Amos launched forward, the captain just behind him. Miller gestured to Naomi with a nod. Ladies first. The connecting gantry was reinforced, ready to deflect enemy lasers or slow down slugs. Amos landed on the other ship as the hatch to the Rocinante closed behind them. Miller had a moment's vertigo, the ship before them suddenly clicking from ahead to down in his perception, as if they were falling into something. "You all right?" Naomi asked. Miller nodded, and Amos passed into the other ship's hatch. One by one, they went in. The ship was dead. The lights coming off their environment suits played over the soft, almost streamlined curves of the bulkheads, the cushioned walls, the gray suit lockers. One locker was bent out of shape, like someone or something had forced its way out from within. Amos pushed off slow. Under normal circumstances, hard vacuum would have been assurance enough that nothing was about to jump out at them. Right now, Miller figured it was only even money. "Whole place is shut down," Holden said. "Might be backups in the engine room," Amos said. "So, the ass end of the ship from here," Holden said. "Pretty much." "Let's be careful," Holden said. "I'm heading up to ops," Naomi said. "If there's anything running off battery, I can—" "No, you aren't," Holden said. "We aren't splitting up the group until we know what we're looking at. Stay together." Amos moved down, sinking into the darkness. Holden pushed off after him. Miller followed. He couldn't tell from Naomi's body language whether she was annoyed or relieved. The galley was empty, but signs of struggle showed here and there. A chair with a bent leg, a long, jagged scratch down the wall where something sharp had flaked the paint. 2 bullet holes set high along one bulkhead where a shot had gone wide. Miller put a hand out, grabbed one of the tables, and swung slowly. "Miller?" Holden said. "Are you coming?" "Look at this," Miller said. The dark spill was the color of amber, flaky and shining like glass in his flashlight beam. Holden hovered closer. "Zombie vomit?" Holden said. "Think so." "Well, I guess we're on the right ship. For some value of right." The crew quarters hung silent and empty. They went through each of them, but there were no personal markings, no terminals, no pictures, no clues to the names of the men and women who had lived and breathed and presumably died on the ship. Even the captain's cabin was indicated only by a slightly larger bunk and the face of a locked safe. There was a massive central compartment as high and wide as the hull of the Rocinante.
the darkness dominated by 12 huge cylinders encrusted with narrow catwalks and scaffolds. Miller saw Naomi's expression harden. "What are they?" Miller asked. "Torpedo tubes," she said. "Torpedo tubes?" he said. "Jesus Christ, how many are they packing, 1,000,000? 12, she said. "Just 12. Capital ship busters," Amos said. "Built to pretty much kill whatever you're aiming at with the first shot." "Something like the Doniger?" Miller asked. Holden looked back at him, the glow of his heads-up display lighting his features. "Or the Canterbury," he said. The four of them passed between the wide black tubes in silence. In the machine and fabrication shops, the signs of violence were more pronounced. There was blood on the floor and walls, along with wide swaths of the glassy gold resin that had once been vomit. A uniform lay in a ball. The cloth had been wadded and soaked in something before the cold of space had frozen it. Habits formed from years of walking through crime scenes put a dozen small things in place. The pattern of scratches on the floor and lift doors, the spatter of blood and vomit, the footprints. They all told the story. "They're in engineering," Miller said. "Who?" Holden said. "The crew. Whoever was on the ship. All except that one," he said, gesturing at half a footprint that led toward the lift. "You see how her footprints are over the top of everything else? And there, where she stepped in that blood, it was already dry. Flaked instead of smearing." "How do you know it was a girl?" Holden asked. "Because it was Julie," Miller said. "Well, whoever's in there, they've been sucking vacuum for a long time," Amos said. "Want to go see?" No one said yes, but they all floated forward. The hatch stood open. If the darkness beyond it seemed more solid, more ominous, more personal than the rest of the dead ship had, it was only Miller's imagination playing tricks. He hesitated, trying to summon up the image of Julie, but she wouldn't come. Floating into the engineering deck was like swimming into a cave. Miller saw the other flashlights playing over walls and panels, looking for live controls, or else controls that could come alive. He aimed his own beam into the body of the room, the dark swallowing it. "We got batteries, Captain," Amos said. "And looks like the reactor got shut down. Intentional. Think you can get it back up?" "Want to run some diagnostics," Amos said. "There could be a reason they shut it off. And I don't want to find out the hard way." "Good point. But I can at least get us some— Come on, you bastard." All around the deck, blue-white lights flared up. The sudden brilliance blinded Miller for a half-second. His vision returned with a sense of growing confusion. Naomi gasped, and Holden yelped. Something in the back of Miller's own mind started to shriek, and he forced it into silence. It was just a crime scene. They were only bodies. Except they weren't. The reactor stood before him, quiescent and dead. All around it, a layer of human flesh. He could pick out arms, hands with fingers splayed so wide they hurt to look at. The long snake of a spine curved, ribs fanning out like the legs of some perverse insect. He tried to make what he was seeing make sense. He'd seen men eviscerated before. He knew that the long, ropey swirl to the left of the thing were intestines. He could see where the small bowel widened to become a colon. The familiar shape of a skull looked out at him. But then, among the familiar anatomy of death and dismemberment, there were other things. Nautilus spirals, wide swaths of soft black filament, a pale expanse of something that might have been skin cut by a dozen gill-like vents, a half-formed limb that looked equally like an insect and a fetus, without being either one. The frozen, dead flesh surrounded the reactor like the skin of an orange. The crew of the stealth ship. Maybe of the Scopuli as well. All but Julie.
Yeah, Amos said. This could take a little longer than I was thinking, Cap.
It's okay, Holden said. His voice on the radio sounded shaky. You don't have to.
It's no trouble. As long as none of that freaky shit broke the containment, reactors should boot up just fine.
You don't mind being around it? Holden said.
Honest, Captain, I'm not thinking about it. Give me 20 minutes. I'll tell you if we got power or if we have to patch a line over from the Rosie.
Okay, Holden said. And then again, his voice more solid. Okay, but don't touch any of that.
Wasn't going to,
Amos said. They floated back out through the hatch, Holden and Naomi and Miller coming last. Is that? Naomi said, then coughed and started again. Is that what's happening on Eros?
Probably,
Miller said. Amos, Holden said, do you have enough battery power to light up the computers? There was a pause. Miller took a deep breath, the plastic and ozone scent of the suit's air system filling his nose.
I think so,
Amos said dubiously.
But if we can get the reactor up first...
Bring up the computers.
You're the captain, Captain,
Amos said.
Have it to you in 5.
In silence, they floated up, back to the airlock, and past it to the operations deck. Miller hung back, watching the way Holden's trajectory kept him near Naomi and then away from her. Protective and head-shy both, Miller thought. Bad combination. Julie was waiting in the airlock. Not at first, of course. Miller slid back into the space, his mind churning through everything he'd seen just like it was a case. A normal case. His gaze drifted toward the broken locker. There was no suit in it. For a moment, he was back on Eros, in the apartment where Julie had died. There had been an environment suit there. And then Julie was there with him, pushing her way out of the locker.
What were you doing there? He thought.
No brig, he said.
What? Holden said. I just noticed, Miller said. Ship's got no brig. They aren't built to carry prisoners.
Holden made a low, agreeing grunt. Makes you wonder what they were planning to do with the crew of the Scopuli, Naomi said. The tone of her voice meant she didn't wonder at all.
I don't think they were,
Miller said slowly.
This whole thing, they were improvising.
Improvising? Naomi said.
Ship was carrying an infectious something or other without enough containment to contain it. Taking on prisoners without a brig to hold them in. They were making this up as they went along.
Or they had to hurry, Holden said. Something happened that made them hurry. But what they did on Eros must have taken months to arrange, maybe years. So maybe something happened at the last minute.
Be interesting to know what,
Miller said.
Compared to the rest of the ship,
the ops deck looked peaceful, normal. The computers had finished their diagnostics, screens glowing placidly. Naomi went to one, holding the back of the chair with one hand so the gentle touch of her fingers against the screen wouldn't push her backward. I'll do what I can here, she said. You can check the bridge. There was a pause that carried weight. I'll be fine, Naomi said.
All right. I know you'll...
Come on, Miller. Miller let the captain float ahead into the bridge. The screens there were spooling through diagnostics so standard Miller recognized them. It was a wider space than he'd imagined, with 5 stations with crash couches customized for other people's bodies. Holden strapped in at one. Miller took a slow turn around the deck. Nothing seemed out of place here. No blood, no broken chairs or torn padding. When it happened, the fight had been down near the reactor. He wasn't sure yet what that meant.
He sat at what, under a standard layout, would have been the security station and opened a private channel to Holden. "Anything you're looking for in particular?" "Briefings, overviews," Holden said shortly. "Whatever's useful. You?" "See if I can get into the internal monitors. Hoping to find what Julie found," Miller said. The security assumed that anyone sitting at the console had access to the low-level feeds. It still took half an hour to parse the command structure and query interface. Once Miller had that down, it wasn't hard. The timestamp on the log listed the feed as the day the scopuli had gone missing. The security camera in the airlock bay showed the crew, belters most of them, being escorted in. Their captors were in armor, with faceplates lowered. Miller wondered if they'd meant to keep their identities secret. That would almost have suggested they were planning to keep the crew alive. Or maybe they were just wary of some last-minute resistance. The crew of the scopuli weren't wearing environmental suits or armor. A couple of them weren't even wearing uniforms. But Julie was. It was strange, watching her move. With a sense of dislocation, Miller realized that he'd never actually seen her in motion. All the pictures he'd had in his file back on Ceres had been stills. Now, here she was, floating with her chosen compatriots, her hair back out of her eyes, her jaw clamped. She looked very small surrounded by her crew and the men in armor. The little rich girl who'd turned her back on wealth and status to be with the downtrodden belt. The girl who'd told her mother to sell the Razorback, the ship she'd loved, rather than give in to emotional blackmail. In motion, she looked a little different from the imaginary version he'd built of her. The way she pulled her shoulders back, the habit of reaching her toes toward the floor even in null G. But the basic image was the same. He felt like he was filling in the blanks with the new details, rather than reimagining the woman. The guard said something. The security feed's audio was playing to vacuum, and the scopuli crew looked aghast. Then, hesitantly, the captain started taking his uniform off. They were stripping the prisoners. Miller shook his head. "Bad plan." "What?" Holden said. "Nothing, sorry." Julie wasn't moving. One of the guards moved toward her, his legs braced on the wall. Julie, who'd lived through being raped, maybe, or something as bad. Who'd studied jiu-jitsu to feel safe afterward. Maybe they thought she was just being modest. Maybe they were afraid she was hiding a weapon under her clothes. Either way, they tried to force the point. One of the guards pushed her, and she latched onto his arm like her life depended on it. Miller winced when he saw the man's elbow bend the wrong way, but he also smiled. "That's my girl," he thought. "Give 'em hell." And she did. For almost 40 seconds, the airlock bay was a battleground. Even some of the cowed scopuli crew tried to join in. But then Julie didn't see a thick-shouldered man launch from behind her. Miller felt it when the gauntleted hand hammered Julie's temple. She wasn't out, but she was groggy. The men with guns stripped her with a cold efficiency, and when there were no weapons or comm devices, they handed her a jumpsuit and shoved her in a locker. The others they led down into the ship. Miller matched timestamps and switched feeds. The prisoners were taken to the galley, then bound to the tables. One of the guards spent a minute or so talking, but with his faceplate down. The only clues Miller had to the content of the sermon were the reactions of the crew. Wide-eyed disbelief, confusion, outrage, and fear. The guard could have been saying anything. Miller started skipping. A few hours, then a few more. The ship was under thrust, the prisoners actually sitting at the tables instead of floating near them. He flipped to other parts of the ship. Julie's locker was still closed. If he hadn't known better, he'd have assumed she was dead. He skipped ahead. 132 hours later, the crew of the scopuli
grew a pair. Miller saw it in their bodies even before the violence started. He'd seen holding cells rise up before, and the prisoners had the same sullen but excited look. The feed showed the stretch of wall where he'd seen the bullet holes. They weren't there yet. They would be. A man came into the picture with a tray of food rations. Here it comes, Miller thought. The fight was short and brutal. The prisoners didn't stand a chance. Miller watched as they hauled one of them, a sandy-haired man, to the airlock and spaced him. The others were put in heavy restraints. Some wept, some screamed. Miller skipped ahead. It had to be in there someplace. The moment when it, whatever it was, got loose. But either it had happened in some unmonitored crew quarters, or it had been there from the beginning. Almost exactly 160 hours after Julie had gone into the locker, a man in a white jumper, eyes glassy and stance unsure, lurched out of the crew quarters and vomited on one of the guards. "Fuck!" Amos shouted. Miller was out of his chair before he knew what had happened. Holden was up too. "Amos," Holden said, "talk to me." "Hold on," Amos said. "Yeah, it's okay, Captain. It's just these fuckers stripped off a bunch of the reactor shielding. We've got her up, but I sucked down a few more rads than I'd have picked." "Get back to the Rosie," Holden said. Miller steadied himself against a wall, pushing back down toward the control stations. "No offense, sir, but it ain't like I'm about to start pissing blood or anything fun like that," Amos said. "I got surprised more than anything. I start feeling itchy, I'll head back over. But I can get some atmosphere for us by working out of the machine shop if you give me a few more minutes." Miller watched Holden's face as the man struggled. He could make it an order. He could leave it be. "Okay, Amos, but you start getting lightheaded or anything, I mean anything, and you get over to the sick bay." "Aye, aye," Amos said. "Alex, keep an eye on Amos's biomed feed from over there. Give us a heads up if you see a problem," Holden said on the general channel. "Roger," came Alex's lazy drawl. "You find anything?" Holden asked Miller on their private channel. "Nothing unexpected," Miller said. "You?" "Yeah, actually, take a look." Miller pushed himself to the screen Holden had been working. Holden pulled himself back into the station and started pulling up feeds. "I was thinking that someone had to go last," Holden said. "I mean, there had to be someone who was the least sick when whatever it was got loose. So I went through the directory to see what activity was going on before the system went dead." "And?" "There's a whole bunch of activity that looks like it happened a couple of days before the system shut down, and then nothing for 2 solid days. And then a little spike. A lot of accessed files and system diagnostics. Then someone hacked the override codes to blow atmosphere." "It was Julie, then." "That's what I was thinking," Holden said. "But one of the feeds she accessed was... shit, where is it? It was right... Oh, here. Watch this." The screen blinked, controls dropping to standby, and a high-res emblem, green and gold, came up. The corporate logo of Protogen, with a slogan Miller hadn't seen before. First, fastest, furthest. "What's the timestamp on the file?" Miller asked. "The original was created about 2 years ago," Holden said. "This copy was burned 8 months ago." The emblem faded, and a pleasant-faced man sitting at a desk took its place. He had dark hair with just a scattering of gray at the temples, and lips that seemed used to smiling. He nodded at the camera. The smile didn't reach his eyes, which were as empty as a shark's. Sociopath, Miller thought. The man's lips began moving soundlessly. Holden said, "Shit," and hit a switch to have the audio transmitted to their suits. He rewound the video feed and started it over. "Mr. Dresden," the man said,
I would like to thank you and the members of the board for taking the time to review this information. Your support, both financial and otherwise, has been absolutely essential to the incredible discoveries we've seen on this project. While my team has been point man, as it were, Protogen's tireless commitment to the advancement of science has made our work possible. Gentlemen, I will be frank. The Phoebe protomolecule has exceeded all our expectations. I believe it represents a genuinely game-changing technological breakthrough. I know that these kinds of corporate presentations are prone to hyperbole. Please understand that I have thought about this carefully and chosen my words. Protogen can become the most important and powerful entity in the history of the human race. But it will require initiative, ambition, and bold action. He's talking about killing people, Miller said. You've seen this already? Holden said. Miller shook his head. The feed changed. The man faded out, and an animation took his place. A graphic representation of the solar system. Orbits marked in wide swaths of color showed the plane of the ecliptic. The virtual camera swirled out from the inner planets where Mr. Dresden and board members presumably were, and out toward the gas giants. For those of you on the board unfamiliar with the project, 8 years ago the first manned landing was made on Phoebe, the sociopath said. The animation zoomed in toward Saturn, rings and planet flying past in a triumph of graphic design over accuracy. A small ice moon, the assumption was that Phoebe would eventually be mined for water, much like the rings themselves. The Martian government commissioned a scientific survey more out of a sense of bureaucratic completeness than from expectation of economic gain. Core samples were taken, and when silicate anomalies raised flags, Protogen was approached as co-sponsor of a long-term research facility. The moon itself, Phoebe, filled the frame, turning slowly to show all sides like a prostitute at a cheap brothel. It was a crater-marked lump, indistinguishable from 1,000 other asteroids and planetesimals Miller had seen. Given Phoebe's extra-elliptical orbit, the sociopath went on, one theory has been that it was a body that originated in the Kuiper belt and had been captured by Saturn when it happened to pass through the solar system. The existence of complex silicon structures within the interior ice, along with suggestions of impact-resistant structures within the architecture of the body itself, have forced us to reevaluate this. Using analyses proprietary to Protogen and not yet shared with the Martian team, we have determined beyond any credible doubt that what you are seeing now is not a naturally formed planetesimal, but a weapon. Specifically, a weapon designed to carry its payload through the depths of interplanetary space and deliver it safely onto Earth 2 1/3 billion years ago, when life itself was in its earliest stages. And the payload, gentlemen, is this. The display clicked to a graphic that Miller couldn't quite parse. It looked like the medical text of a virus, but with wide, looping structures that were at once beautiful and improbable. The protomolecule first caught our interest for its ability to maintain its primary structure in a wide variety of conditions through secondary and tertiary changes. It also showed an affinity for carbon and silicon structures. Its activity suggested it was not in itself a living thing, but a set of free-floating instructions designed to adapt to and guide other replicating systems. Animal experiments suggest that its effects are not exclusive to simple replicators, but are, in fact, scalable. Animal tests, Miller said. What, they dumped it on a cat? The initial implication of this sociopath went on, is that a larger biosphere exists, of which our solar system is only a part, and that the protomolecule is an artifact of that environment. That alone, I think you must agree, would revolutionize human understanding of the universe.
let me assure you, it's small beer. If accidents of orbital mechanics had not captured Phoebe, life as we know it would not presently exist. But something else would. The earliest cellular life on Earth would have been hijacked, reprogrammed along lines contained within the structure of the protomolecule. The sociopath reappeared. For the first time, smile lines appeared around his eyes, like a parody of themselves. Miller felt a visceral hatred growing in his gut, and knew himself well enough to recognize it for what it was: fear. Protogen is in a position to take sole possession of not only the first technology of genuinely extraterrestrial origin, but also a prefabricated mechanism for the manipulation of living systems and the first clues as to the nature of the larger, I will call it galactic, biosphere. Directed by human hands, the applications of this are limitless. I believe that the opportunity now facing not only us, but life itself, is as profound and transformative as anything that has ever happened. And, further, the control of this technology will represent the base of all political and economic power from now on. I urge you to consider the technical details I have outlined in the attached. Moving quickly to understand the programming, mechanism, and intent of the protomolecule, as well as its direct application to human beings, will mark the difference between a protogen-led future and being left behind. I urge immediate and decisive action to take exclusive control of the protomolecule and move forward with large-scale testing. Thank you for your time and attention. The sociopath smiled again, and the corporate logo reappeared. First, fastest, furthest. Miller's heart was racing. "Okay. All right," he said, and then, "Fuck me." Protogen, protomolecule, Holden said. They had no idea what it does, but they slapped their label on it like they'd made it. They found an alien weapon, and all they could think to do was brand it. "There's reason to think these boys are pretty impressed with themselves," Miller replied with a nod. "Now, I'm not a scientist or anything," Holden said, "but it seems to me like taking an alien supervirus and dropping it into a space station would be a bad idea." "It's been 2 years," Miller said. "They've been doing tests. I don't know what the hell they've been doing. But Eros is what they decided on. And everyone knows what happened on Eros. The other side did it. No research and recovery ships because they're all fighting each other or guarding something. The war? It's a distraction. And Protogen is doing what? Seeing what their toy does when you take it out for a spin is my guess," Miller said. They were silent for a long moment. Holden spoke first. "So, you take a company that seems to be lacking in institutional conscience, that has enough government research contracts to almost be a privately run branch of the military. How far will they go for the Holy Grail?" "First, fastest, furthest," Miller replied. "Yeah." "Guys," Naomi said, "you should come down here. I think I've got something."